because this is the place where it counts. And this village, youth village, is about our voices being heard. Today's conversation is about, before I even talk about today's conversation, Gloria was supposed to be here, but she's held up in Parliament, so she sent her apologies, and she hopefully will be joining us later. So theme ya leo ni what? Theme ya hii festival ni? Tena? Exactly. Everywhere in this festival, that is the theme. But our discussion this morning is about advancing social economic empowerment, democracy, peace, and inclusion. And I'm excited that there are people here that represent all of that. And even our partners, the people who are going to be on this panel, represent that. So as we listen, let's tune in, let's listen, and let's engage. Because without that, then we're not participating. And it's not enough just to show up. We need to participate. Sio? And by participating, it means uliza maswali. Watu shinda wakiuliza, why? 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 So question everything. Question until there's an answer that is satisfactory. And until the answer is also inclusive and it considers everybody. Sawa? So I invite you this morning, those of us joining us online, hello. We invite you all this morning, engage, send texts, send questions, be engaged, and let's have a meaningful conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give a proper round of applause for that. Thank you. So we'll dive directly to the skit from the Theatre of the Absurd skit. Theatre of the Absurd skit from Power by Power 254. Please let's clap for them as they come to the stage.
Jukuna watu flani, hawatu mind us. Wananchi tuna mind, bona walafi watu ongoza. Wanatutawala, tuwametugawanya.
Politics is not what you see inside a ballot box. Politics is how underperforming leaders use the ballot box to win the election. Our corrupt leaders won't face jail time, but the free airtime bonus.
Okay. DJ, pande gani neza pata 3 extra mics? Yeah, okay.
Barua toka Jaramogi na Kenyatta, wanauliza kama Kenya tuko sawa. Nikawajibu Kenya tuko na disaster, watoto wetu wanazidi kuzikana. Na Tomboya ameshika tama, alituacha kama angali kijana. Je, angekuwa mambo yangekuwa sawa? Ndivyo walivyopanga Maulana. Deni mulizoacha bado tunalipa, na tumekopa zingine China, tukajenga reli pia barabara, zilizobaki watu wakasanya. So tujiangalie, tuko pabaya leo kuliko jana, sikio la kufa halisiki dawa, tuko kwa Twitter tunajibizana. Tujiangalie, tuko pabaya leo kuliko jana, sipoziba ufa tutajenga kuta, tusake zetu tungali vijana. Tumekaa hapa sana. Hey, you know, Power Creative Program has given us the foundation. Kitu tunataka tu ni backing from the government. Just a little backing.
Personally,
Eh.
I believe in our ideas.
Okay.
Na tukifandiwa tu vizuri, hizi ideas zetu zinaweza kuwa za maana sana. And in as much as I'm disabled, haimaanishi sijiwezi. Si ndio? Si unaona?
Hey. Hebu tuingie tuone.
Na hapa sisi sote tunajituma tu tuweze kuweza, si ndio?
Ai, usikue hivyo. Niaje? Niaje tena? Si online name yangu ni niaje? Sasa usipotusaidia unataka youths to rise aje? Yes. Ai madam. Chukua hata CV. We pia kuenda huko bana. Makosa ishafanyika bana. We bana, tupe fans bana. Pole mtu gani? Lakini kusema tu kweli, hata mimi ningekuwa yeye singetupea. Lakini juu mimi si yeye, atupee tu. Lakini niko na idea. Si hapo mahali tumechoma. Twende tu tusafishe. Turudi X, tujibonge, tusikike, tuwajibike. Unaonaje? Guys, right about now. Najua tumekuwa tukikuwa na a lot of social activism of late, but please let us remember, use your voices well, speak well, tumia sauti yako kuongea in a manner that uplifts morals.
Wapi makofi yao tena?
Okay, thank you so much for that session. Thank you so much. So first, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Youth Enterprise Development, YEDEF, in the house. Can you let's give them a round of applause? The National Employment Authority. Can you let's give them applause? We have Nyota in the house, National Youth Opportunities Towards Advancement in the house. Let's give them a round of applause. We also have the Kenya Coalition and Youth, Peace and Security in the house. Let's give them a round of applause. We have Kenya National Chambers of Commerce and Industry in the house. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. So I would like to welcome our next performance on stage. We have... Are you ready? Okay, so I would wish to welcome in, to usher in IYF, the International Youth Fellowship in the stage. Welcome, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Those are watu wetu wa IYF. That was great. Kidogo ni feel nilikuwa South Africa, okay? So next on stage, I would like to welcome our one and only Mr. Stephen Osedo. Osedo. Thank you.
Stars, could he be a star and build a public cancer facility?
Tumechoka kuibiwa, tumechoka kuingizwa, tumechoka kupewa ahadi, kunyimwa miradi.
Naweza pata manpower kidogo ya kurudisha viti hapa hivi kwa stage. Yes, thank you. Osedo, you might introduce yourself as you continue.
Kila siku tunapambana na tumechoka.
Right. Good morning, Kenya. Habari za vijana? Vijana mko poa? Vijana mko aje? Hapana, hii energy hatuwezi endelea nayo. Hebu tusimame tafadhali. DJ tupatie kakitu. Tusimame tafadhali. Let's be upstanding. DJ, cheza kama wewe. Watu wakatike. I can't see you dancing. Thank you very much, DJ. So as MC has said, my name is Stefan Makosedo. I work with the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and I'm happy to be here this morning. I also run an organization called the Center for Fiscal Affairs. I know most of you have interacted with the center because we do fiscal justice in the country. So right about now, we are about to have our conversation because, as somebody said just a few minutes ago, freedom is not coming tomorrow, freedom is coming today. And that's why we are here. So I have a great panel, as you can see, and I would like to introduce my panelists. Please, we can take our seats. Thank you. Asanteni. Allow me to introduce my panel. And as you've been told, today we are talking about socio-economic inclusion. Talent iko hapa, tuko na skills. How can we monetize those skills to grow our economy? Vijana tunajituma. Gava wametuangusha. How can we have a dialogue with the government to ensure that the policies are favoring vijana? Tunaelewana. Tunajua mambo ya governance. Imekuwa ngumu. Last year, tulikuwa streets. This year, I can already foresee. Because I can tell you from where I sit, they didn't listen to us. And the more they don't listen, the more we speak. Skit ilifanywa hapa. We shall use all the necessary media to pass our message. So we are talking about advancing socio-economic inclusion. And to introduce my first panelist. She's somebody I've known for many years. A lady I hold so much respect for because of the amazing work that she's doing in the sector. I've seen her grow from the two small things that vijana tunaji involved now. And I'm really proud that she is where she is. One and only Miss Marion Ngai, the head of programs Power 254. Tumpige makofi tafadhali. Thank you, Marion. Karibu sana. Thank you very much. Second on stage, vijana tunajituma, but we have challenges, especially the minority groups or the marginalized groups. Venye mtu alisema, my good sister there, if we don't speak for the people with disability, who will speak for them? If we don't involve them in such conversations, nani atawaongelea? So, I'm joined today by Mr. Joseph Owino, who is a member of the Nairobi Royal Danish Embassy Youth Sounding Board. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. Joseph Owino.
Kabla swala ukamilishe mama.
Thank you.
Tafadhali Mola mwambie.
Thank you. I told you I have an amazing panel today. Because pia, lazima to involve Gava. We cannot have a conversation by ourselves. Lazima tuhakikishe ya kwamba the government is also represented. And we know that government has put in some initiatives, policies, frameworks to ensure that there is inclusion in socio-economic development. One of those ones is the National Government Affirmative Action Fund. Wangapi wanajua GAF? How many have benefited from GAF? Thank you. So I'm joined today by Ms. Vidiana Wasike, who is the Director, Fund Management and Resource Mobilization at the National Government Affirmative Action Fund. Tumpige makofi tafadhali.
Unaongezea nini bidii? Na roho ya mwanadamu haitosheki yake. I'm sorry if I never
Thank you, DJ. I know she'll make her way here. Tutamsubiri. Tunajua, as a country, for us to grow, we need peace. We cannot do business in an environment that is chaotic. Currently, we know that globally, the war in Russia and Ukraine has affected global economy big time. Regionally, Eastern Congo is burning. We know what is happening. So, kama vijana, tunaweza dumishaje amani? How can we promote peace? Because for businesses to thrive, we must be peaceful. Tunaelewana? So, I'm joined on stage today by Lawrence Kibi, who is the founder of Indigenous People for Peace and Climate and a member of the Kenya Coalition Youth Peace and Security. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. Lawrence, thank you so much. We really appreciate your presence and we look forward to tapping into the good work that you are doing. Asante sana. Thank you. Part of the initiatives that government has put in place is also to ensure that sisi kama vijana were included in governance. They created an organization or an institution called the National Youth Council. Wangapi wamesha engage na NYC? I know they're doing amazing work engaging with the youth in different areas. So today we are blessed to have Mr. Victor Malombe, who is a commissioner of oath, an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, person with a disability, focal person, and the head of legal department at NYC. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. Thank you so much, Victor, for being here with us. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we're going to get into our conversation, and I would give my panel, I don't know if I can get more mics, please. Thank you. I'm going to start by introducing the panel, and we shall be doing self-introduction. We are pleased to have you, and you'll tell us your name and the organization and what you do in your organization. Tuanze na wewe, Lawrence. Thank you.
Asante sana. Habari zenu wenzangu. Good morning, everyone. I think someone started early in the morning on what excites you more today. I think personally, I'm so much excited sitting in front of 100 design thinkers and great brains. Because this is my first time to sit in a podium like this. Before I've been doing just work outside Nairobi and other parts of Kenya, but I've never sat in a panel discussion. So this is my first excitement that I'm registering right now. My name is Lawrence Kibi Toroitich, but mostly I'm Kibi Toroitich. I don't like the Lawrence because it was genetically imported from another place and I don't understand its meaning so much. So I love Kibi Toroitich because I know the originality and the genetic that it carries in my blood.
Thank
and
you.
that is, if you want to follow me, you can follow me on my Facebook and maybe other social media handles. You can just search Pan-Africanist Tanyagori. You will see many of the things that I've been doing. Pan-African Tanyagori.
Thank you. Thank you
I'm
very
the
much.
founder of this organization called the Indigenous Peoples for Peace and Climate Action. Basically, in my natural life, I've lived in a hard life. You know, there are people that tell you that, okay, there is a hard life in rural areas. I think I'm an example, or I'm practically one who lived that hard life of naturally being raised out of home. You are raised in a forest, then you become a natural immersed bandit. You become a bandit, you survive on your own way until you elevate yourself, you change the lane, you go to another angle. And I went on to be, up to now, becoming a peace builder, of which I think I'm old enough in peace building because I'm heading 20 years doing it naturally outside podiums, but in the villages where hard life and hard peace issues are experienced.
Thank you.
So for now, I'm going to change this organization to Mishipi Initiative because we want now to make it a universal connector within the country so that we can have all youth being engaged in terms of peace building and climate action because for us, it's climate and peace that is causing the commotions that we have in the
Thank you, Lawrence.
Asante
I'll give
sana.
you more time to tell us more about what you're doing. Let's hear from Victor. Victor, just your name, the organization, and what you do, or what your organization does. Thank you.
Comrades Power, Vijana Tialala, Vijana Tibim, Vijana Ra. Good morning once more. My name is Victor Malombe from the National Youth Council. As it has been said earlier, I am the disability champion and I'm also in charge of the legal department. I won't say much about the National Youth Council because I know there is that bit, but at the National Youth Council, I support in terms of programs that are designed towards leadership, governance, and democratic inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A bit of interruption. I'm informed that we have our partners from the National Youth Opportunity Towards Advancement. Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. They are here with us in the room. And I would request kindly Mr. Bernard to join us on stage so that we can also hear about some of these opportunities that we can take advantage of to advance ourselves as the youth. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. Thank you. Thank you. So, yes, Joseph.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning once again. As I've been introduced, I am Joseph Owino. I serve as a member of the Royal Danish Embassy Youth Sounding Board, and as well as work in liaison with Kenya Disability Parliamentary Association as the lead advocacy and partnership affairs. And that also enables me to work closely with the United Disabled Persons of Kenya in championing issues about disability inclusion within and beyond youth engagement and the issues about legislation to ensure that disability inclusion is harnessed within those fronts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joseph. So I'm rethinking. I don't know whether we should introduce Marion because Power really doesn't need any introduction, does it? Do we need to introduce Power? But to be fair, let's hear from Marion. Marion.
Mko salama? Honestly, I'd like to say more about power, but I just feel like dancing and sitting down because that would be enough introduction of what we do. But anyway, my name is Marion Guy. I work at Power 254. We are a youth-led organization, and one thing about us is that creativity is at the heart of the work that we do. So we use arts to push for social change, shape attitudes, opinions, and even influence governance and human rights issues in this country. But apart from that, we also empower the creatives that we work with to be able to, monetize their work and use their work as, to improve their livelihoods, yeah? So some of our thematic areas, of course, are youth empowerment. Youth are at the heart of the work that we do. Human rights and governance, and in this sense, it's just to empower young people to be able to participate meaningfully in in governance processes, and we do this through civic education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marion. Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. Thank you. Let's hear from Bernard Nyota.
Vijana hamjambo. Good morning once more. I'm Kibisu Bernard. I'm a Youth Development Officer from the State Department for Youth Affairs and the Creative Economy. I'm currently deployed to this new project called Nyota. Nyota in full refers to the National Youth Towards Advancement. Now it is a project that will be rolled out soon, but it has three major objectives. The first objective is to increase employment for the young people. Then the second objective is to increase earnings for the young people. Then the third one is to support the saving culture among the young people. So as we proceed, we will share more about the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. While still at it, Mr. Bernard, and we really appreciate the initiatives that the government has initiated. So you've talked about Nyota, which aims to create job opportunity. Currently, we know in Kenya, youth unemployment is almost at 80%, 70-something to be very precise. So could you tell us now from this, how can the youth who are here be part of this project?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Now, this project is going to have several interventions. It's not just one intervention, but all the interventions will be geared towards enabling these young people be able to get employment. The first three interventions, okay, I wouldn't go into much of the structure of the project for the time being, but this project is going to help the young people first to get employment through skilling, because we are already aware that one of the challenges facing the young people in accessing employment is lack of the appropriate skills. You get, that is in the job market, there is a certain set of skills that is being required, but the young people are not having those particular skills. So one of the main objectives of this project is to ensure that youth would be able to get the skills first. And these skills they are going to get, they will be related, that is, to different skill areas that we usually call the vocational trades. These are those kind of skills you acquire and you apply them to do work that you will mostly use your hands. So that we are not going to base much on the theoretical aspects of skilling, but it will be much more practical. Then another way the project is going to help the young people acquire employment, it will offer what we call business support. Now in business support, now the young people are going to be given some money that we will describe as a business startup or expansion. So those who are already running businesses would be given some little funds to help them expand their businesses. Those that do not have, they would be given some money to start businesses. Now, when you start a business first, you would manage to employ yourself. After employing yourself, as the business expands, you would also be able to employ, that is, the other young people. If you are also expanding your own business, we also expect that as the business expands, now you would be able to employ more young people. Now, in addition to that, we've talked about skilling. Now, this skilling, the youth would be given some kind of specialized skilling in which it will be done through a process that we call apprenticeship. So that means these young people, once they get into the project, they will be taken through a program that we are calling socio-emotional skills development, which will be dealing much to do with soft skills, how young people can be able, that is to adapt at workplace, how they can be able to do searching for employment, and things, interpersonal skills related to the challenges the young people are getting to get employment. Then after that, they will be allowed to select trades of their own choices. I've said already vocational, like could be tailoring, carpentry, plumbing. There are quite so many, over 50 of them. After they have selected those trades, now these young people would be attached either to the employers or the people we are going to describe as the master craftsmen. Now, they would be taken through some form of training by apprenticeship, that is for a period of 5 months. Then they would be subjected, that is to NITA examinations. Now, NITA examinations are aimed at certifying that that youth is sufficiently skilled in that particular trade area. And then that certificate can also be able to help that youth either acquire employment. Those who may not be able to acquire employment, they would be able, that is, to employ themselves. And then finally, we also have what we call recognition of prior learning. We have quite so many young people who have acquired skills by learning from those who practice it. We have young people who work in garages, they work in carpentry workshops, in so many other places, in hotels, but they have learned the skill through experience and by learning from those they do with, but they do not have the certification. So the program is also going to help them be able to be satisfied through the National Industrial Training Authority. Now they would be able to assess you and be able to give you certification by assessing those skills you've acquired through experience. So it is expected that cumulatively, all these efforts will also be able to contribute towards youth employment. And in addition to that, there is a very important aspect of this project that is called youth savings. Initially, I said one of the objectives of this project is to inculcate the culture of savings among the young people. So these young people, once they get into the project, they would be given some little stipend. Then from that stipend, they would be encouraged to save some little amount through the NSSF, which they can also, that saving would help them cushion themselves in future after the years of working.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bernard. We are happy that government is thinking about promoting the saving culture, creating job opportunity through such initiatives and programs. We really thank you what you're doing at Nyota. Let's hear from Marion, and we know Power 254 has disrupted the playground. It has come in and taken over the airwaves. We know that before, art was just art. But now we are using art as a tool for activism. So Marion, why art and activism? And could you just link the two, and also how art can be used to promote socio-economic development in Kenya? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Osedo. How many artists are here? By show of hands, Wasani?
Wasani Mpo.
Wasani, woo! We have a number. I'm so happy to see you here.
Thank you.
And at Power 254, our model is such that it leverages on art to advocate for social change. And we call it artivism, yeah? And while it's not a new concept, but it's a concept that has not been appropriately implemented by very many institutions. For example, I really appreciate the guys who performed, the skit guys, the knowledge they dispensed, what they were talking about, and even what is going on in Kenya right now. I appreciated the people who dance. But the question is, does it begin from there, and where does it begin from? Yeah? So we are saying that artivism is an ecosystem. It's an ecosystem of where we engage artists from the initial stage of empowering them to understand governance issues, number one. Number two, we facilitate them to be able to create, produce, and later on use the art to advance for social change. And how this is done is, for example, what we just had in the morning. We create conversations out of performances, out of exhibitions, out of storytelling. And by that, we are able to push for governance issues at the national, at the county level. Why is it important, and why are we calling it a disruptor? Because whether we like it or not, all of us have talked a lot about civic engagement, young people participate. What we are not asking is that, how do young people want to engage? As we looked at last year on the streets, there was a lot of art. On Twitter, with a lot of creators posting creative works. And most recently, do you remember the coffin image? Nakumbuka your coffin image. How much did it disrupt politics? How many people did it touch in government? While it's a very aggressive form of art, we have to acknowledge that the creativity angle of participation is taking shape in Kenya, and we are starting to embrace it as an informal way of participation. At Power 254, some of the things we do is, for example, is do exhibition, use storytelling as a way to engage young people. Use theater and film, like what we did in the morning, to just be able to ensure that young people are able to understand and they are able to participate in ways that they feel comfortable to participate. Someone will ask me, how does art have impact? Like I said, it is a whole ecosystem. It does not begin and end with art. Art is part of of the value chain while advocating for social change. So beyond art, we ensure that the young people perform, engage, but also are able to now go to the end in terms of engagement, of engaging policymakers, of pushing issues that are affecting citizens. I think that's what I'd say in terms of participation. In terms of economic empowerment, if you allow me to, we all know that, like he said, everyone right now is on skills and knowledge gaps. My question is, as a country, do we think it's fair that we go through the education system and come back and say we don't have the right skills to get employed? We don't have the right skills to, be entrepreneurs. I mean, isn't it very hilarious? I think we need to change the approach in which we want to create jobs in this country, and it should start from our educational level. When I'm coming out of high school, when I'm coming out of campus, I should be able to run a business comfortably, and that's how development countries are running, number one. Number two, we need to map out the sectors that are pro-job creation in Kenya right now. We know agriculture has been there for the longest, but we don't know how many young people are in the agriculture sector, and while we'd like to encourage them, we are saying there are other sectors like the creative industry that are cropping up. The creative industry 5 years ago was supposed to contribute at least 5%. 5 years are done. Probably we are 10%. Look at Nigeria. Look at South Africa. Look at Tanzania. The creative industry is really providing jobs for young people. And at Power 254, we are saying that the government has to invest in the sectors that are pro-job creation, particularly for young people. Let us stop this issue of creating prototypes of what we are going to do in Dubai and, the Middle East. We have a lot of resources here in Kenya, and our young people, if they are well empowered, if they are funded, if the government invests resources in sectors like the creative industry, where artists are actually creating and creating job opportunities for each other and for young people, then we will be able to solve some of the employment issues that we're having as a country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I told you power is a disruptor. And you can clearly see, tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. Tuwapigie makofi. And clearly, vijana, si eti hatuna skills. Si eti hatujui what to do. What we lack is the opportunity to do what we do best. Thank you so much, and we really thank Power for providing that platform. Let me turn to Joseph. And as a person with disability and working with different disability groups, do you think from your interaction with different stakeholders that people with disability have been given equal opportunity to access socio-economic development programs that either the government or other stakeholders have developed? And how can we mainstream their participation in such initiatives?
Thank you so much once again. I want to say that we are not yet there. That's a fact that we must live with. We are not yet there in terms of enhancing and enabling the socio-economic development in the entirety of persons with disabilities. But a lot needs to be done, not just by the government, but a number of players that we're having. one of them is like the institutions that are on board persons with disabilities. Like for example, being part of the like engagement that we have with the United Disabled Persons of Kenya, there's the programs they bring on board to support or like to ensure that the young people are skilled enough, especially getting into the workspace, because there are a lot of challenges that we find that as young people, especially from the orientation of our disabilities, getting into the workspace is not can't be realized from a one shoe size fits all. Because we're having different types of disabilities that need like for us to get to the job market, like we need to have like different forms of reasonable accommodation taken care of or brought on board, so that at least we have that like sense of belonging getting into the workplace. It is from that program that UDPK is partnering with Light of the World, engaging the young people from all the way those who those who not get they are like having it in different groupings. Those who didn't manage to clear their primary education. There are those who also like who've cleared high school education but never go to campus. But there are those also in campus are even set to get out. And so they are having like this targeted approach, so that they get to ensure, because as we having this as we target the whole grouping of persons with disabilities, not all of them have the same educational level or educational status. They are different stages. So from this angle line, we must ensure that at least even the opportunities that we are bringing on board target all these groupings, so that at least when we get to elevate, when we target to elevate persons with disabilities economically, then we get to target all of them, not those who have managed to get to campus while at the detriment of those who like haven't made it to campus or didn't even get past primary education. And another thing that we look into, because we have a provision, like a constitutional provision, everybody has like that advantage of like being economically empowered. But now, who plays what or who does what? Like for example, the government through Article 54 of the Constitution, at Clause 2, provides for the reservation of 5% opportunities. Like the 5% dictates that is mathematically that is 1 out of 20 in terms of the job opportunities that we're having. Let that 1 out of 20 persons be a person with a disability, so that at least we get to realize like full economic empowerment, especially from an employment perspective. This has been a challenge, because one of the things, one reason that these are challenges, that a number of institutions are looking at it from a point of like it's a costly affair. Because let's say, for example, the institutions, the accessibility rationales have not been met in terms of enabling like access. One is a person on a wheelchair, a person using crutch. If at all we don't have like additional or the extra modes of accessibility put in place within such, especially from an infrastructural point of view, then it's a huge challenge, because if you've denied me access to the place, then I'm not fully included. Then secondly is, there are those who don't want to get through direct employment. There are those who want to go the entrepreneurship way. But can they access the financing mechanisms available? The stringent policies that have been put in place, are they accommodative to persons with disabilities? That's now another question that needs to be onboarded, so that needs to be handled, so that at least we see the full circle empowerment of persons with disabilities worked out. And when you look into SDG 8, which is on decent work and economic growth, one of its target indicators is promote youth employment, education, and training. You can't realize full economic empowerment when education is left out, when training is left out. Just like my colleague from Nyota brought it out. But when we having these programs, especially in terms of skilling, the training and the education, how are we ensuring that we leverage to ensure that at least we're cutting out a certain percentage for persons with disabilities, so that as we're targeting the youth fraternity, the youth disabilities are also onboarded. The gender factor is also part and parcel of that, because inclusion is not just for persons with disabilities. We are also having our colleagues from the marginalized communities who, in terms of access to these opportunities, is also a challenge. The last thing, communication. Accessibility is not just about getting in the building. Accessibility also takes cognizance of the fact that we must also ensure that we diversify our communication approaches or platforms that are accessible to persons with disabilities. Because you find that he comes here, shares about it, then not many of us will be able to access. What are the how can it be accessed further from here about Nyota and many other more programs, so that persons with disabilities also get to access them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joseph. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. And clearly you can hear, we cannot approach intervention as homogenic. We have to look at it from different angles, look at what works best for different people with disability. Those with education, those with low education, those with different, like the women with disability, youth, what is it called? What is it called? Women with disability, girls with disability. So we cannot approach it homogeneously. We have to diversify and look at what works best for different groups. Let's hear from National Youth Council, and I'm here with Victor Malombe, who is the head of legal department and disability focal point. So we want to hear from NYC. What are some of the intervention programs and initiatives that the council has implemented or is implementing to amplify the youth voices and support socio-economic growth? Victor.
Thank you very much for that question. And allow me to start with something incredible that happened in the year 2006 in a country called the Gambia, a place called Banjul. That is where the African Youth Charter was promulgated. And Kenya ratified the African Youth Charter in 2008. If we look still at history, because of the African Youth Charter, which informed member states in terms of having structures and policies that are youth-related, the National Youth Policy was adopted in Kenya in 2007. We all know, or rather we've heard for those who are not there, what happened in 2007, 2008 post-election violence. And at that time, there was a heightened attention to youth issues. Now, fast forward, you see that even as we look at entirely Africa, there was a heightened attention, and all the way even to our country. And therefore, there was a need to have an institution that will actually champion for youth inclusion in national development. And that is why National Youth Council was born in 2009 through an act of parliament to provide a structured platform for youth empowerment, to provide a platform where young people can engage and their voices can be harnessed into legislation and policy. So the National Youth Council essentially is more of a governance platform. In 2012, the council elections were conducted nationwide, from the grassroots level to the national level. And the reason for this structure is to ensure that there's youth inclusion all the way from the ward level, from the grassroots all the way up. So that what we believe and what the spirit of the National Youth Policy and the Kenya Youth Development Policy of 2019 is that there should be no youth left behind. And so as National Youth Council, we recognize the diverse groups of youth, in terms of gender, in terms of minority groups, in terms of the marginalized. We ensure that no young person is left behind. And therefore, we have, apart from the council elections, which is an all-inclusive platform that ensures that all types of youth, or rather all youth from different places are included. We also have programs that are youth-specific and youth-centered, that are youth-driven. We have programs that are related to dialogue. We have civic engagement programs. We have programs touching on mental health. We have programs touching on innovation and tapping into the talent of young people. And that is why we work with key stakeholders, such as the good people who are seated here, to ensure that all hands are on deck in terms of reaching the young people. We all recognize
Victor. Yes.
that. Just 1 minute. We all recognize that there has been a youth bulge, in the recent past, and therefore we cannot do it alone in terms of leveraging on the demographic dividend. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can see and you can hear clearly that there's a lot at the NYC. And if you've not engaged them, please, this is your time. And this conversation is continuing even beyond this panel. Let me just, in 30 seconds, hear from Lawrence in terms of peace, because as you had said, I normally make fun with one of my friends. We call him a reformed bandit. So as you've said, without peace, and clearly, without peace, there can never be economic growth. Without peace, there can never be business growth. So in your intervention, from where you come from your organization, what do you think the youth can do to promote peace in 30 seconds?
Okay, thank you. The biggest thing that I know every youth should consider is being a design thinker. Every youth should be a design thinker. First of all, understand the challenge in the ground. Analyze that challenge, and then involve the people that challenge, and design the best innovative solution to that challenge there, so that when you will be advocating for an action, you will have a backup from the ground. Because without a backup, you will constantly experience violent opposition from within, which will derail you or will demotivate you again and leave that challenge pending and maybe cause more harm.
Thank you very much. So told that we are pressed because we need to go for the breakout sessions where all these panelists will be available to answer your questions, to address your concerns, and to continue engaging in this conversation. But before we wrap it up, in 5 seconds each, what are your parting shots? What can we tell the youth in terms of these are the opportunities, please tap into them? We start with Marion.
I think for me, my parting shot is that we must collaborate, the government, the private sector, and civil society. There are a lot of opportunities in the private sector for young people in terms of job creation. In terms of participation, the young people participate, and to encourage the government and civil society organization to consider integrate non-formal ways of participation for young people in governance processes. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear from Bernard. Bernard, what are your parting shots?
Okay, my parting shot is very brief as we prepare to roll out this Nyota project probably next week or so. I'm trying to encourage us, the young people, make proper use of this opportunity. I just didn't mention that we are targeting youth aged between 18 to 29 years. For our brothers who are disabled, it will be from 18 to 35 years. Now, as the 254 programs officer had mentioned, Nyota has also mapped out the skills in terms of the economies. So those that are likely to offer the young people more opportunities, like we have the digital space, young people would be given skills in that area. We have the orange economy, that is the creatives. The young people are also going to be skilled in that area. We also have the blue economy. Those opportunities that come with large masses of water like the seas and the oceans and the lakes. So we are encouraging you that when this program is rolled out, please do kindly apply so that you can be able to benefit. Only that we are strictly looking for people who have no skill at all. So if you have any skill, you leave your brother to take up that position.
Thank you very much. Vijana, there is Nyota. Please, let's be part of that program. Let's hear from Lawrence in 5 seconds.
My parting shot to my team is, as youth and maybe to other coming generations, we need to involve ourselves on strict innovation. Let us be very innovative. And being innovative means that we must look for the best solutions that can cure the challenges we have.
Thank you. Joseph.
Thank you. I want to say this, and it stems on what Martin Luther King said. Like he said, and I quote, "I have the audacity that every person everywhere can have 3 meals a day, and that is education and spirits for the mind, and dignity, equality, and freedom for their spirits." And I bet that while we all seated here, we can all play a part to ensure that at least we live in a dignified society where there's equality and freedom lives within us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Victor, in 5 seconds.
Thank you very much. My parting shot is to the youth of this country. Let us get involved. Let us get concerned with national issues. Let us refuse to end our lives on the sidewalk. Engage us. Talk to us. In the words of Dusajifo Kwame Nkrumah, he said, Ghana is not free until Africa is free. In the same way, Kenya is not free until the youth of this nation are free. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That has been our panel. We really appreciate the conversation is not stopping here. We are taking it to the breakout sessions. And because it's approaching lunchtime, and I told you we have an amazing person. Senje Cuisines is just down here. Please pass by and grab a snack. I would be joined by my panelists for a group photo, and then we head out to the Thank you. Yeah, so let's have a group photo.
As they do the group photo, could you give a round of applause, please? Wapige makofi.
Asante sana. So, as I told you, this conversation has not ended because now is the opportunity for you to interact with our panelists. They are still here. We shall be taking questions. Mics shall be moving around. We are not going to go for the breakout sessions because of we are pressed for time, but we shall be taking questions here. So I would again request my panelists, I don't know, we can still be seated if that's okay with them, so that we also hear from you. Get your questions. Please make it short, precise, because as kama vijana na wafanyi biashara na ma-artists, time is money. Who goes first? I can see a hand up there. So, can somebody pass the mic, please? Make it short and precise. Proceed. Who has the mic?
Thank you. My name is Moffat Omachari. Lady Marion has mentioned about the coffin image, and that image was created by artificial intelligence. So I am an advocate of artificial intelligence. My question is, what's the approach? What approach have you taken about ethical use of AI tools? Also to Lord Kibisu, I also wish to ask about what approach have you taken about artificial intelligence? Because AI is a tool that has the potential of taking a lot of jobs and also has the potential of creating even more jobs. So thank you. That was my question.
Thank you. So AI and ethical usage of AI. Let's take another question.
My name is Hillary, and kitu ya kwanza nilikuwa nataka kusema I'm not that good in English, lakini I have something to ask. Kama history ya nini police brutality kwa youth na nini wapata kijana amechukuliwa huku hivi anaenda nafikiri
Thank you. Asante sana mambo ya abduction. Thank you. Asante sana. Let's take two more. A lady, two ladies actually. Maybe you can also tell us your name. We'd also love to hear your name.
My name is Diana Mogo. I am the programs manager for IMC under the Kenya Coalition. My question is very precise, and it is the whole of the panelists. How is the program localized? Inapatikana, is it next to my next door? Should I come to town? How do you localize these programs? Because us as a young people, tunaambiwa fika tao, hauna fare. Mzazi anaangalia ni maziwa mafare. How do you localize these programs? That's my emphasis.
Thank you. We'll take one from people who are able differently. Yes. Here. Yep. Okay. Proceed.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to ask the question. My name is Rogers Swahili, representing UDPK. And second deaf program. Second Kenya deaf program. Okay, 21st youth program. So my question is, there is a lot of opportunity for the young people, but I'm wondering, skills already, we've gotten to school already, but there is no job opportunities for us. So if you are choosing the opposite way for the people who are not learned, if the opportunity is only for unskilled people, then what about us people who have the skills? Deaf and the hearing, so where do we place us and how do we solve that?
Thank you very much. So I'll give my panelists tumpigie makofi tafadhali. Sorry, I'll give my panelists. I'll start with Marion. There was a question.
I think just to answer that is for us at Power, first of all, just to mention, we are still integrating AI in the work that we do. But to mention for us in terms of ensuring there is ethical creation even from the artists that we work with, whether they're using AI or not, is just user education. What are the limitations, yeah? Because also there's a law that governs this country. In as much as AI is barely regulated, we must acknowledge that there's a law that is governing this country, and even in your creation, you must not violate the right of another person. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was a question to Victor.
I think I'll start with the last question in terms of those who are skilled. I know Nyota has talked about the unskilled, but remember, and I'm sure we have the Employment Authority in the house, there are still opportunities out there even for the skilled. It's only that it requires a multi-agency approach because remember, the young people form 75% of this nation. And so it requires different stakeholders to ensure that both the skilled and unskilled have opportunities, equal opportunities. I think I can't remember the other question.
The other question was, I would request Bernard to address the issue of abductions. What do you think we can do as Vijana to avoid being abducted? I don't know if that's possible. So maybe, or Joseph, would you want to comment on that? The issue of abduction. I know it's a serious issue that is touching on our youth. And just to say that it is our right. Under Article 1 of the Constitution, the sovereign power belongs to the people. Article 37 empowers us to protest. So nobody should be abducted for agitating for their rights. I would wrap it there in the interest of time. You wanted to say something? Yeah, sure. Okay.
Yeah, we're having a problem, and I think it is time that now we also have a multi-agency engagement, and National Youth Council should stand up as like the focal youth institution in the country, because from we have we had an entry of issues affecting the young people, especially the abductions, the police brutality, like even the Gikomba case that my colleague is talking about. In one of the persons who was shot is a youth with disability, who sometimes is is at that risk, he faced that predicament, not because of anything, but again, the misinformation that our police are having, because the persons with disabilities are at the huge risk, being that they are unprotected, and sometimes we find that with their type of disability, they are unable to protect themselves from such occasions. And I think that it needs a lot of enhancement and engagement. And I think having a conversation with the Kenya Coalition for Youth, Peace and Security, these are conversations we need to have, because the young people, especially those with disabilities, are at huge detriment of being affected. There's even a case that came up during the protest, the Gen Z protest in Nakuru, where a boy with autism was also shot dead. And these are cases that we need to have, so that at least such cases are brought to book and human rights are preserved.
Thank you. We really appreciate, and we know that this cannot be done by one person. We must have a multi-agency approach to addressing the issues that we face, or the challenges that we face, including police brutality, abductions, and all that. I would request to wrap it there. I'm really pressed of time. I know there's another session that is coming up. We are still here. We are still around. My panelists are here. They'll share with you their contacts. Please make sure that you engage them. I'll be still around. Let's have a conversation. Let's continue engaging. And there are massive opportunities for everyone. That was about it. I really want to thank you all for being here with us for this great discussion. Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. It's been my pleasure hosting Bernard
Thank you so much, Bernard from Nyota, Lawrence Kibi, Youth Coordinator. We have Victor, who is the Disability Focal Point from NYC. Joseph here from the British Royal Sounding Board, yes, and Marion Guy from Power 254. I have been your host, Osedo Mac Stefan. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Kev. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning there at the back. Hey, this side is more side. Good morning over there. You good? I want you people to appreciate yourself before we continue. Clap for yourselves. That is how you appreciate yourself. And let me teach you how to appreciate yourself. I want you to do your hand like this, one hand. Like this, you face CV. And then you take another, one finger. When I say one, you clap with one. One, okay? When I say two, you clap how many times? I can't hear you. Let's talk. How many times? Let's try. 5. Thank you. She's the only person who got it. When I say one, you clap 1. 5. Sawa. 1. 4. 4. 3. 2. 5. 1 again. 2. 3. 4. Now give me drums on your laps. That is how you appreciate yourself. I want to call Mamji to give us the next session, and then we have another person on stage.
Thank you so much. If you see me, you stand. Yes, let's dance. Come on, come on. Thank you. DJ. We go a simple dance, okay? Are you ready? March it out. Side to side. Hey.
nikupeleke kwetu, nikualike kwetu, nikupeleke kwetu, nikualike kwetu. Baby, I feel my mind in my heart, in my soul. Baby, I feel my mind in my heart, in my soul. Yeah. Sakata, don't let me go. Sakata, yeah, yeah. Sakata, don't let me go. Sakata, yeah, yeah. Bend down, baby girl, bend down, pause. Bend down, baby girl, bend down, pause. For the last time, I wanna see you for the last time. Hey, for the last time, I wanna see you for the way you whine your body, baby, go. 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 Baby, I'm abusing my darkest days. My baby, I'm a choosing. Baby, I'm abusing my darkest days. My baby, I'm a choosing. Nikupeleke kwetu, nikualike kwetu, nikupeleke kwetu, nikualike kwetu. Baby, I feel my mind in my heart, in my soul. Baby, I feel my mind in my heart, in my soul. Yeah. Sakata, don't let me go. Sakata, yeah, yeah. Sakata, don't let me go. Sakata, yeah, yeah. Bend down, baby girl, bend down, pause. Bend down, baby girl, bend down, pause. Bend down, baby girl, bend down, pause. Bend down, baby girl, bend down, pause.
New music.
Baddest, Lynchy are the baddest, realest, Deco are the realest, sickest, Telo are the sickest, illest, Jua we are the illest, maddest, crazy, mimi ndo bandit, talent, daily napiga practice, gadget, pini, sharp, kakakta, status, sichochi, mimi si actress.
This time nadandia kanduthi vum vum, na sija kucha kucheza make room, na wapa vibes inanukia 50 perfume, so we can nice add gear vum vum, sing vum vum, acha kusumbua macho zoom zoom, speaker boom boom, weka gear vum vum.
Boy, you're not bad, you just fake it. Me no care if a man want hate me. Me no give a fuck if you don't rate me. Real talk, sezi chocha mi simple la tukipatana kwa choche usinichoche. Usijifanye mgaza uwezi nitoka. Usifanye nitoe ni kuchanje. Usijione mjanja kuna wabaya. Piga kona ukiniona ushagwaya. Misi dona usiniombe mbao. Naleta disorder wananiona hadi kwao. Napendwa na wakomi, napendwa na mapedi, napendwa na mategi. Warembo na pia bongi, sogopi man nilikuwa mkomi. Nilikuwa pedi nkaritaya sai maombi na live na jajado. Nilikuwa thegi, siko penniless hata kama niko hood. Until the bury us, I wish a nigga cool. You're so hilarious na kuvunja na food tuko shook. Scared to death tukivurugwa kwa bush. Sina time ya kusikiza fairy tale. First of all, uko nyuma kama tail. Legend kwa streets, bigger surveys. Fake niggas unadai beef, unadai to speak. Yeah, baddest, Lynchy are the baddest. Realest, Deco are the realest. Sickest, Telo are the sickest. Illest, Jua we are the illest. Maddest, crazy, mimi ndo bandit. Talent, daily napiga practice. Gadget, pini, sharp, kakakta, status. Sichochi, mimi si actress.
This time nadandia kanduthi vum vum, na sija kucha kucheza make room, na wapa vibes inanukia 50 perfume, so we can nice add gear vum vum, sing vum vum, acha kusumbua ka boom boom. Weka gisha vum vum. Awa madem na wa replace kasim katizi maskini mnono ebuka mna jibag. I'm so sick na sioni nkipona.
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night. Power Radio.
All right, a very good morning to wherever you are. My name is Anne Wanyweke on a very, very special edition of the Power Morning Drive Show. We are still live on location. Welcome to day 2 of the People Dialogue Festival. Now, the People Dialogue Festival is a convening of policy makers and policy takers where we come together and, engage in conversations and dialogue that matter to the national, to the public. And so we shall be here the whole day. So if you want to come and stop by at the Power Radio and Power 254 booth, please make sure you do so. But remember, you can get in touch with us on our social media handles. We are at Power Radio across all our social media handles as well. We are streaming live on YouTube. So head out to our YouTube channel and hit on that subscription button, hit on the notification bell so that whenever we go live, you are the first to know what we are doing. But I'm not alone on wherever I am today. I am joined by 2 remarkable Kenyans who are doing some of the amazing work, and I will get to have a conversation with them right about now. And before I get that, I think I need to let them introduce themselves. I start with the lady on my middle, on the immediate right. Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm very well, thanks. How are you?
My name is Marian
Yeah.
Angai, the
Yes.
programs manager of Part 254, aka Butternut and a Power Up, Powerpuff Girls.
Yes. Woot.
And I'm happy to be here.
Alrighty. Yes. And the gentleman on my extreme right.
Thank you so much, Anne, and very good morning, everyone. My
Yes.
name is Stefan Makosedo.
Mm.
I'm pleased to be here with you to have a conversation that would change the way we do things as a country.
Yes,
Thank you.
right. And before we can even get into our conversation today, I just want to ask you, how are you feeling about day 2 of the People Dialogue Festival? What are your key takeaways so far?
Exciting because Power had a session today morning
Yes.
on socioeconomic empowerment,
Mhm.
particularly using art.
Yes.
As a tool for job creation and engagement in governance processes.
Yeah.
And I'm excited because we are part of providing solutions as an organization.
Right.
And we are ready to work with the private sector, the likes of the Kenya Chamber of Commerce, where
Right.
Osedo works,
Yeah.
the Kenya Private Sector Alliance,
Yeah.
and other civil society organizations as well as government.
Right. Mr. Osedo, how is day
Interesting
2?
being part. I think this is my 3rd edition of, being part of the 3rd edition of PDF
Yes.
for the People Dialogue Festival.
Yeah.
It's quite interesting to just listen and hear some of the conversations that are going that would shape the form and nature of this country.
Yeah.
Because as you are aware, you'll agree with me that the country is not heading towards the right direction.
No,
There's
it's
a lot
not.
of conversation that needs to be held. There's a lot of discussions that needs to continue, and there's a lot of engagement that also needs to be to continue,
Yeah.
so that we as a people, this is our country, Kenya ni home as
Oh, yeah.
So we have to discuss, we have to talk, and we cannot not talk.
Yes, and we just came out of a session that both of you were at a panel at the youth village of the PDF, and some of the conversations that were coming out of the panel, looking at socio-economic inclusion and, some of the issues that were able to be raised by the young people who are listening in are how do we ensure that we are creating opportunities for the social economic transformation for the young people of Kenya. So I will start with you, Mr. Osedo. What do you think we need to do to be able to start having conversations about that?
Thank you, Anne. And again, as you've rightly mentioned,
Yeah.
we had a very robust conversation
Yes.
with different stakeholders, including government agencies, civil society organizations like Part 254, youth organizations. We had, I would say, a multi-agency conversation because, as I have alluded in my opening remark,
Yeah.
as a country, we need to talk.
Yes.
And some of the challenges that we are facing in the socio-economic spectrum cannot be addressed without us coming to the table to discuss. So when you look at
or if you talk about socio-economic inclusion, we are talking about how do we ensure that when we are growing our economy, everyone else is involved.
Yes,
So we're
yes.
talking about women, we are talking about the youth, we are talking about people with disability, and we had a very good representation of people with disability because we cannot approach economic development. We cannot create opportunities just for people who are there. We must also be mindful of the people who are not there.
Yes.
And we must ask ourselves, why are they not there? Why are they not part of this conversation? Why can't we create a platform where even the people with disability can also benefit?
Yeah.
Why is it that government programs, civil society programs, private sector programs are only targeting a certain group of the elite? Can we also ensure that even those people in Lokichar, those
Yes.
people in Nedapa, those people in deep down in Lamu also get such opportunities?
Yes.
So I was excited to hear about some of the great work that different organizations
Yes.
and partners are engaged in. For example, what we got from the government under the program called Nyota, which is the National Youth Opportunity Towards Advancement, that aims to create job opportunities for people by
Yeah.
upskilling, reskilling, and tooling or retooling the youth to ensure that they can take advantage of the opportunities that are there in
Right.
our economy.
Right.
Another thing, and we must be alive to this fact, and it's part of the discussion in terms of the policy environment, because we know for us to grow as an economy, we must be able to have a favorable policy environment that would spur economic growth.
Yes.
We are seeing where policies are coming up that are very detrimental to businesses. We are seeing young people. I normally say in Swahili, vijana wanajituma. Young people are out there, they're pushing so hard to make it work, but you find that government policies are not favorable. So from the conversation, policies, very important. How do we ensure that the business environment is favoring that young person
Yeah.
who doesn't have millions
Yeah.
to pay taxes? He only has a kiosk or maybe a trolley. You understand? So
Yes.
those are some of the things that we need to look into. So as a private sector and the chamber, we are excited about the opportunities that they are in for the young people, and we
Yeah.
are deliberate about this. We have a number of initiatives that currently we are engaged in. For example, we are running programs with young people where we are telling them, hey, look here, we are ready to start with you that business, grow it together with you, and leave you at a point where you're not just employing yourself, but you're employing plus 10 more other young people.
Wow.
That is the conversation that we want to have.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. And Marion, you did tackle extensively about the, what we as Power 254 are doing in terms of enhancing and harnessing activism and art as a tool for socio-economic transformation. Just kindly chime in onto how that conversation is going to look like.
I think for me, first of all, I just want to pick from where Osedo has stopped. The
Yes.
angle, the issue of policy and the solutions we're trying to create have to be tailor-made. Case in example, when our parents were studying, before they could even finish their education, they were placed in jobs. That's not the case right now. So we cannot continue using the same solutions we've been using to try to solve the unemployment issue in Kenya,
Yeah.
while the times have changed.
Yes.
We have technology in place. The digital economy is thriving. The creative economy is thriving. There are emerging sectors where young people prefer to work, or rather, where they are gravitating to. So that's why as Power 254, we are very keen in empowering young people in the digital and the creative economy through skills and knowledge empowerment, through trainings, capacity building, but also through pushing for policies that are favorable for them. For example, we are saying, just like you give incentives in the agricultural sector, in the manufacturing sector, why can't we give the same incentives to young people who are in the creative industry for them to be able to, produce maximally and even employ other young people and try and contribute to the solving the problem of youth unemployment in Kenya. We are saying as Power 254, art is not just can be exported.
Yes.
How can we partner with the private sector and the government to ensure that they are clearing barriers for creatives in Kenya to export their work and be able to create employment opportunities for themselves and other people.
Yeah.
We just had a conversation with the studio and they said people like Ghana have centers in foreign countries where they take their art to sell. So at Power 254, we are trying to create distribution channels for these creatives for them to be able to work, to get more, get more money, create jobs for other people, improve their livelihoods. But apart from that, we're also very big on, governance issues and
Yes.
human rights,
Right.
just to ensure that we are pushing for good governance.
Mhm.
And how we do it again is just empower young people to be able to participate through the creation of their artistic works. And like I
Mhm.
said in the panel, it's not just an artistic piece that says Ruto must go.
Mhm,
No, that does not communicate.
Right.
It is a whole ecosystem whereby you have to understand the issues, you have to engage the community in creation, you have to disseminate, you have to create platforms for dialogue, and be able to push for the issues that you want to advance for in the society as a creative and also as civil society.
Yeah.
But also we are seeing at Power 254 that the civil society play a key role in empowering young people, even the government as well, in terms of civic engagement.
Yeah.
But we are saying that understand the ecosystem of activism so that you're able to use it effectively as a tool. Like we saw last year during the Mandamano period, young people were heavy on art. Yeah, but yet we still insist on sidelining art and other upcoming ways of engagement. So we are also saying as an organization at Power 254 that non-formal ways of engagement are also effective ways of engagement, engagement for young people in governance processes and also in economic empowerment. And we are very passionate about that. We are working with the private sector. We want to work with government, and we want to create models that are going to be replicated in terms of creating jobs for young people and ensuring that they participate meaningfully.
Right. Mr. Osedo, you are, in charge of the SMEs program at the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. And I just want to understand from where you sit and, in your work, I know you travel across all the 47 counties. What is the chamber doing in terms of strengthening the SME, and how can we integrate that in all our programming so that young people elsewhere that are not necessarily under the private sector can also be covered? Because I think there's a gap there.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
I'd say that the chamber and our current strategy is quite very simple because over the years you'd understand that we have approached SME challenges as an homogeneous kind of challenge. Like we are treating SMEs as one thing, which is not the same. We have different categories
Entities,
categories of SMEs. We have SMEs at different levels. So what we are saying is when you do an SME diagnostic or diagnosis, like trying to understand their challenges, somebody will tell you access to finance, access to markets, access to... But when you go to these people, they tell you, no, my problem is not access to finance. My problem is the environment. My problem is the platform where I can sell my products. My problem is the partnership to be able to export my products, for example. So what we are doing as a chamber and under the SME department is to look at the SME at an angle or from a perspective of, do we really understand their issues?
Yes.
So we start by understanding their issues. And I can tell you that over the past few years that I have been at the chamber, the approach has been where, for example, in the counties, so we go there, we bring together different stakeholders, we have a conversation with them. We first listen to them before we purport to take any program to them.
Yes.
We first go and listen, like, hey, we are here in, say, Turkana. What are the challenges? So they'll tell you, ours here, we do not have a market. We are, Turkana, right now, if Nairobi, the temperature is about 26, Turkana is now 41 or 42, I can tell. So you can imagine an SME who has to sell in that scorching sun every single day to make a coin. It's not possible. So if we understand that their problem is a market, they want a market infrastructure, then that is what we intervene, or that becomes our intervention. If we understand that now they're producing, but not at a quality that would be acceptable in not just at the national market, but even at the regional market, because as a chamber under EFCFTA, we're working with different EFCFTA is the Continental Free Trade Agreement that Kenya is a party to, bringing together all 40. Currently, 54 countries have signed on to it, and only 48 have ratified. We hope that the 6 will also ratify.
Yes.
So we tell them, hey, look here, we have this opportunity, but for you to export to, say, Zambia, Ghana, or any other country, these are the standards. So, but we don't just tell them. It doesn't stop at telling them these are the standards. We help them to also meet those standards. You get the point?
Yes.
So that we are able to handle them from the challenge that they are facing to the point where we are addressing the challenge to an extent where now they're exporting their product to those particular markets.
Yes.
Now, the other thing that we are big on as a chamber is in terms of advocacy, because as I had mentioned, without favorable business environment, no business would thrive.
Yes.
Currently, we are told we have about 14 million SMEs in the country. That's according to the 20, which is outdated to be honest. There could be more. 2016 SME survey.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
there's another ongoing process to update the survey. So we're
Right.
talking about maybe 18, 20 million
Yeah,
SMEs,
yeah.
give or take.
Yeah.
If you look at these SMEs, a majority of them are in the informal space. In fact, 80% of them are operating informally. But how do we define informality? Is it according to government definition or definition of a business? Because you can't say that an SME is operating informally when they pay the 40 shillings or 20 shillings to county government.
Yeah.
There's some connection with the government.
Right.
Doesn't mean that you must have a business license or a business certificate to be formal. So when we go to them, we address the challenges of both formal, those who are registered, paying taxes and all that, and the informal, which to us are also formalized because they also have their formal ways of operation.
Right.
You go to certain markets, they've already formalized themselves into some sort of associations of anything.
Yeah.
And then we register them also to become part of our chamber, which is also a formal membership organization. You understand?
Yeah.
So our interventions are quite broad-based, but just to put it in simple terms, we don't impose programs on SMEs. No. We
okay.
go listen to them. We propose things that we know that this person is producing, say, avocados. He has 20 trees, producing this number of kgs a day. His problem or his major problem is access to water. For example, if that is in your company or anywhere. So how do you work with the county government to ensure that there's water available for the trees?
Yeah.
If we go to, for example, in Makueni where they grow a lot of mangoes, post-harvest losses. So they produce a lot of mangoes. All these mangoes go into waste. So how can we ensure that we create market linkages, for example, in China or any other parts of the world where they can export directly to these markets? Or how can we work with other investors to establish or set up value addition enterprises in these counties to make sure that whatever excesses that we produce do not go to waste, but can be, from mango you can get juice, you can get flakes, you can get so many things.
Right.
But for us, we are only looking at that raw mango. So
Right.
these are some of the things. And then three, we're also looking at in terms of capacity building. And capacity building for SMEs is not about taking me to a class to tell me 1 + 1 is 11. No. It's about what are your capacity gaps? Is it in terms of product development? Is it in terms of branding and marketing? Because you could be doing amazing work, but you don't know how to market your product.
Yes.
You understand?
Yeah.
Is it in terms of book management, bookkeeping, for example? So we look at different areas and challenges that they are facing.
Yeah.
And that's how we intervene. We do not work with SMEs as a chamber, say, how now we have received money, now we have this program and we are going to capacity build. No. We first listen to what are the capacity challenges that they have,
Yeah.
and then we go into intervene. So that's our approach as a chamber.
Yeah.
And I would say that with our presence in all the 47 counties, we are doing great work down there, ensuring that SMEs are linked to the right opportunities, creating platforms. For example, we've had several conferences, investment conferences. We provide exhibition opportunities for SMEs. We take SMEs to also benchmark in other countries through trade missions. So,
Yes.
say for example, just recently, I know the team is almost back, but I don't know if they're already back. There was a team in Zambia who took about 30 fully paid program. They go to Zambia, they look at what are the market opportunities in Zambia.
Right.
And then they come and produce for that particular market. You understand?
Yeah.
I was telling Marion here about the Accelerator Hub program that we are, together with the State Department for ESC, are launching.
Yeah.
So we want to create a platform where SMEs can easily sell their products. And it's going to change how we do things. The bottom line is government to provide the favorable business environment. That is the bottom line. Vijana wanajituma, SMEs are pushing so much,
women are hardworking, but without favorable business environment, I can tell you with the taxes and all this that we are seeing, levies, shisha, shoe, and all that, it becomes
All
a
the
challenge.
she's and the she's, yes.
It becomes a challenge for SME. So
Awesome.
that's what we do at the chamber, and we are excited to partner with different stakeholders. I was
Yeah.
just talking to Power also.
Yeah.
How do we now integrate the digital economy, the art? How can we export? We are doing amazing work. We are producing amazing arts, but how do we take them out there? They're just in some rooms. So how do we spotlight these arts? The chamber has the platform.
Yeah.
The Power 254 has the artist.
Yeah.
So why don't we work together?
Right. Okay.
In fact, we are running late. We should have started working together as early as Jana.
It should have been,
Yeah.
as soon as yesterday. But I think I would like to put the full stop on this conversation. Of course, it's a conversation that needs to continue. But thank you so much, Marion and Mr. Osedo, for the privilege of your time. And we hope to see you soon
Thank you.
on this corner of Power Radio. All right, that has been the programs manager at Power 254, Marion Ngai, alongside Mr. Osedo from the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. We've been talking about the socio-economic transformation for young people and how do we create multi-dimensional approaches to be able to create sustainable futures for the young people of this country and everything that they've been doing. So I want us to take a quick breather. When we come back, we get into our next conversation. And just to give you a quick reminder, we are still live on location at Uhuru Park for the People Dialogue Festival. This is the 7th edition, convened by the CMDK, that is the Center for Multi-Party Democracy Kenya. All right, do not move a muscle. We'll be right back. Keep it Power Radio.
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night. Power Radio.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, real thing, get a boy, Nico easy. Me cheesy, you know. Yeah.
Just made it.
Kuna jambo la nikera moyoni mababy oh. First of all you need to know mina kupenda sana. Of course you are mine, never leave me. When you wangu my baby boo. Yeah, you are so special to me. Hey, ombi langu ni maisha mema my love. Hata wakibonga bado tazidi kusonga. If I hurt you my baby boo then I am sorry. You deserve a better place for me. Up to the sky forever you and me. Yeah. Ombi langu ni maisha mema my love. Yeah. Hata wakibonga bado tazidi kungangana. If I hurt you my baby boo then I am sorry. You deserve a better place for me. Up to the sky forever you and me. My baby, you are my number one. Hata kama leo sina nivumilie. Sifa kwa Mola kipaji amenipa. Ipo siku tutafly Uingereza. Nite anipete nikuvishe. Harusi tuifanye keki nikulishe na Mola atujaze upendo. Baraka zitufuate kwa huu mwendo. Tuijenge yetu nzuri familia, I swear. Na kumshukuru Rabi sababu yendo mpaji. Your love for me makes me shine. You are for me, my African woman. Forever me and you. Kisha tusafiri East Africa nzima, Amerikani pia watu tambue. Posti Insta na Twitter, mafans na upongezi tutawapa. Ombi langu ni maisha mema my love. Hata wakibonga bado tazidi kusonga. If I hurt you my baby boo then I am sorry. You deserve a better place for me. Up to the sky forever you and me. Yeah, my baby you know mina kupenda sana. Listen. Hey, my baby you are my number one. Hata kama leo sina nivumilie.
sifa kwa Mola, kipaji amenipa, ipo siku tutafly Uingereza. Nite anipete nikuvishe, harusi tuifanye keki nikulishe, na Mola atujaze upendo, baraka zitufuate kwa huu mwendo, tuijenge yetu nzuri familia, I swear. Na kumshukuru Rabi sababu yeye ndo mpaji. Hey. Yellow for me, make you shine. You are for me, my Kenyan girl. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, real thing, get a boy, Nico easy. Me cheesy, you know. Yeah.
Just made it.
Kuna jambo la
Siku njema. Hey, yo, busy. Atox Entertainment. Mafo Bandis. Siku njema. It's only a matter of time. You just have to believe. Yeah, you are a winner. You're a champion. Don't you worry, my brother. Don't you worry, my friend. Itakuwa poa in the end. 'Cause nothing comes easy, and nothing is easy. Fungua macho, uone uko blessed. Acha kulia and just give thanks. Free your mind, kuwa huru usitense. That's smile on your face. As above, so below. The universe is me, and I know the Most High. He resides in me, so we're kuwa stress free. Come on, dance with me, na nakuguarantee. If only you believe. Siku njema yaja, tabasamu. Siku njema yaja, siku njema yaja, tabasamu. Siku njema yaja. You are a winner. You're a champion. Whatever the troubles for that day, I just choose to levitate. High and high, Nina vibrate. Can't nobody. Baby, I am the moon, I am the sun. Bask in the glory, 'cause that's who you are. They call me free, my name is freedom. Shining so bright, baby, shine like a star. Sauti paza, amini, kitu cha kwanza. Simama, sauti paza, ukiri, siku njema yaja. Siku njema yaja, tabasamu. Siku njema yaja, siku njema yaja, tabasamu. Siku njema yaja.
Oh no, no. Oh yeah, yeah. Juzi nilikuwa nimetulia kwangu nyumbani, kwa jirani nikasikia kelele za kuhuzunisha, nikasongea kusudia kuelewa kinachoendelea. Mbona mke analia, wampiga bila huruma? Kumbe ni kawaida, toka kitambo ni mazoea. Hakuna raha nyumbani na watoto wanaumia. Vita si suluhisho, no, si suluhisho. Vita si suluhisho, no, si suluhisho. Oh, yeah. mapenzi mtunzie, si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho. Usipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie, si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho.
Kila wakati ni matusi, vita imekuwa ni kawaida. Hatuwezi kuongea kubadilishana mawaidha. Mume wangu wabishwi anajiona shujaa, hata ninaogopa sema yako si vitisho. Imekuwa ni kawaida tangu kitambo, nishazoea. Pesa pia na
shining bright for me, as it does for everyone out here. Rabuka Katleta water he plays, and the sun shines so bright for all. So let us get back to love, through your pains it's not true. So let us get back to peace, nipenzi tu. That I wish to hurt you, yet we have the same blood, same air we breathe every single day. This love we need to make us all live in peace. So let us get back to love, so let us get back to peace. Acha zogo, nipenzi, acha mdogo, nipenzi tu. See the star shining bright for me, as it does for everyone out here. Rabuka Katleta water he plays, and the sun shines so bright for all. So let us get back to love, through your pains it's not true. So let us get back to peace, nipenzi tu.
Hutu. Elombangana nukweli amna Hutu. Elombangana nukweli amna Hutu. Elombangana nukweli amna Hutu. Design kutumada tena kwa mtutu. Elombangana nukweli amna Hutu. Elombangana nukweli amna Hutu. Elombangana nukweli amna Hutu. Design kutumada tena kwa mtutu. Mini wa ghetto nimezaliwa ghetto na mambo zangu zote mimi nafanya ghetto wafande ni shuku na isi skendo niride kutupiga adito ikapendo find a way ati mbona use force find a way ati mbona cock gun find a way unajua kuna court na ni kama basi kesi mimi na hapa tuta solve find a way ati mbona use force find a way ati mbona cock gun find a way unajua kuna court na ni kama basi kesi mimi na hapa tuta solve Elombangana ni kweli amna Hutu. Elombangana ni kweli amna Hutu. Elombangana ni kweli amna Hutu. Design kutumada tena kwa mtutu. Elombangana ni kweli amna Hutu. Elombangana ni kweli amna Hutu. Elombangana ni kweli amna Hutu. Design kutumada tena kwa mtutu.
Bahali nimefungwa so quite kazi level so kuishi kwa hii life si kitu nimechoose kulose. Mabeste juu ya bullet za upuzi nafanya mtaani nikae kasi na ujuzi. Combination ya necklace za ukombozi nafanya wengi wabaki na haya machozi. System so corrupt iko na utohozi. So slippery kanyanga kikohozi. Kuta zitaonyesha footage zote zimefichwa. Kina JM Jumo akinyang'anywa vichwa. Niko na vision ya moto ikiakishwa kila pahali nchini despite ya kutishwa. Lega zinaacha kanguo ya white mtaichafua. Hata nikiziko skali yangu mtaifufua. Chenye nasema kaa kuna basi itakuwa na kasta kuwa basi mistari itakuwa.
Elombangana ni kweli amna Hutu. Elombangana ni kweli amna Hutu. Elombangana ni kweli amna Hutu. Design kutumada tena kwa mtutu. Elombangana ni kweli amna Hutu. Elombangana ni kweli amna Hutu. Elombangana ni kweli amna Hutu. Design kutumada tena kwa mtutu.
Nikubaya ndugu hakuna wax mzee. Badala ya inda nifanye wax now. Wakimaliza deal niekelewe kibonoko. Jusai tunabonga kusukudua kudai. Vijana wa mukuru wanaishi na self-made coffee. Deadline ya juzi wanaishi na last warning. Danger zone kama waya za 3-phase. Grau za chuo zimeja chimni za bangi. Kuna nuka ngono. Walimu wamejoin wazazi kwa mgomo. Wako ready kufungiwa kwa body bags. Kuwa Ferry City Mochari wamechoka na salad. Odori na umwami wamedunga uniform za impunity. Buddha boss.
Medical attention bila kakitu ni bala. Afande sitoi ongo nina makosa sitakata. Dara sigawe mzigo upate janja ni swara. Silali sijibiwi corruption baby we ni bala.
It was a mistake wana Uhuru majuto. Badala maendeleo ikakuwa ni mshtuko. Sakata kibao do zote kwa mfuko. After miaka kai kabaki ni mshtuko. COVID-19 was an act kwa theater. Na nipeleka fridge ni act bila sweta na ninoma. Mafans wezi teta tofauti ya mpoko kwa radio skater.
Zipit ka uwezi shoutit ninja. Tuko kwa project kongamiza easy gigas. Nini una hold usipull that trigger. Tumalize hizi mende zishakuwa gold digger. Unajikinga amuna take dimension. Siwezi toka hapa bila kuimension. Mwanasiasa utake that attention. Baada ya mswada na jeke tuma pension.
Kupata form lazima kitu kidogo. Kupata job lazima utoe hongo. Kazi ya mtaani umetuacha matani. Shule za bure bila ganji mtoto wasomi. Mtoto wasomi. Mtoto wasomi. Mtoto wasomi. Asomi asomi.
Asomi. Shule asomi. Watoto wasomi. Kazi hakuna hakuna hakuna. Shule asomi. Watoto wasomi. Asomi. Shule asomi. Watoto wasomi. Kazi hakuna hakuna hakuna. Shule asomi. Watoto wasomi. Medical attention bila kakitu ni bala. Afande sitoi yangu nina makosa sitakata. Dara sigawe mzigo upate janta ni swara. Silali sijibiwi corruption baby we ni bala. Medical attention bila kakitu ni bala. Afande sitoi yangu nina makosa sitakata. Dara sigawe mzigo upate janta ni swara. Silali sijibiwi corruption baby we ni bala.
Mitaani tumejaza streets bila lights.
Transformers zimebebwa na Kenya Power. And it's like we don't deserve our rights. Like si wageto hatuna power. Na bills of rights plus kutoa tax tuko ndani kama mwenye ako korokoroni. Ni kama kipao cha mbele ya wanaojiweza. Sisi kategori tuko ni eti tumeekwa. Mama mboga hana la kusema kwa maana yeye ushinda kwa kibanda. Na wenye sauti wako kwenye suti kuraukia ofisini na kusahau. Bila huyo mama mboga hapo kibandani usiku atalala njaa juu hamna kitu kwa sahani.
Sitobi hongo natumia bongo, kama nimekosa fata mkondo. Nivishe pingu chora obi, nibebe nipeleke kwa koti. Fungua mashtaka banyimu, nataka kwa shortcut kupata rwabe ya hustler. Sitaamini hata iwe nini, ulimanga yule boy alikaza kachwani kwa blanda hi-fi.
Sitoi ongo nina makosa sitakata. Dada sigawe mzigo upate tantani swara. Silali sijibiwi corruption baby we ni bala.
Na mini nani ndo swali nauliza. Jukila tumbo imekata kushiba. Awase ukwa na tukanyagia. Tumechoka tunaumia. Na sauti ya mnyonge nani atasikia. Ni wapi pa kukimbilia. Slogan utumishi kwa wote. Mbona tena unyanyase mnyonge. Haki sina amechukua yote. Na nchi imepakwa matope. Wololo 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 wololo.
Hawatuwakilishi, kazi yao tu ni kukula. Parliament uko wera ama nikuza sura. Ulikuwa close na wananchi bata mwingi ofisini umaruka kaa chura. Kumbe ndo vako yako, ukiget unaishia. Then after 5 years ukikam back una expect unakuchia. Umekula zote hadi set victims umeshindwa kuwalipa fidia. Basari ulipea mtoi wako badala ya ghetto youth. Tenda zote zilienda kwa kampuni ya you. Kumekenya the better option tabaki tumepunguza you. Tired aditoka tunadai mse wa kudu. We want paper tumechoka kukaudu. Unaonekana gawas after 4 years kali pia. Services to provide na taxes tushali pia. Next time ukikamkurutisha kura, mkono tunakutupia.
Wezi ni hao hao, walafi hao hao, mafisi hao hao, wauaji hao hao, tajiri hao hao, bado hao hao. Wezi ni hao hao, walafi hao hao, mafisi hao hao, wauaji hao hao, tajiri hao hao, bado hao hao.
Inchi ya amani, inchi yangu. Inchi ya upendo, inchi yangu. inchi ya uzalendo, inchi yangu. Nalia napigania inchi yangu.
Barabara za mitaa Catherine dereba ziko wapi? Zina pothole pale wape Kingston Uhuru Highway. Magari ziko juu, wazing wana move, mikono kiwa juu. Tumebaki kwa mataa, street tumejaza hata bila lights. Vijana kunyanyaswa juu ni waras. Ati ule alipakwa pale chini kwa kibanda. Mama mboga hana nyota, itabidi amesota.
Inchi ya amani, inchi yangu. Inchi ya upendo, inchi yangu. Inchi ya uzalendo, inchi yangu. Nalia napigania.
Taxpayer anavaa pate MP ako pale pate after pate. Youth man yani ya rumande. Mwana siasa ako nje na bonde. So much inequality, too much injustice. Me fight for equality, demanding for liberty. Juzi walikamna miradi mtaani. Mboga tuna kazi tumeachwa mashakani. Kilio tunalia wakizidi mia vitambi. Wako tu kwenye kambi zao wakihesabu mali. Kesho watakam wakituitisha kura. Hawajajua miaka zote ni nini tumekula. Wawa pana jali 10 years imepita na ako tu sure ye bado atapita.
Inchi ya amani, inchi yangu. Inchi ya upendo, inchi yangu. Inchi ya uzalendo, inchi yangu. Nalia napigania inchi yangu. Inchi ya amani, inchi yangu. Inchi ya upendo, inchi yangu. Inchi ya uzalendo, inchi yangu. Nalia napigania inchi yangu.
I got a feeling what I wanna do, yeah. It's unequal the world we live in. Tukingangana sote twende juu, yeah. Twakanyagwa na hizo meeting. Tunachotaka twasema. Katiba imenipa ruhusa. Uje hapa na tena. Ukitaka nikupe kura. Yeah. No way, 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 yeah.
Tulisema devolution kwa wote lakini sio wote wanaifeel. Projects zilipewa chapa lakini years later outcomes zinaata. Reports CSCC zilikuwa mama yule alibai hama ndio jajako na hama. Kama Kenya sitahama wao ndio watahama. Kiongozi ubonga na watu wake, at least hivi ndio atakipisi kwake. My youth daily wako under attack. Unemployment daily na attack. Police brutality, bullets zina attack. Kukosa infrastructure best ina attack. Sio Dandora, Kariakoo na Kiumbini tu. Hao wote ni victims wa wizi. Hao wote ni victims bila justice. Hao wote ni victims wa poverty. Ni lini nchi itakuwa stable? Ni lini? Ni lini counties zitakuwa stable? Ni lini? Sote tulisema yes 2010 pamoja tupunguze hii mess, tusonge mbele.
I got a feeling what I wanna do, yeah. It's unequal the world we live in. Tukingangana sote twende juu, yeah. Twakanyagwa na hizo meeting. Tunachotaka twasema. Katiba imenipa ruhusa. Uje hapa na tena. Ukitaka nikupe kura. Yeah. No way, 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 yeah. No way,
Yeah, sina bridge ya kujenga juu. Sina bridge nilichoma so. Kwa masis wangu na mabro niturauke juu.
Indo ile time si tunahitajiana. Nipe love nikupe bila kukaziana. People power ndio dawa maradhi kutengana. Tusingoje disaster ndio tujiorganize. Na nguvu za kupambana na political lies. Ni sai ndio kesho jo ikuwe ni fine. Katiba yetu ni safi na ndio the grand design. Lakini corruption inatuvuta behind. Ini haki kweli kwanza kwa kizazi cha kesho. Na wazazi hawana hata guarantee ya pension. Masivo sava njuku wana cruise na benzos. Tukiuliza swali wanatujibu na tension. Yeah.
I got a feeling what I wanna do, yeah. It's unequal the world we live in. Tukingangana sote twende juu, yeah. Twakanyagwa na hizo meeting. Tunachotaka twasema. Katiba imenipa ruhusa. Uje hapa na tena. Ukitaka nikupe kura. Yeah. No way.
After kutupitisha machungu 5 years ago, wamerudi tena na promises tamu tamu, kakuchocha sukari na kopa. Sai Kenya imejaa deni hata kwa mama mboga huwezi kopa.
Kwenye natoka kuna mandenga mafedi kudai pay, hadi na life kupanda bay, ngori kwa busy ya daily. 10 millionaires, 10 million beggars kweli. Revolution ili delay, weka ngumi pale hewani. Tuna anthem kachwani, boresha hali kwani. Wakipromote makali, makat na bangi. Tuna quote Wangari, Mahatma Gandhi. Mikono ya serikali, refu sijui gani ni gani.
Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Hiyo ndio serikali, yeah.
Betrayal in the city, kwa giza kuna nuka jasho ya maiti. Judas amefufuka kwa season 2 ya kuleta busu, but hii haikuhusu. Juu yali prefer handshake, mpaka economy wameishake. Tunakula maisha na salad, daktari alidai nisikule chakula kibanda. Nilimsho nimenona jua kukula nutrients za hongo. Nimechukua tende iko bongo, na mkinifuata huko nitauzia mpaka akili zenu kwa ubongo.
Shake psycho fans, greetings in quotes ndio topic ya symposium. Infected handshake, tuiweke quarantine, hata kani kuijengea aquarium. Gava bila watchdog, wako in good terms sahi. Fani sana kasa maki kuhisi kiu. Sahi wana go overboard na sugar mami. Wameka mercury kwa sugar tunalia mami. Handshake, imefanya tumebaki kuulizia press ya pillowcase after jurisdiction. But tumezoea bro.
Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Hiyo ndio serikali, yeah. Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Hiyo ndio serikali, yeah.
Soundtracks accept and move on, but what happens to the dead souls? Unity kwa wengine, disunity kwa wengine. Tumefocus nao sana tukasahau we are the main victims in this written script. All they care about is their ambitions. We mean nothing to them, so listen. Baba si mama, baba si mama. Mama ananyokwa kinyozi, so daily nitamuita baba. Wewe ndio unaijua shida mnazopitia. Listen, my silence is so loud. I'm saying everything but saying nothing at all.
Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Hiyo ndio serikali, yeah.
Nogo ni nogo, onatoke seti ya metito, itabaki kuwa nogo.
sokomoko fulani katikati ya hizi nugu. Kuna kamoja kako stare kanakula njugu, kando yake sini hawa mandugu, kila mtu anakimbiza ndio apate hiyo ngugu. Beshte yake ako hapo tu kando akijaribu kugonga.
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night. Power Radio.
Alrighty, welcome back. We are still live at the PDF. That's the People Dialogue Festival, live on location at Uhuru Park Gardens, and we are here for the second day. Now, the PDF is a convening again for the public, policymakers and takers, and we come together to talk about issues that matter to us. And so, one of the organizations that they've set camp here is Siasa Place, and I happen to be joined by one Tabitha Oluoch. She is in charge of communications at the Siasa Place, and so we will get to find out exactly what their role has been in the convening of the People Dialogue Festival, and also they have been able to curate one panel discussion at the Youth Village, so we will be getting to interact with her as she tells us. And remember, you can get in touch with us on our social media handles. We are at Power Radio across all our socials. Engage with us and keep the conversation going. Good afternoon, Miss Tabitha.
Good afternoon.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well. I'm doing fantastic. The energy here is really, the buzz. It's buzzing. I don't know whether you feel the same.
Yeah, the energy is electric here.
Oh yeah, it definitely is electric. So much so that it's very important to be able to have conversations as young people of this country, yes, and engage ourselves in things that matter for our future and also for even our present, right? Yes. And so kindly first introduce yourself and some of the work that you do at Siasa Place.
Okay, so as you said, my name is Tabitha Oluoch. Mm-hmm. I'm in the communications department in Siasa Place. So Tabitha first is a political enthusiast with special interest in women leadership, youths in political positions, mm-hmm, because I believe we have to be in there for us to make change. We can't make change from the outside. At Siasa Place, we are youth-led organization, which is a civic tech youth organization that we work with youth from 17 counties right now. Mm-hmm. So we go to communities and different parts of this country, teaching the youth on their rights, role of leaders, because before you take your leader into account, you have to know their roles and responsibilities. Mm-hmm. You have to be able to differentiate roles of an MCA from those of a senator. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Wow. And, as I mentioned there in the opening statement, is that you were able to curate a conversation at the Youth Village. So you can kindly tell us what the theme of that conversation was all about, and just a little bit about the conversations or the deliberations that were arrived at after the conversation on the panel yesterday.
Okay, so we had a panel discussion from 11:30 to 1 p.m. Mm-hmm. It was titled Unblocking and Unlocking the Youth Votes Transformatively. Mm-hmm. So through this, we were just able to deliberate on how we are able to unblock the youth vote, because statistically, we were being shown that in 2022, the youth didn't vote. They didn't turn out, and there were 8 million plus who would make a difference. Mm-hmm. Because if you look at the statistics of the voting block, 8-point-something million voters didn't turn up, who are young people and eligible to vote. So we were just deliberating on how we can unblock this stumbling block.
Yes.
With the recent happenings of the Finance Bill 2024, that saw an uprise of social media activism, saw an uprise of young people who are not influenced by any political leader. Mm-hmm. So that's what we were deliberating about. So in our discussions, we were able to know that, one, national identifications are still an issue in our country. Mm-hmm. It's so hard for young people to get their national IDs. Mm-hmm. And this is their rights as Kenyans, right?
Yes.
Because one, there's an introduction of cost. A young person who has just finished Form 4 is the one who is eligible, let's say, for an ID. Where does he or she get money to get an ID, right? Let's say someone in the deepest, remotest places of this country, where are they to get IDs?
That's true. And of course, there's a big issue about, voter apathy when it comes to young people. Yeah. So how is Siasa Place positioning itself to ensure that we are curbing this issue of voter apathy among its young people?
One, we are encouraging people to join political parties because, one, they need vehicles to take them to leaderships, as political parties are. So we're encouraging, one, participation of youths in politics, participation of young women in politics, for them to be able to make a difference. And also, apart from that, we're doing civic education in different parts of the country, where we are also encouraging young people to take leadership. We're encouraging them to be at the forefront of keeping their leaders accountable, and also encouraging just people to speak up. In as much as we are having recent scary times of abductions, we are just encouraging them to speak up, because it's through speaking up and standing up for their actions that's when they can see change being done.
Why is it important to center young people in such conversations? I mean, we're here at the People Dialogue Festival. Before, people wouldn't necessarily, especially young people, wouldn't necessarily be involved and engaged in such conversations. But I think we are seeing a shift increasingly for young people having an appetite. And I sometimes wonder, is it because of the tough times that we are living in that young people are forced to, confront the issues? So when we're speaking along those threads, why is it so important that we need to fight for young people for the space to engage politically?
Okay, so for me, let's take case in point. As someone who is 50 years, when they come up with bills or laws in parliament that are quite heavy on common wananchi, they have, like, let's say, according to our lifespan, they have like 20 years to live with the consequences of that action, right? But as a young person who is less than 25 years, I have 50 plus years to live with the consequences of those actions. So as a young person, we understand that the decisions being made today affect us more than they affect the older people. And also, we have the strength to build the country. We are the backbone of this economy. So we need to have a conducive environment to do business, to do education, to do anything. We have to have a conducive environment. And that's why we have to center young people to fight for the things that we want.
Let's take a quick break. We will be right back. Just keep it right here.
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night. Power Radio. From sunrise to sunset, all day and night. Power Radio.
All right, sorry, we had a little bit of a technical hitch, but we are right back. Now, let's talk about, coming back to unlocking and unblocking, what was the theme again? Unlocking and unblocking?
The youth vote.
The youth vote, yeah. From what you could gauge in the conversations of the young people in the rooms, are young people excited to run for office? And if so, what are some of their, I would say, maybe something that is making them really, really want to go for it right now?
Okay, so one, the young people, are they really ready to join politics? I think they are.
Okay.
But there's a stumbling block that a lot of people kept on talking about, especially those that are registered in political parties. They are talking about just being used as staircases for politicians. They just call during specific events to mobilize people, to mobilize gangs, let's say, to disrupt events. But when it comes to, let's say, party nominations, and also to, let's say, get a threshold of funds to be able to facilitate themselves for these things, they are left out. So the drive here is, one, people are charged to go and vote because there is a great thirst for new leadership, transformative leadership. From the MCAs to the MPs, even to the president. There is a new thirst for better leadership,
That's
right?
right, yeah.
So that's why I believe that in 2027 we're going to see a new wave of voting patterns. We're going to see voting patterns that is quite informed in terms of issue-based voting and not tribal lines voting, as well as inclusion in politics, because women are also coming up, young ladies are coming up who want to join politics. As they see, like, mentors, people who went before them. Yesterday we were having Honorable Njeri Maina. So she was quite an inspiration to young ladies that you can do it in your first shot.
Right. So let's shift gears now to something really cool that you guys have been doing. Siasa Place is a civic tech, it's the nexus between civic and tech is what you guys are doing. And I saw that you launched even a digital framework just some time back. So could you kindly let us into some of how you are using the technology space to revolutionize how we engage with civically, how we engage civically?
Okay. So we are civic tech organization. So we do most of our engagements through tech because young people are tech enthusiasts.
Yes.
As you can see, they're mostly on their socials, on X, on Facebook. So we do this by having monthly conversations on X and even on Facebook. And by this, we let the communities to lead the conversations. So Siasa Place could be hosting an X conversation, but let's say we're using a community-based organization in Kakamega to broadcast those issues. So we don't speak out for them, but we allow them to speak up for themselves.
Yes.
We just support them and empower them by also broadcasting them on our platforms. So this would help them also to grow as people and also to just voice their issues as the people of Kakamega.
Yes.
Apart from that, we also do Info Tuesdays whereby we research and do, let's say, just a snippet on what is happening. Let's say we could do understanding the roles of Chief Justice, because one of the things that we have come to appreciate and know as Siasa Place is that for anything to happen, people have to know like the roles of these specific people, right?
Yes.
Before they go to question why we don't have water, they have to know which office to go to. So at the very entry level, we use that. So we get in touch with different organizations who again broadcast these snippets, this research. We also do, you can say, sensitization on digital threats.
Yeah.
In this era of social media, there's a lot on cyber attacks, there's a lot on misinformation, a lot on disinformation.
Yeah.
So we educate people we have a project that is called Trust Lab, working in close to 6 counties in Kenya, where they are being educated on misinformation, disinformation. So in as much as we are in the online space, how do we do it safely? How do we protect ourselves from the threats that come in online?
Yeah. Awesome. Right. The theme for this year, has been touching on just the harnessing the power of collaboration in ensuring that every stakeholder is plugged into these conversations, how we can create a sustainable democratic and governance space in Kenya. How do you think that Siasa Places has been able to do that as we wrap up our conversation?
Yeah, collaboration has been our stronghold. When we are having the civic engagements in the communities, so we involve community-based organizations and also invite in duty bearers who are the ward admins, the chiefs, the local leadership, so that people can have dialogue. A dialogue is just not one-sided. We have also to listen to the leaders. What do they have to say?
Yes.
What do they have? What are their thoughts on the stalled projects, on the ongoing projects?
Yeah.
So collaboration between each and every stakeholder is something that we really engage in. And during our civic engagements, we try to pass the message in a very creative way. We use sports dialogue. So we organize quote-unquote sports tournaments whereby this would in turn bring people together. The young people are not easily brought in by boardroom conversations or barazas. So they want something exciting. So we use sports dialogue to bring them into the room whereby they get to talk to their leaders, they get to ask their leaders the questions, because young people are courageous. So they ask the relevant questions, and through this we're able to have collaborations with different people and also get to hear the side of both parties. We just don't take one party.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you so much for having, coming onto Power Radio and having this very, very important conversation.
Okay.
And we hope to see you on the next one. Promise?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will come.
Sawa. Asante sana. That has been Ms. Tabitha Oluoch from Siasa Place, and you can hear the reverberating theme across for at least for the past 2 days that have been able to engage people on this platform, is that we really just want a Kenya that is sustainable in terms of governance. We just want a country that works democratically as well. And so it's really amazing and exciting to see that one voice, one front, and we are not stopping at anything. Young people of this country are not stopping at anything. Even if they will have to take it laying down, then they have to take it laying down. Allow me to take a short musical break. When we come back, we get into the next conversation of the day. We are still here for the People Dialogue Festival, the 7th edition, happening at Uhuru Park. If you are around Nairobi, please make your way there. Make your way here. You can swing by our booth, come and talk to us and engage us on everything dialogue and democracy as well as governance. Keep it Power Radio.
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night. Power Radio.
Magical. Hey.
napata 10,000 kwa mwezi, 3,000 narushia nguruwe, 2,000 ni ya nyumba, 500 ni ya maji. Kenya Power misi walipangi. Mi msanii nimechoka kulipa deni ya Mosaina, elewa tu nimesota, mshahara ni exposure. 1,000 ya chakula kwa mwezi, 2,000 kulipa madeni, 1,000 kwa karo, 1,000 kwa karao, nguo mpya misinunuangi kweli. Mi msanii nimechoka kulipa deni ya Mosaina, elewa tu nimesota, mshahara ni exposure. Gai wako gai gai dago daida, gai wako gai gai dago daida, shoka na ihenya. Gai wako gai gai dago daida, gai wako gai gai dago daida, shoka na ihenya. Nilitupilia mbali pombe na sigara, na si sababu niliokoka. Bibi nilaye mmoja tu kwa mlango, ndo yeye hulala kweli. Nikisema nimesota, usiseme nidakoima kweli. Elewa tu nimesota, nalipa deni ya Mosaina. Fanya hesabu utaona, sitaweka hapo ndani mke wangu, sitaweka mavazi hata zile nyeti, mke wangu hananga kibeti woi. Nikisema nimesota, usiseme nidakoima woi. Elewa tu nimesota, nalipa deni ya Mosaina. Gai wako gai gai dago daida, gai wako gai gai dago daida, shoka na ihenya. Gai wako gai gai dago daida, gai wako gai gai dago daida, shoka na ihenya. Gai wako gai gai dago daida, gai wako gai gai dago daida, shoka na ihenya. Gai wako gai gai dago daida, gai wako gai gai dago daida, shoka na ihenya. Na najua sio mimi tu napitia hali ngumu, mwanamme wanasema lazima ujikaze, lakini binti yangu alipotaka switi nisipate hata shilingi, nililia, nililia. Gai wako gai gai dago daida, gai wako gai gai dago daida, shoka na ihenya. Gai wako gai gai dago daida, gai wako gai gai dago daida, shoka na ihenya.
Yeah. Again and again. Yeah. Feeling so fresh, deep to my toe. Who's the pen girl, mon ami, te amo. Dolce & Gabbana, Louis V's and Dior. Blow the candle, make a wish, promise that is yours. Feeling so fresh, deep to my toe. Who's the pen girl, mon ami, te amo. Dolce & Gabbana, Louis V's and Dior. Blow the candle, make a wish, promise that is yours, huh?
Louis V, Cartier and Dior. I'm fucking with Lil Missy, I met her in P4. And every night I kick it like Thierry and Rowe. They used to talk me down, but right now they adore me. I'm with Big Billy in the stew with the squad. The captain is Morgan, the flow is enormous. And if they hate, that's me at the door. Yo. And if they hate, that's me at the door. Yo. Mean I get love for the Batty Boy antics. Last time I rap on the radio, they had static. And way since high school, I had A in mathematics and chemistry. Ain't got no time for no jealousy. Spend my time in the lab, rapping bars, sipping Hennessy. And ever since I lost love, I'm cold, I can't let them breathe. They can't let me be. They can't let me be.
Feeling so fresh, deep to my toe. Who's the pen girl, mon ami, te amo. Dolce & Gabbana, Louis V's and Dior. Blow the candle, make a wish, promise that is yours. Feeling so fresh, deep to my toe. Who's the pen girl, mon ami, te amo. Dolce & Gabbana, Louis V's and Dior. Blow the candle, make a wish, promise that is yours, huh? Big bidder, smoke cigar, big figure, you a dick licker. Flow steady like a big river indica. I was hitting it, but you wanna live with her? Take a trip, get a crib, hit a lick with her. She don't want a batty, but she want zim zimma. We're about to cover bar, mim zim zimma. We're about to cover bar, mim zim zimma. Zim zimma, love. Oi, listen to my words clearly. I'm a myth, not a joke, not a Jim Carrey. You ain't got motion, you move barely. Have you met Terry, the tooth fairy? He might take your teeth, take one. Hit a lick, then breathe. I'm a different one, I'm a different breed. I don't wanna be locked up, rather be free. Feeling so fresh, deep to my toe. Who's the pen girl, mon ami, Temo? Dolce & Gabbana, Louis V's and Dior. Blow the candle, make a wish, promise that is yours. Feeling so fresh, deep to my toe. Who's the pen girl, mon ami, Temo? Dolce & Gabbana, Louis V's and Dior. Blow the candle, make a wish, promise that is yours, huh? Start kama vroom, fast kama zoom, crash kama boom. Venye nimefall, nisha think kuwa groom. Love ika bloom, hati toke tumb. Ex alidhani amewacha menedum. Ati nimefume, wacha kuassume cause niko so cold can survive that degrees. Temperature low design watu who freeze. Taming the kitty, she down on her knees and she begging me please, give me the cheese. I'm in a tight position. Is it us or my tits need a right decision? Can I touch, maybe squeeze? Do I need permission? She a work of art in an exhibition. 4-course meal, 5-star hotel. Keep it low key and I promise I won't tell. I'm a king to a queen, son I'm treated very well. Feeling so fresh, deep to my toe. Who's the pen girl, mon ami, te amo. Dolce & Gabbana, Louis V's and Dior. Blow the candle, make a wish, promise that is yours. Feeling so fresh, deep to my toe. Who's the pen girl, mon ami, te amo. Dolce & Gabbana, Louis V's and Dior. Blow the candle, make a wish, promise that is yours, huh?
Amidst the silence, a powerful anthem emerges to confront the shadows of injustice. Let's shed light to the urgent issue of gender-based violence. Boy, 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 can't take it no more, can't take it no more. She cried, boy, 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 can't take it no more, can't take it no more. No longer the silent no more. We use our voices to shout it out loud. We're breaking free, breaking free, breaking free. No longer the silent no more. We use our voices to shout it out loud. We're breaking free, breaking free, breaking free. Why do you have to be so cold? Mbona huwezi jicontrol? What about the trauma that you caused to the children that you bore? You used to be protected, now you're no longer attentive. Fujo ni ya nini? Utu wako uko wapi? She cried, boy, 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 can't take it no more, can't take it no more. She cried, boy, 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 can't take it no more, can't take it no more. No longer be silent no more. We use our voices to shout it out loud. We're breaking free, breaking free, breaking free. No longer be silent no more. We use our voices to shout it out loud. We're breaking free, breaking free, breaking free. So don't be a statistic. You can back up your vibes and leave. We have to be realistic. Something has to change so drastic. Yeah, na inauma sana. Usiku na mchana, hiyo mambo hapana. reasons gotta keep it.
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night. Power Radio.
All right, that is Miss Becky Mudhoni right there, and she's playing right here on Power Radio. This is the Power. No, I was gonna say this is the Power Morning Drive, but no, it's a very special edition of the People Dialogue Festival. We are doing a coverage the whole day on Power Radio, conversations and engaging in dialogue about how we can harness the power of dialogue to look for solutions when it comes to democracy as well as governance. And with me is a lady from Elwak, Mogadishu, all the things, and we will talk a little bit about that. I'm joined by Hani Abdi Mohammed. She's here, and we want to listen in to her and exactly find out what exactly her experience at the People Dialogue Festival has been about, and also we will zero in into some of the cool, amazing work that she is doing back in her community, because of course that's why we are here. We want to engage and hear out people who are doing incredible work and having solutions that are going towards the contribution of the democratic setup of this nation. So it's really good to have you on Power Radio. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm fantastic. And yourself?
Very fantastic as well. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
To be here.
Yeah. We are excited to have you as well.
Yeah.
Right. How is the second day of PDF taking you?
It's been lively.
Oh, yeah.
The youth have shown up.
Energy.
And shown out.
Oh, yeah.
They're making their voices heard.
Yes.
Oko very vocal, by the way.
Yeah. Okay.
Holding leaders accountable.
For
sure. They have made sure to let it be known that si speeches tumekuja kusikia.
Yes.
The dialogue.
Yes. That's
and
that's
the
incredible.
people's dialogue.
And it is the people dialogue.
Yeah.
So now, for people who might not know who you are, kindly introduce yourself. And a little bit about what you do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Hani Abdi Mohammed. I am a humanitarian and human rights activist, most of all. I recently founded an NGO called Together with Other Youth from Elwak.
Yeah, Elwak and Mogadishu.
From Wajir County.
Yes.
Youth from Wajir County. We founded an organization called Drought Care Alliance, DCA.
Yeah.
Our main work is climate change advocacy, drought mitigation, especially in cross-border areas from Wajir in the border of Kenya and Somalia.
Yeah.
So far we've done work mainly in Wajir County, which is, for example, through collaboration with KDF, we've done an initiative called Peace Through Sports, which we had several tournaments spanning several locations, which the KDF came out as winners. We have several other things we're doing. We also do emergency and humanitarian aid. So among other things.
Yeah.
We have
an
Instagram page.
Yes. We can engage
where our
you guys.
work is laid out
there.
and everything. Yeah.
Fantastic. I mean, you're just joking right now about the president's remarks. He just concluded his northeastern tour the other day, and Kenyans being Kenyans, they were able to make a whole TikTok dance about it. Barabara itatoka Elwak, Mogadishu, all the things. And really, while it's all fun and games, the deeper question here, when I think about the northeastern parts of this country, I cannot help myself but think about inclusion. Because, a lot of people from the northeast, when they come to Nairobi, for instance, they say they are coming to Kenya.
Yeah.
We just saw the president rolling out the IDs. And of course, there are very, very many hold-ups when it comes to that conversation of the IDs. But I want to just get the sense from people who are actually in that community. What was that whole... what message, how was the message received from the people back in Wajir and Elwak and all those places, and how are the young people there even having and engaging conversations around that?
What do they think about this?
Yeah.
The thing is, for the longest, the northeastern region has been excluded. Unasikia kama sisi tunaambua rudi nchi yenu, vitu kama hizo ni kawaida. But Somalis are natives to Kenya, like in the northeastern part. So what the president is doing is a really smart campaign. Like he knew where heti yake haijafika huko bado. Bado hiyo unajua moto yenye watu wameshikilia haijafika huko. So the youth conversation there is maybe thinking like, oh God, this person is finally including us, finally seeing us, finally addressing our issues like IDs, like sijui employment,
roads,
which is a
roads of
you understand? An age-old story. But I think it's just garnering support from that area, mostly what he's doing. And I would like to think as much as, most people would really, the youth there, for example,
Yeah.
wataiona like a good thing to vote for him for, because hawako included in most of the conversation. And that's a shrewd thing to do on his part.
Yes.
So I think he's just utilizing the lack of awareness in the area and the problems in the area to suit his campaign.
Yeah.
But as regarding the support there, as Somali politicians, you're already seeing, wako behind him bigi sana.
Rallying
Ndo
up.
Rallying up. Wao ndo biggest support system yake.
Yeah.
Na ndo maana anaenda place kama hiyo.
Yeah.
So the conversation, my way is mostly on what his aim was going there. I really don't know how he was accepted there or what, but as a youth from there, that's just my takeaway from that.
Yeah,
that
that's
it's just a
political.
smart PR move.
Yeah.
Like anajua tu huko 2027 kuna hiyo region. Ile anakumbuka, oh my god, nimekataliliwa Central, nimekataliliwa huku, acha niende huku.
Okay.
But of course, as he's just using the lack of awareness in the area.
Yeah. Awesome. And now shifting gears to the work that you do, you did mention that you have founded an organization called the DCA, and you do a lot of work in terms of climate awareness and also a lot of fight in the climate justice area. Could you kindly tell us a little bit about what you do there at DCA?
Okay, what we do there is things like land reclamation in drought-afflicted areas, to vouch for the farming of drought-resistant crops. This diversifies the livelihood of people. Where I come from, people are mostly pastoralists. So meaning, drought ikikuja, wanyama watakufa, everything, your livelihood is disrupted. So we are championing for diversifying the means of livelihood in the area through introduction of farming. Like as DCA, we have a project we did in Gerile. In Gerile, that's located in Wajir on the Kenya-Somalia border. So there we reclaimed land by the help of the Wajir County government. We did farming for a drought-resistant crop. We held a 2-day seminar on agricultural methods, and it's simple methods like canal irrigation, simple farming tools like axes and jembes and hoes. Such things go a long way in people in that areas, like the distribution of drought-resistant seeds, etc. And we're happy to announce here in Gerile, some tomatoes have grown, some onions have grown. Even that thing also can even go into economic empowerment, where the surplus can be sold. So it's just overall kujenga for sustainable growth. Si ati unaenda hapo unasaidia unasema tulipeana how many bags of flour, how many bags of rice, sijui what. Yeah, we do offer humanitarian and emergency relief, but it's also about empowering these communities for long-term sustainable development. You understand? We are venturing into smart agriculture, green, use of
the green transition.
The green transition. Like, for example, there's an issue with cutting down timber for, wood for firewood. So, for example, we champion, and then in the area like I'm talking to you about, for example, hata stima hawana, you understand? So it's championing green energy like solar panels, like biogas, things like that, so that the climate can also recover and they can also learn about these things while they're also advancing in all areas. Most of the time in these areas too, the problem that comes when you're addressing now farming and drought and everything is also there are problems that come with resource scarcity, conflicts that come as a result. So you need to also champion for that, include the youth who are susceptible to radicalization, because they are
along the border. I mean, these are just very specific issues, and I really wanted to hear from you. What are some of the specific regional geopolitical issues that people from the border
are face,
and what is your work doing to aim at probably curbing those kind of challenges?
Okay, the problems mostly facing those areas, as I mentioned, is conflict. And it's conflict within people of the same tribe, different tribes, same clan, internal displacement as a result of that conflict. Lack of water hygiene, lack of sufficient latrine, whatever. You mentioned geopolitical issues, but I think that comes down to just, displacement and conflict. But the other problems will now go into hygiene and dignity in terms of those people. So we do WASH programs, which is water and sanitation, hygiene, which is all. We also do finish programs like latrines. We collaborate with security actors like the KDF situated there to promote peace initiatives like sports, like community dialogues, bringing the community together with the security actors, the youth and the community, so that unajua how watu wasione the security are people brought here to survey on us. Nini. They are working together towards the common good. Now, like the tournament that I mentioned, it achieved the goal of forming brotherhood and a sense of unity through sports within the security and the youth. Because at the end of the day, these people are not that different from us. We're working towards a common goal, which is security for this country, which is security for us. You understand?
Yes.
And another issue in that area is displacement from people across the other side of the border, like from Somalia. Refugees wanakuja. Sasa unaona a small area like that, unaona ina explode population yake due to conflict on the other side. So issues like hygiene and stuff like that further perpetuate illnesses, and there's not sufficient healthcare. So I feel like these are things not talked about a lot. And that's one thing the president conveniently overlooked. You understand? That's why I was focused on how successful of a PR campaign this will be for him. Even the outrage is among people from like Nairobi and stuff like that. The outrage isn't people from those areas.
Yes,
you understand?
That's right, that's
so I
right.
hope I answered your question.
You have,
and I haven't blabbered on and on.
No. You have answered and sufficiently, and unfortunately, we are running out of time. Thank you so much for coming on. And we just want to really, really wish you all the very best in your endeavors.
Thank you.
Right. All right.
Thank
We'll
you for
take a quick
having me.
break. When we come back, you do not know who I am interviewing, guys. Keraito Morungi is coming on the Power Radio, and also former CJ Maraga. I shall be having a conversation with them about governance and democracy. So you do want to keep it right here.
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night. Power Radio.
Ningerespond lakini staki ni kumake famous. You only bitching juma ngoma zangu ziko famous. You only dissing juma ngoma zako ziko nameless. You sending shots, what you sending if your gun is aimless. Kama Tupac, I hit him up, no changes. Kwenye my track, pole sana una sound brainless. Who you fooling, I'm the one you trying to be. Mna copy tu my pictures zangu pale IG.
I am on my toes, really tryna make my ends meet. Daddy is a G, I can never be a deadbeat. Never criticizing cause we living in a snake pit. Just like a volcano, never try me cause I'm active. Nina ride solo even though I am attractive. Smoking on the leaves, juicy tacky, not seductive. Chasing all my dreams, got me running like an athlete. Coming from my chest, heart beating like a drum beat. Never artificial on my lane, man I got this. Better than before, Nina no, kani heti wezi show. Nina gone, Nina saw, I am higher than a drone. Niki smoke zina show, macho zangu zina show. I just wanna get the dough, manze ninataka more. I was born by a winner, manze lazima ni win. Atamki hate, niko top in the winning team. I'm the only living legend and there's no one in between.
Look, bado ligi so, bado ligi yangu jo. The hottest rapper coming out the 254. I'm the illest rapper, I don't think I need no cure. I'm the illest rapper, people trying to steal my flow. Bado ligi so, bado ligi yangu jo. The hottest rapper coming out the 254. I'm the illest rapper, I don't think I need no cure. I'm the illest rapper, people trying to steal my flow.
Bitches, huh? They're always trying to get me vicious, huh? They're always all up in my business, huh? They're always mad cause I don't give a fuck. I'm only trying to paint a bigger picture. That's why I don't hang with all these bitches. I'm a real and don't do artificial. I don't like you, maybe just a little. I just been thinking my shit's in a bag. Now that they hit me, these bitches is mad. Somebody tell me that somebody's gassed. Pull up my nigga, let me see where you got. I don't give a fuck about a bitch, don't care about a bitch, cause she ain't finna make me rich. Got a bitch that's talking about me on her old man dick, but he ain't never made me quick. If you want beef with me, better cut your speech, come here, let me hear you spit. I'm always gonna beat you, but if you try me, make sure that you brought your team. A legend in the making, that's how I identify. The giving is for the taking, I'm just here for what is mine. The bitches is always hating, at this point it's really fine. How you do not fuck with me, but you always on my likes, ho. It's giving fake, it's giving two-faced. It's like you don't know if you hate me or you're too dazed. It's like I don't know you, but bitches, I'm still pressed. It's like I'll make you weak, you wish I fuck with you next. But I ain't gay, ho, I like my dick big. Your nigga probably got me somewhere in his wish list. And when the same ho, you wish you'd be me. I like the way I have you all up in your feelings.
Bado ligi so, bado ligi yangu jo. The hottest rapper coming out the 254. I'm the illest rapper, I don't think I need no cure. I'm the illest rapper, people trying to steal my flow. Bado ligi so, bado ligi yangu jo. The hottest rapper coming out the 254. I'm the illest rapper, I don't think I need no cure. I'm the illest rapper, people
From
tell me.
sunrise to sunset, all day and night. Power Radio.
All right, welcome back. Welcome back. We are still live on location at the 7th edition of the People Dialogue Festival. My name is Anne Wanyuke. Welcome back to Power Radio. And as promised, guys, you know we do things big here. We do big things big here. I have the privilege of sitting down with CJ Maraga himself, and it's really, really exciting for me and also for the people that are here tuning in live and also who are here physically. So it's so good to see you, sir. How are you feeling?
Very well.
Very well, yeah.
Thank you.
It's
Thank
good
you
to
very
see
much.
you. Yes. I mean, you just came out of a plenary session from young people as young as the high schoolers talking about democratic issues and governance.
Yes.
And you know, my first question for you would be, you know, you've had an extensive career in that space as well. How have you seen democratic conversations, the trajectory in democracy changing, and what moment are we currently on right now?
Yeah. Thank you very much. We have had a very nice conversation with the youths, and their major problem is that they are not being listened to. They are not being listened to. Is like the oldies, if I may use that term.
Yes.
It's like we are seeing the youths as babies.
Yeah.
All the time, that they don't have anything to say, which is extremely wrong. The youths, as one gets to 12 and above, they begin thinking for themselves. We have taken these youths to schools. They have trained well. They have been educated well.
Yes.
They have energy. They want to use the knowledge that they have acquired. What we need to do as a society is to enable them achieve their goals, to enable them further their professions, so that they can be useful in society.
Yes.
Yes.
And
when it comes to governance systems, the youth have a role to play. The youth have a role to play. And when you are talking about governance, you are talking about issues in the whole society, from economic, socio-economic rights, which are there, and the youth have a role to play. They are the ones who know technology. And who want to use technology.
Yes.
So we should enable them and facilitate them to use their knowledge.
Right.
Yes.
And while I was listening in, there was a conversation about reinventing democracy. There was also a question about decolonizing democracy in Kenya. I wonder what your response to the same would be, and what can we do to make sure that we are well informed and making decisions that would decolonize our democratic processes in the country.
You know, we are using the same, we are using terms that some people might not even understand. Decolonizing.
Yeah.
We are not in a colony anymore. We are an independent state with a constitution, one of the best constitutions in the world. The problem we have is dishonesty of our leaders who want personal gain and who twist the provisions of the law to suit what they want, who ignore the provisions of the law that are supposed to be used so that they enable the country to move forward.
Yes.
The problem we have is not the law.
Yeah.
We have among the best laws in the world. The problem we have is the leaders don't want to implement the law, because if they were to implement the law, they will be subjected to the law themselves first.
Yes.
They will not, for example, if you have resources that are supposed to be utilized for health, those resources will be utilized for health.
Yes.
You don't divert it and take it to other causes. You don't put it into your pockets. That is the major problem in this country is corruption, and political leaders being there and thinking that they get to power to enrich themselves.
And how then do we restore this trust among the public? Because issues of accountability are for a long time a very big gap in this country. So how do we ensure that the trust is restored?
The people have the power. When it comes to voting, sometimes we Kenyans stop to think. I think ethnic, I think my clan, I think about this, and that is what is creating the problem. You get the wrong people, in positions of power expect everything to go wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Then how do we move from individual-based politics in this country? Because I think for a long time the issues have been individual-based politics, and how do we move now towards issue-based and ideology-based politics in this country?
Refuse to listen to people who are telling you you are a kissy. You should think about the kisses. You should do things the kissy way.
Yes.
Stop that. Reject that as the cause of the problem that we have. Look at the leaders. Look at their past. What record is there to show us that if we give them power, they are going to serve the country and they are not going to serve themselves? If we don't look at that, we will continue. We'll even get worse.
Yes.
We'll even get worse, and the country will be in terrible state.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. And finally, just what would your word to the young people of this country? I mean, you've seen the people. They're out here. They want to engage politically. They want to be, involved in conversations that matter to them. What would your message to young people of this country be as we conclude our conversation?
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
My message to the young people is this: you have gone to school well. Use your knowledge. If you get into employment, embrace principles of integrity and work well. When it comes to elections, come out. Spend that election day on the queue if need be.
Yes.
And make sure you vote. Vote having considered who you are voting for. Not necessarily because he's your brother. Not necessarily because he's from your clan or your tribe. Because that is the problem we have had in this country.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, but there's also the issue of young people feeling that the justice system has failed them. I mean, you being a former CJ, for instance, where do you stand on that issue as well?
I mean, the justice system, I don't know, I don't understand exactly how it has failed them. It has, the justice system, if the justice system is not working well, it is, of course, not serving everybody.
Yes.
It is not serving everybody, and the youths particularly, because most of them have no income, they feel most aggrieved, and rightly so. So what we need to do is to ensure that the systems work.
Yes.
And the only way the systems can work is to get the leaders who to occupy. The people who occupy given positions are people who are honest, who are qualified for those positions.
Right.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the
Thank you.
privilege of your time. That has been the former CJ Maraga there, and you've heard from him. He's saying that the only way that we can get this country to move from one position, which we are currently in, is to elect leaders that are full of integrity and also leaders that we can trust and systems that actually work for this country. I shall be signing out right now, but do keep it right here on Power Radio, because we have a whole day, an omnibus of conversations here at the 7th edition of the People Dialogue Festival, which is a convening for policymakers and policy takers. We are here the whole day, tomorrow and also on Saturday, where the public comes and hears from their leaders, as well as the leaders come and engage in dialogue as to what the sustainable future of democracy and governance of this country should look like. I have been your host, Anne Wanyweke. Do keep it right here on Power Radio, and we will see you when we see you. Bye-bye for now.
Thank you.
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night. Power Radio.
Antics. Last time I rap on the radio, they had static. And way since high school, I had A in mathematics and chemistry. Ain't got no time for no jealousy. Spend my time in the lab, rapping bars, sipping Hennessy. And ever since I lost love, I'm cold, I can let them breathe. They can let me be. They can let me be.
Feeling so fresh, deep to my toe. Who's the pen girl, mon ami, te amo. Dolce & Gabbana, Louis V's and Dior. Blow the candle, make a wish, promise that is yours. Feeling so fresh, deep to my toe. Who's the pen girl, mon ami, te amo. Dolce & Gabbana, Louis V's and Dior. Blow the candle, make a wish, promise that is yours, huh?
Big bidder, smoke cigar, big figure, you a dick licker. Flow steady like a big river in Dicker. I was hitting it, but you wanna live with her? Take a trip, get a crib, hit a lick with her. She don't want a batty, but she want zim zimmer. Where about the kaba bar, mim zim zimmer. Where about the kaba bar, mim zim zimmer. Zim zimmer, love. Oi, listen to my words clearly. I'm a myth, not a joke, not a Jim Carrey. You ain't got motion, you move barely. Have you met Terry, the tooth fairy? He might take your teeth, take one. Hit a lick, then breathe. I'm a different one, I'm a different breed. I don't wanna be locked up, rather be free.
Feeling so fresh, deep to my toe. Who's the pen girl, mon ami, te amo. Dolce & Gabbana, Louis V's and Dior. Blow the candle, make a wish, promise that is yours. Feeling so fresh, deep to my toe. Who's the pen girl, mon ami, te amo. Dolce & Gabbana, Louis V's and Dior. Blow the candle, make a wish, promise that is yours, huh? Start kama vroom, fast kama zoom, crash kama boom. Venye nimefall, nisha think kuwa groom. Love ika bloom, hati toke tumb. Ex alidhani amewacha menedum. Ati nimefume, wacha kuassume cause niko so cold can survive that degrees. Temperature low, design watu who freeze. Taming the kitty, she down on her knees and she begging me please, give me the cheese. I'm in a tight position. Is it us or my tits need a right decision? Can I touch, maybe squeeze? Do I need permission? She a work of art in an exhibition. 4-course meal, 5-star hotel. Keep it low key and I promise I won't tell. I'm a king to a queen, son I'm treated very well. Feeling so fresh, deep to my toe. Who's the pen girl, mon ami, te amo. Dolce & Gabbana, Louis V's and Dior. Blow the candle, make a wish, promise that is yours. Feeling so fresh, deep to my toe. Who's the pen girl, mon ami, te amo. Dolce & Gabbana, Louis V's and Dior. Blow the candle, make a wish, promise that is yours, huh?
Amidst the silence, a powerful anthem emerges to confront the shadows of injustice. Let's shed light to the urgent issue of gender-based violence. Boy, 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 can't take it no more, can't take it no more.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Power Radio. We have been having the best, the most impactful conversations, and this is your 7th edition of PDF, the People's Dialogue Festival. And this particular year, we are all about embracing democracy through dialogue so that we can see a sustainable future for our Kenya. And as you can see, I'm not here by myself. In case you've forgotten, my name is Caroline Marotta, and I'm going to let this gentleman over here introduce himself. Yes, what's your name?
My name is Basil Omondi.
Hi, Basil. How are you doing today?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Yes, so I was at the Nisisi Sasa village yesterday where you were setting the roof on fire.
Yeah.
Yes, intimidating a lot of adults. So let me know what conversation you guys were having yesterday in case some of us missed it.
The fire conversation yesterday was on gender equality and matters gender rights.
All right.
And youth leadership and governance.
All right. Yes, and there was a bit of a disagreement. You had a lot to say about our representation of gender equality. So could you please share what your opinion on that is?
Gender equality is a matter that every time I come to PDF, I have to fight with some people about it.
Every time?
It seems...
I've
been here for 2 years.
Okay.
This is the second time I'm fighting the fight of gender equality.
All
because
right.
It seems most of us as people of the society do not understand what gender equality really is. We try to think of gender equality on one side, which is women empowerment. But genders, we have two genders that I'm aware of, which is male and female. And if you want gender equality, then we have to try and balance out both of them.
Right.
It is keen to know that it has already been noted by most of the members of society that gender equality cannot really be achieved. But we need to switch the discussion to gender equity.
Okay.
The difference between equity and equality is that in equality we try to levelize the people, but in equity we try to allocate resources and opportunities based on the need.
Okay.
And that is what I think should be happening right now.
Okay.
Yesterday we were mainly basing the discussion on feminism, which I'm mostly against because I feel it is endangering the male gender, which is being forgotten and being masked by the theme of feminism. I believe we should be looking for a way to hit a middle ground. We should all coexist.
Right.
There is no superior or inferior gender.
Okay.
And gender equality, with the way it is directed to, we find that we are trying to make one superior than the other, which should not be the case.
All right. No, that is actually very well said. And now, with everything you've said, I'm very interested to know what your take is on the recent very high cases of femicide, which actually towards the end of last year were considered a crisis, a national crisis in this country. And also then it means that you must be familiar with the high cases that we have of gender-based violence, which, as in case anybody is not aware, is not just women, but also men face the same. So what would you say, with what you have just said, what would you say is the reason why we're seeing such high cases of femicide from your perspective?
From my perspective, femicide is a crisis and it should be talked about through all the sources of media.
Okay.
It's funny enough that we are trying to fight for gender equality, but we are not really addressing these issues.
Okay.
Femicide has been discussed for a long time. I remember there's a song by Tupac Shakur where he says, we came from our women, we should love our women and we should respect our women. But we are beating our women, stealing for our women and killing our women.
Come on now.
That shows that femicide and the killing of the female gender has been going on for a very long time.
Yeah.
And it is so funny that we have managed to solve a number of pandemics, coronavirus, we are working towards solving the Ebola, but we are not solving this secret weapon, which is femicide. If we decide to kill all our women, then we are literally killing the entire population, because as we all know, women are the source of the population. And for our country, the manpower is actually the biggest resource.
Okay.
If we really love our country and we really love development, then we should not be killing our women. We
Okay.
need to love our women, respect our women, and protect our women. I'm against femicide, but that doesn't mean I should be totally a feminist. Yeah.
I hear that, and I couldn't have said that better myself. So thank you so much for sharing your views. And now I'm very curious to find out. Then with this, you're a very opinionated young man, and I think you get this all the time, but we love to see it. What do you see for yourself in future? What are you aspiring to become? Because with this, the way that you're able to articulate yourself, I'm very interested to see where you see yourself 5 years, 10 years, 15 years from now.
I'm an aspiring lawyer and
Okay.
diplomat.
All
I
right.
want to become a diplomat because I believe in Pan-Africanism, and I would like to try and restore total sovereignty to Africa as a continent. I'm living in an age where we are all westernized. I'm actually a testimony. I am struggling to learn my mother tongue. It hurts when I go up country with my family
Yeah.
and people are speaking to me in Luo, but I cannot respond. It's traumatizing, if I can call it that. So I'd like to bring back the Africa that is supposed to be there.
Yeah.
The Africa that children see in cartoons, the Africa where people are free, people can do their own things, people have sovereignty and liberty to make their own decision, and a beautiful Africa. Not the polluted Africa, or the let me call it a dumping place that is used by the Western people, because they come and take our resources, they use our resources, and they bring back the waste back to us. That is not what should be happening. We should be benefiting from our resources, and we should be developing as a continent. That is what makes me want to become a diplomat.
Okay, beautiful. And then do you mind sharing how old you are?
I'm 17.
You're 17 years
Yeah.
old. Now, what do you think other 17-year-olds or somebody close to your age gap, what kind of conversation, because this is the People's Dialogue Festival, and we're supposed to be having conversations that make our country a better place. What kind of conversations do you think young people need to be having so that we can see the kind of Kenya that you're aspiring to prosper in the next few years?
The young people need to involve themselves in discussions about the Constitution. I personally have a copy of the Constitution, and I advise every young person out there to have a copy as well.
Right.
Read the Constitution. You don't have to read it as a Bible or as your daily piece of bread.
Yes.
You can just refer to it every time you're faced with a political issue.
Right.
We had a discussion with the former Chief Justice Maraga in the youth village, and I was in the panel. And I was fortunate enough to get the opportunity to air out my views, and I actually passed an opinion that the Constitution, under the section that holds leaders accountable should have a particular clause that states that after 3 years of leadership, if the president does not manage to reach a quota of the manifesto he passed, then he should be subjected to a court hearing to tell the Kenyans what he's doing with the power they gave to him. There's a book I have with me today, The Social Contract, and I really love this book. I actually swore not to share that book because I believe I need to be selfish with the knowledge that's in this. But for the sake of development, I want to share the knowledge here. We have the contract of slavery and we have the contract of governance. They intertwine. In governance, the people give the power to the leader with expectations that they will benefit from the leader. But what's happening in Kenya is total slavery, that we give ourselves to the leader and our trust to the leader, but then the leader goes again and finds another king and gives us to the king. That is neo-colonialism.
Yes.
I believe that every young person out there should be involved in discussions of decolonialization, discussions of the constitution, and should understand what the government is doing to their country, because this is our future.
Yes.
If we sell this country, then we have nowhere to go. We are Kenyans. We cannot deny that fact.
Yes.
We are Kenyans and we need to love our country.
I love that. Honestly, I feel like, every time I ask you a question and you give me a response, I need to take 5 minutes and think deeply about the things you've said. But you've mentioned on what we're expecting to see from our leaders and how accountable we are to the Constitution. This is a document that gives us our freedom, but also gives us our responsibility. So what would you have to say about the kind of accountability that we want to see from the leadership, the current leadership and future leadership? Because I deeply feel that we need a new culture of accountability, because the one that we have had it's dead.
Leadership cannot be leadership without accountability.
Yes.
There's a difference between being a leader and being a boss.
Right.
When you're a boss, you tell people to go right, and they won't question, they will just go right. Not because they trust you, not because they value you, but because they want to follow orders.
Yes.
And they have no option but to follow orders. When you're a leader, you'll tell people to go right. They will go right without questioning because they trust you. They know as their leader, you love them, you value them, you will not lead them to the wrong direction. What you're having in Kenya right now is total bossship, where the people at power, I would not like to call them leaders because leadership is different from politics. They are total politicians. And what's happening is that we are airing out our views as the young generation. They come, they hear, but they do not listen. I say this in the youth village. Listening is taking in information through your ears, understanding it, internalizing it, analyzing it, and acting according to it. Then later on, you follow up with a feedback for maximum effectiveness.
Right.
But hearing is just taking in the information, giving a response, and it's done. That's not what we want as Kenyans. It's about time we adapt. The times are changing, and with every coming year or every coming era, the demands also go up. We have to meet the standards that every other country is putting up. But we are failing to do that because of the lacking of accountability in our leaders and the lack of honesty, integrity, and transparency in our leadership.
Yes. Oh, wow. So now I just want you to just give a word to Kenyans, what you want Kenyans to hear, just very briefly as we round this up.
What I want Kenyans to know is that we all have a voice. I am from a community where I hear everyone saying, oh, I'll not vote in the... Most people my age were supposed to vote in the next elections, but they're like, I'll not vote for the president because it doesn't matter. It does matter, actually. And if you think that way, and every other single Kenyan in the community thinks that way, then we will forever remain back as Kenyans. With every bad decision, humanity faces a setback. It's about time that as humanity, we decide to move forward without any setbacks and have a smooth running. Let us hold the leaders accountable. Let us seek for a better Kenya.
Wow, I'm truly inspired, and I think I speak for everybody here at Power to say that I'm very excited to see what the future has in store for us, if this is the kind of thinking that this generation has. So props to you. I hope that you are able to just knock that law degree off its socks, and that you're able to be a part of the difference in your little corner of the world, and please continue inspiring other young people to do the same. So thank you so much, and for you that is watching, stay tuned. We are going to be back with another short session of this conversation. This is our Power Radio, where you tune in and we power up.
She cried, boy, 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 boy. Can't take it no more. Can't take it no more. No longer the silent no more. We use our voices to shout it out loud. We're breaking free, breaking free, breaking free. No longer the silent no more. children that you bore used to be protected. Now you're no longer attentive. Fujo ni ya nini? Utu wako uko wapi? She cried, boy, 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 boy. Can't take it no more. Can't take it no more. She cried, boy, 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 boy. Can't take it no more. Can't take it no more. We no longer be silent no more. We use our voices to shout it out loud. We're breaking free, breaking free, breaking free. We no longer be silent no more. We use our voices to shout it out loud. We're breaking free, breaking free, breaking free. So don't be a statistic. You can back up your vibes and leave. We have to be realistic. Something has to change so drastic. Yeah, na inauma sana. Usiku na mchana, hiyo mambo hapana. Something's gotta give, yeah. Boy, 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 boy. Can't take it no more. Can't take it no more. She cried, boy, 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 boy. Can't take it no more. Can't take it no more. We no longer be silent no more. We use our voices to shout it out loud. We're breaking free, breaking free, breaking free. We no longer be silent no more. We use our voices to shout it out loud. We're breaking free, breaking free, breaking free. Boy, 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 boy. Can't take it no more. Can't take it no more. She cried, boy, 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 boy. Can't take it no more. Hey, can't take it no more. We'll no longer be silent. We use our voices to shout it out loud. We're breaking free. Yeah, we're breaking free.
Flip it, flip it, flip it, flip it.
Hey, yo, look. Vitu crazy utadhani ni Thames. Ficha fake ya tuvutangi game. Echikali itakangi magame. Na makali inataka madem. Ni mkali kama kisu I'm ready. Uko maji kila siku tadedi. Sina mali niliacha kupedi. Kanibangi itabidi umemedi. Yeah, serikali kila siku ni kesi. Line zangu kila siku ni heavy. Buzz zangu utabaki umemedi. Underwater daily kama ni navy. Kama soka mina tiza kimesi. Ile mboka muli tiza kishenzi. Ananyonyo utadhani ni yeah, malizia yo story. Basi zangu zote ngori. Amebeba kama lori. Yeah, malizia yo story. Kama Kalimindo OG. Kill the beat, no apology. I do not care about money and fame. I'm changing the game. Nageuka watu kamini mwenye. Nageuza watu ni kamini. Nageuza flow. I put on a show. If you listen to rap then you already know. Pull up to my shows then copy my flow. If you listen to cap then you fake on the low. I do not care about money and fame. I'm changing the game. Nageuka watu kamini mwenye. Nageuza watu ni kamini. Nageuza flow. I put on a show. If you listen to rap then you already know. Pull up to my shows then copy my flows. If you listen to cap then you fake on the low.
I do not care about niggas who hate, about bitches who lame, they trippin'. I'm flippin'. I got hoes and I fuck, but I digit. Get a bag, I ain't spend it, I flip it. You ain't never gonna see me, it's tinted. A dean, let's get it. They hate now, they was taking my pictures. But these niggas, they making me live it. Boys scream, we be flippin' and flippin', flippin' and flippin'. I'm trippin'. If I ball, then I'm tippin' and tippin'. I want both of them, Katie and Britney. It's silly. Flip it.
you ain't seen me last night. I ain't never gonna switch, I would die. It's my ass and I'm gone, goodbye.
Bye, check it. Wanna come, Kambogi Kargari Nengi, na blessing kukuja noni fotanga tu videli, na mrazi tuni umbondo na mkatanga videli, no official, moja simple, mina kama missile, I'm flipping. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Bado niko fresh, niko fiti tuko 7. Na bado lemon on the table chrome tuko set. Na bado tuko fresh, nina manager salute them. Bado nina keep kona Hashim na OJ baby. Na I demo fish, yo, it took a flip.
Gang, I do not care about money or fame. I'm changing the game. Nageuka watu kamini mie, nageuza watu ni kamini. Nageuza flow, I put on a show. If you listen to rap then you already know. Pull up to my shows, then copy my flow. If you listen to cap then you freak on the low. I do not care about money or fame. I'm changing the game. Nageuka watu kamini mie, nageuza watu ni kamini. Nageuza flow, I put on a show. If you listen to rap then you already know. Pull up to my shows, then copy my flows. If you listen to cap then you freak on the low.
Remta nikidos tu kwa chuma, bado siku lose up nileka hashtag jitume. Juu ini mambo ya dunia na si ya mtume, na we si mkoita ngoja mse akusukume. So we jitume never let ndo ujumbe, kukosa ni today omdo lasting yani Sunday. So sife moyo kwa God bada dosi sunde, ganga ya jaya waliposema kiwa shule. Short kando memadama youth sana, wakitakusake kanji kwa nje na lawama. Si blame au but ni system ya maskava, buff chafu ground wache wase wakistava. But kitojue kuna mse ako above, yanda mewapea hii chanto watu serve. One take for granted makirimba wajiserve, kwa maplata bigi nye imebaki kwa masan. Mayut mento jama shida zimejam, makoro kwa mento dwele jizishanga sam. Ankona future moro batasha idan, ameacha mkidi plus mkoro na madam.
Nauza shada na jaba utadhani grocery, mtoto mkorofi school haiju ya basari. Na nyonginyo sijali likuanga dangari, hapo ndo najua aki nilikuwa masenari. Ukilose huku sijali ni chura, huku mtaa lunch sembe na mtura. Na karo joki cheki amefura, na shindwa rada gani jona shinda mezurura. Fake news ilifanya kajiua, ningereni venye siko najua. Ani maheta na jona nitambua, wanajua mindo the kid amemachua.
Sing to infinity, fully to infinity. Goma moja kona kama feelings over 50. To infinity, I'm gonna eat it, I'm gonna eat it. Hakuna kuripiti, madoba ni mingi, yeah. Pills I'ma put it in, live in a evening. Sing I'ma sing to infinity. Pills I'ma put it in, live in a evening. Sing I'ma sing to infinity. To infinity, to infinity. Ukiona najirusha, najiburudisha, na kulanga fish kwa dish na kingfisher tu. Roba, mona TV, izansha mona. It's never too late. It's never too late. Hujachelewa kaza shule. It's never too late. It's never too late. It's never too late. Hujachelewa kaza shule.
Ni giz pewa lights need a firefly. Biz yangu illegal bado mi apply. Na visualize na una.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Power Radio. Kama Kama, my name is Caroline Morote, and I have another very interesting human to share what this experience has been at the People's Dialogue Festival. So this is Wendy, but I would like her to introduce herself and let us know what she does.
Hi, Carol. It's so nice to see you after quite a couple of years.
Same.
I'm proud of what is happening here. My
Thank
name
you.
is Wendy Lois. I am a project officer at Speak Up Africa.
All right.
This is a platform that engages in civic education, right? To create empowerment and education for processes that happen in our country.
Yes.
And when I came here yesterday, I was mesmerized at the numbers and the show up of people who are hungry for change and for knowledge. Young people are just being in spaces where they want more. They want to be informed. They want to be part of the processes that bring change.
Yes.
For me, that really stood out. So as a podcaster, part of my job entails podcasting. So I get to engage people in conversations that are pertinent in change for our country, right?
Yeah.
And if I take us back to what happened during the Mandamanos last year, it was a time that made a significant change where people were like, okay, wait, young people really want to get information. Young people are actually being part of the process. But after that happened, Carol, what grew in my heart is we need to be part of the processes leading to such change.
Yes.
So we need to be part of the processes, understanding how laws are made, how leaders are being put into offices.
Right.
And this festival for me is just a remarkable change because that is exactly what is happening. You know, I'm sitting there and people are actually asking questions.
Yes.
And they're like, no, we are tired of stories.
Yes.
If you've come here with stories, us, we've had enough of that.
Yeah.
Can you tell us something different?
Yeah.
This morning, I've gone to a village where we're engaging high school students.
Yes, Benisisi Nisasa village.
Exactly.
Yes.
And they've done such an incredible job where they took us through campaigns, right? So what will you tell the people? And then through the voting system. And then after that, what do we do?
Yes.
That is accountability. That is putting them into actions and asking them to, you know, deliver
social
what you
responsibility,
said.
yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
So it's a beautiful place to be.
And yes, from the conversation that we've just watched in the Nisisi Nisasa kids village, and what it looks like, you know, for the young minds, you know, kids in high school basically role playing what politicians do. And it was a very interesting situation because the candidates that hopefully we're going to get to have a conversation with soon, that won basically got the majority vote because of promises. And one of the promises, in case you missed it, was that she's going to reduce high school education from 4 years to 1 year, and that she's going to make sure that all the schools are mixed and that everybody will be getting chapo smoky, and walimu watakuwa napewa 50 bob nyuma ya tent. So it was very entertaining to watch. But when you come to think about how the decisions are made in our country, it was a perfect depiction.
True.
A perfect depiction.
True.
And I don't know if I was more entertained or more sad that these kids catch on to what happens. And now some of the feedback that the kids gave was that you are voting for this lady based on what you want to hear. But does she have, or the campaign promises, the manifestos, do they have your best interest at heart? So now, speaking of the young generation and how the generations before have taught them what politics is and how to play a good, dirty game of politics, what hope does our young generation have? You know, because we've seen both sides of the coin. What is it looking like?
Let me echo out some sentiments you've put across. To me, it was a good, bad reaction. Like, it was a mixed reaction.
Yes.
To be very honest, she leveraged on the people's emotions.
Yes.
Like, what do they want? They want food. What do they want? They want freedom. They don't want to go to school.
Yes.
And that's exactly what she told them.
Yes, sherehe.
Exactly. And that's how she passed. And the reality is, when you look at the grand scheme of it, we always vote them in based on what they tell us. So
Yes.
they leverage on our emotions, they leverage on our problems. But to answer your question, at the tail end of it, there's a gentleman who stood up and said, guys, I think her name was Grace, we voted her in, but did she touch on the pertinent issues? No. What about health?
Yes.
What about roads,
Yes.
infrastructure?
Yes.
She did not. So what happens to you after sherehe and you fall sick? So the hope is this. we are getting more informed, we are getting more empowered.
Yes.
That means people's antennas are high. People are asking more questions, and the truth is, with more of such forums, young people are being equipped with information that, you know what, go read your constitution. This is not a privilege, this is a right.
Yes.
So soon what's gonna happen, you're 50 and nyuma ya chwani, manze mi staki. Because you give me that chwani, I go back home. My kids don't have food.
Yeah.
Manze, we are tired. We
Yeah.
don't want that anymore. So there is hope because there is empowerment. There is hope because there is more access to information. There is education
Yes.
happening. So the hope is the change is going to happen because more civic education is being done and people are seeing things for truly what it is. And then we are a generation that is very courageous.
Yes.
I am seeing more people ask questions and I'm like, I don't think our forefathers would do that.
Yes.
But they're doing it right now. So the hope is there.
Yes. So I love what you said with regards to civic education, because actually the name of that session was Beyond the Ballot. And I could see that what the point of that exercise was after, you know, the kids have gone through that exercise and they've expressed themselves democratically through the ballot. Now I think the next session is going to be one where feedback is given on what it looks like for you to responsibly practice your rights, you know, the right that you have to vote, and why does it matter for you to make a responsible choice. And speaking of which, you know, speaking about expression, you being a podcaster, you being somebody who is in the media spaces and has something to say, what do you think is the space of the media, you know, and those of us that want to express ourselves to see our country better, whether it's coming from our heart and we just have a story, or it's because there are issues that need to be spoken about? What is the space of dialogue and storytelling to the democratic and sustainable democracy that we're looking forward to?
For sure, Carol, you know, media sells and shapes the narrative that is taken to the people.
Yes.
So we play a very fundamental role in how the news is disseminated and what is actually being taken to the masses. So the role we play is, number one, being a transparent media of honesty.
Okay.
You know, let's say it as it is.
Yes.
We've seen in recent campaigns and election periods and even after election where just, I love the way you said beyond the ballot, right? We have seen narratives being curated to sound and look a certain way.
Yes.
That we sieve, that we can only show this and not the other.
Yeah.
So we cannot be gatekeepers anymore. We should be an honest medium
Yes.
of telling what
Yes.
it is exactly how it is. Because therefore, the bigger masses and the people can make informed decisions. So we as the media, me as a podcaster and somebody who is in the social spaces, having a community that I have built, I think number one, I owe them a high level of honesty.
Okay.
That through the platform I've created and through the engagements that I have, I owe you to be honest with you with what exactly is happening.
Yes.
And then we being able to delve into deeper levels of information because we have been empowered, we are more knowledgeable, and being intentional about passing out the information, you know. Yesterday I was in a village where people were saying 2, 3, 5 years ago, these barazas were a thing, you know. The community would come together and say, hey, this is an issue that is affecting us.
Yes.
So let us meet, let us discuss, and then send it out to the leaders, and it passes through the hierarchy up to the highest levels possible.
Yeah.
So the media plays a role there that, you know what shows are we bringing? What guests are we bringing?
Yeah.
What are we telling the people,
Yes.
right? What are we showing them when we have difficult issues? What narrative are we selling? So we play a role of informing, right? Guiding in knowledge, empowering them, and being honest.
All right.
Let's just speak the truth as it is.
I love that so much. And in the spirit of telling honest stories and having honest conversations, what do you have to say to Kenyans? What do you want Kenyans to know from the bottom of your heart?
We need to be part of these engagements. We need to be part of these conversations.
Right.
And a word that has stuck with me today is beyond the ballot. I think we usually have a very big gap between general elections, you know, that you go cast your vote, then there's the drama, and then the dust settles down, and then you go back to your life, you complain until the next general election. But you know what? I'm being very passionate about my roles and responsibilities in between this period, right? I'm being very passionate about raising people to be accountable leaders during this period. You know, we don't have to wait for general elections.
Yes.
We can call you out as soon as as we see you're messing us,
Yes.
you know, because the resources are ours, we are paying. Life has become so very difficult, right? And lastly, the thing that I would say is do not shy off to use your voice, to amplify your voice. But you can only amplify your voice if you know what you're talking about. This means take time to get informed, take time to get educated. You really don't have to sit down in a classroom. You can listen to a podcast. You can tune in at Power Radio. You can get informed wherever you are.
Yes.
And when you get that information, pass it on.
Right.
Let's change it a person at a time, a generation at a time, a brick at a time. But right now, Kenyans, you know what? As much as you want the change, I want the change. But we are the change we want to
Yes,
see.
indeed.
And it starts at a very individual level. I think for me on my socials, I try and talk to people about what role are you playing for you as an individual?
Right.
You know, you cannot govern a country if you cannot govern yourself. You know, are you being responsible to yourself? Are you holding yourself accountable to your actions? Are you being a good contributor to the environment, to the society, to this nation?
Right.
And then do you execute your responsibilities and your rights? This is a free event, you know. Would you rather sit and NASA hangover or binge on a
Netflix,
series
chill,
than come here and get involved and get informed and then wait for maandamano and go cause chaos and not really understand where the trajectory is going.
Right.
So that's what I'm passionate about right now.
Yes.
We are the change we want to see.
I love that. I love that. And ladies and gentlemen, that is Wendy Lois, and she says that the ball is in our court and we have the responsibility to make the change that we want to see happen. Thank you so much for coming on to Power Radio and having this conversation with us. And thank you so much for being a part of the young Kenya that we want to see. And I hope that you continue enjoying this festival. It's been a blast. And you guys, we're going to be back shortly. Keep it locked.
Bado nang'ang'ana, but niko poa kuliko jana. Bado nang'ang'ana, bado nang'ang'ana, but niko poa kuliko jana. Bado nang'ang'ana, bado nang'ang'ana, but niko poa kuliko jana.
I'm in the booth, I'm praying for the crew like God, man, what it do? Like, please, can you set me right? Cause I am bulletproof. You know I'm MVP, they watching how I move and how I shoot. Word to the boys in the crew. Shout out Missy, that's my booth. Shout out Leaky, we ain't spazzing, we just take it to the moon. We keep saying you the baddest, but that will never be true. Please don't mess with them, he ain't got nothing to lose. You gon' lose a tooth. I need this one to be for the books. So where's my camera crew? I keep on dancing like I'm on the loose. Cause I'm off the juice. I raise the glass up cause I'm cool. And they can't take me for no fool. I need this one to be for the books. So where's my camera crew? I keep on dancing like I'm on the loose. Cause I'm off the juice.
Lord have mercy on me. Lord have mercy on me. Sometimes I feel scared, that's why I got it on me. Damn, it's lonely. Ain't got no one to call, sometimes I'm on my only. Damn, it's on me. Abado nangangana.
Bado nang'ang'ana, but niko poa kuliko jana. Bado nang'ang'ana, bado nang'ang'ana, but niko poa kuliko jana. Lord of mercy on me. Tell you why I'm hated, I'm never tryna fake it. Thank God I waited, on the street jaded. Thank God I waited, tryna be persuasive. Left it mitigated, lacking motivation. They see me being decisive, now they wanna be against me. They see me tryna move right now, they wanna be against me. Lord have mercy on me, Lord have mercy on me.
Abado nangangana,
bado nang'ang'ana, but niko poa kuliko jana. Bado nang'ang'ana, bado nang'ang'ana, but niko poa kuliko jana. Bado nang'ang'ana, bado nang'ang'ana, but niko poa kuliko jana. Bado nang'ang'ana, bado nang'ang'ana, but niko poa kuliko jana. Niko poa kuliko jana.
bado nangangana, badiko kwa kuliko. Na bado nangangana, badiko kwa kuliko jana. Bado nangangana, badiko kwa kuliko jana.
Alafu mnaendeleaje nyote huko mama?
Mama freshi. Yeah. Hata ndo bakisha hivi kiasi aende azae. Ndio tunangoja jo inshallah.
Kweli jo, unajua ni baraka tu ina come through.
Kweli.
Bebu jamalizwa bado.
Sasa nimemalizia.
Umeniletea?
Sure.
Poa.
Sasa unakaa poa, sasa unakaa fine.
Hata sasa tuna match.
Sasa
hiyo tutaona jioni.
Sawa basi.
Bye. Jamaa janijenga jo. Chokes. Alafu jo usinijenge.
Aya. Sote tuonane jioni brother.
Aya hivyo.
Jioni jo.
Haina mambo jo.
Inshallah vipi?
Tagongana. Hapo sutur.
Yeah. Psych. Ski music jamani. Coco. Yeah. Nipe set. Yeah.
Life ilikuwa fiti kiwa myangu so sikuwa madhe share koroboi bed sister na brother suddenly system kukwara dikwara ndio para kusnatch masimu vibeki kwa rodi kuhepa boarding na scolding na molding my youth mbona mna shoot uongo si kolo si drugs hiyo ni issue wasewa na drug alafu nowadays hakuna kusanya mambao kisa na log ya mbao ni ndenga mchuma mazishi misa after jo kusanya madhao it's so sad in Nairobi Islands the youth man is being killed hata kama hajafika mbao madem pia wameingia kwa game masling mapetko kusunda kimali online ni fame chisha kamishna lalisha aipoa nao wamepoa nishike nipeleke ndani usipige risasi usifiche jo ID ya shule uweke risasi usitupe basi mwili pea wazazi wa
please Mr. Police I repeat John me I repeat mpaka lini nishike nipeleke ndani sishuche polisi
moyo wako ndani mademo wako ndani mahoka wako ndani wasoma wako ndani na
please Mr. Police please Mr. Police I repeat John me I repeat mpaka lini nishike nipeleke ndani sishuche polisi
wako ndani na madhi wako ndani na buda wako ndani watupu wako ndani na
police Mr. Police Trust mama washanza kusacho shanza kutupa matusi nikacho shanza kunchovile mini mesago ntaka nitoe macheni mevaa Mr. Police first of all mina rights tena vabro si wendo libai ka inatisha au kani suspicious ni approach ka some matter of fact Mr. Police wanafaa kunilinda vita si lazima nionyesha upendo bro heshima tunawasha moto wezi zima naonyesha nani weni simba buda weni human mimi pia Funny my youth wanna live in fear mina jona skia so na make it clear una inchi ndio inchi my youth wanataka respect my dear nishike nipeleke ndani unashubila swali watoto wako mtani chilling kwani huna feeling si rahisi kuzika na wako mtani sleeping Kenya lijengwa na siku ngapi wanataka kuimada na mbili mwili plus akili si wote human so takufa so hata ukishoot unapata nini sema please Mr. Police I repeat John me I repeat mpaka lini nishike nipeleke ndani sishuche polisi
moyo wako ndani mademo wako ndani mahoka wako ndani wasoma wako ndani na
please Mr. Police please Mr. Police I repeat on me I repeat mpaka lini nishike nipeleke ndani sishuche polisi
wako ndani na madhi wako ndani na buda wako ndani watupu wako ndani na
police Mr. Police
Mr. Police, Mr. Police, Mr. Police, Mr. Police. Harassment indeed, watching us bleed. Police don't proceed. Harassment indeed, watching us bleed. Don't proceed.
Please, Mr. Police, I repeat on me. I repeat mpaka lini? Nishike nipeleke ndani sishuche polisi.
moyo wako ndani mademo wako ndani mahoka wako ndani wasoma wako ndani na
police, Mr. Police. Please, Mr. Police, I repeat on me. I repeat mpaka lini? Nishike nipeleke ndani sishuche polisi.
wako ndani na madhi wako ndani na buda wako ndani watupu wako ndani na
police Mr. Police
Maboy wako ndani, mademo wako ndani, mahoka wako ndani, wasomo wako ndani na
Sijakataa nilizaliwa Mathare, lakini Kayole ndo imenijenga. 40 Far East, opposite ya the land of milk and asali. Akili tushatumia yote kenye mebaki ni kuget mali. Hustle daily but kuget pay ajali. Usipokaa rada huku napoteza njumu pori plus na suruali. Mavijana wamevunja wamepigwa na sola kali. Big up Nyando Soweto kona 77 Masimba. 40 nimekam kurap sijakuja kuimba. About my city my town 1960 kwa Magirimba. Zone mayuto na dead wakitafuta doza kubaitimba. Masanseni wakali design ya Simba. Kula nyama imewafurisha tumbo kaa mimba. Magialdem wana drop out of school due to alitimba. Cheki huku wase talented olecha soka squeeze wanaingia mboka. Mtama dingo wameokoka, siwe zimetoboka. Wasea wastagi hata tutakunywa mzinga sita za Johnny Walker. Jicho nyanya everyday ndio mtaami natoka. Indo hood ya mine, indo mtaa ya mine, indo mtaa ya mine, indo mtausi mine, indo mtaa ya mine, indo mtausi mine. Karibu 1960. Indo hood ya mine, indo mtaa ya mine, indo mtaa ya mine, indo mtausi mine, indo mtaa ya mine, indo mtausi mine. Karibu 1960. I'm still on my marks to get ready but niko idea kugo. 1960 my youth to make money from robbery design ya kwa kabako. Shoot to kill the slogan operation door to door. Police and badman in a shootout. Zone matata. Economy in 24 hours. City lights kwa baro siku ni matata. Foundation imekuwa na mayuth wako devoted hakuna matata. Maodi wako marked for death. Na bado wanachafua smoke until they lose their breath. Hood in a stand out car albino kwa crowd. I love you oyoleo view I'm so proud. Niko into you car roots kwa ground. 17A18C 1960 ndio code number. Usipokaa rado unaweza umapamba. Live it nikaa swara kushiriva moja na mamba. Mtani cosmopolitan mix ya Waluya wajaka plus na Wakamba. 1960 vijana ndo wahenga. Indo hood ya mine, indo mtaa ya mine, indo mtaa ya mine, indo mtausi mine, indo mtaa ya mine, indo mtausi mine. Karibu 1960. Indo hood ya mine, indo mtaa ya mine, indo mtaa ya mine, indo mtausi mine, indo mtaa ya mine, indo mtausi mine. Karibu 1960. Indo hood ya mine, indo mtaa ya mine, indo mtaa ya mine, indo mtausi mine, indo mtaa ya mine, indo mtausi mine. Karibu 1960. Indo hood ya mine, indo mtaa ya mine, indo mtaa ya mine, indo mtausi mine, indo mtaa ya mine, indo mtausi mine. Karibu 1960.
I didn't do shots of Henny, not drip on the beat, bruh. 12 game running, tryna get my bro, recouping the heat, bruh. Say who packing with it, say who moving with it, beat, bruh. Say who beat, talking the realest shit, the realest shit, bruh. Y'all nigga, let me tell you why, keep me a Tommy gun. Switching off niggas who ain't loyal to their hustle, huh? Wanna play tough, wanna do drugs, you get boiled, huh? Keeping it solid with the gang, every day, huh? You leave, you learn to leave, you live the life. You learn the life. Hang on the line when they call my line. Hang on shit, hang on it. Hang on my line when they call my line. Watch over Kilawama. Yeah, I'll be Dandara.
Ati niko under arrest. Niko solo nimestick to myself. I got the money, pen, respect. Na rule number one is to never regret. Never get caught, squash them pests. Kill them rats and put in some feds. Nilibay my bulldog man. Kuchesea my feds, seizing pressure. Niko na treasure, na siezi tense. Niko na gang, iko kwa baro. Kujificha na maseska. Jabasket epa, ni feeling moja tena beta. Niulize mojezo fishe na shikisha ka.
If he blow the pistol on his P, he ain't P. They still tryna fuck with me, but I'm an OG. They cut Mikey down the block and he was holding. But we went straight down the street and got some more weed. Baby, I can promise you that I'ma stay clean. But I'ma hold it down for gang, that's the whole key. 12 pulled up with 12 whips, I was with the gang and one bad bitch. Because we young, they snatched up home, took all his chains, took all his ends. Sometimes I fantasize about a time when I'm at peace. But then I realized it's cap and that will never be. Yeah.
I'm a bad bitch, ain't never seen this. Ain't never think I would be that thick. Big ass tits, big ass chicks. Nigga better pull up with a big ass whip. Hold up, I'm kidding, you know that I'm playing. In fact, I be teasing, I'm here to complain. I got a couple things I gotta say. I got some weight, gotta get on my chest. And as you can see, my chest be so mighty. I gotta speak or else to be lightning. If you got beef, you better come fight me. And if you got beef, my nigga, we fry it. If I had a dick, I would fuck the police. Cause I be on my dick, always fucking with my piece. I can't even hang with the fucking boys crew. Cause they can pull up, talking about what's the weed. Popo, yeah, fuck you and your bros, yeah. Why you see me in the wrong, but you breaking law, oh yeah. Popo, yeah, fuck you and your bros, yeah. Why you see me in the wrong, but you breaking law, oh yeah.
Run from the law, run from the law, cause they got my bro.
I keep talking my shit, cause they fuck with my
Mama,
sins.
please pray for me, save my soul, cause they might send me home.
I'm just telling my pips, bring that Glock and a blick. You either die or you
But
kill.
I stay run from the law, they think I'm selling dope. Run from the law, run from the law. Run from the law, run from the law. Run from the law, run from the law.
Walk one, out of the frying pan, into the fire. Out of the frying pan, into the fire. Praises for the Most High, Messiah. Praises for the Most High, Messiah. Kila aspect of life niko fiti, entire. Kila aspect of life niko fiti, entire. Babylon itabana yo, fire, fire. Babylon itabana yo, fire, fire. Under the radar, felt like alikuwa na miss out on God's favor. Fear za kudrop CD na kuchukue na player. Unheard of rare. Courage ya Daniel kwa the lion slayer. Buried deep kwa synth na snares. Drop multis kwa single. The joint is on kapea. Most underrated. Lakini lyrically understand toe to toe na the greatest. Amekuwa underground for a minute ana jaribu kwenda level next. Amkangware kuchora hizi mistari eli sketch. Calls to jua ni setup wa kitext. Lika kwa breath, fear kwa chest, wire kwa neck, effort kwa sweat, trust bila dread. Before Rock Nation, walikuwa deaf to his jams. Now na hizi bars ana try kukip industry from starving na hunger pangs. Boy wa burua jay toka village ama slums. No features this year unless ni tra. Only pen with the most potent tongues. Kalesa na earpods, do no cars. Drink ni Glen Moranje ama odd bag. He only toast with the best single malts. Yeah. Captain of the cool kids, got the band contra band kwa backpack, grew up na tough love. Maishani one chance, ako na dark past. Sharpened skill akatoa rust. Baggage ako na enough of that. Imani kwa Mungu na his guts. Boom bap heavy kwa track, ako solo daro his own class. Jana guide his path. Competition ni wengi lakini hakuna nae match. So ana body mavas kabla return to dust. Took time with the craft, juu perfection is in trash. Tali take jab akaland punch. Slip imefura juu tang ni razor sharp. Slips from it na ni deep cuts. From the underground ana chant da cuts. All act no chit chat, no making moves bila kuthink fast. Mzaya alimfundisha that. Ako comfortable na dark, he always ni black. Ukiangalia future usisahau past. Chasing after money, sadly fame ndo ikakam fast. Kwa his face, doors zimekuwa shut, but dream haikuwa crushed. Tame these demons, sahi on the regular wana converse. Crept into the game silently, moves ni covert. Yeah! Seller, was a starving artist with nothing but time to practice. The flows na ad-libs had them hooked, addicts toka east. Kwa hivyo msamehe kani mthagish. Amezoea anytime kipis kwa brandished. Stay in your lane, no that's it. Get defensive on short notice. Impulse buy, if it's dope he cops it. Hoodie always on, ukupata na pick. Take shots he can't miss. Alijipata stage kwa the original story akastick. The cash ye who only flash akiwa na click. Hajawai cheza safe, maisha yake ni risk. still at the corner. Difference ni ati anai-juggle with concerts na posters. Might say zero proper and stop until he prospers. Juu alikuwa familia na kusota, grinding akomboka tangu akuwe toddler. Got more deals kushinda broker. KQ flights crossing borders, akilini shada maboza. Points kila time anabonga. Got TP of the year, I guess congratulations are in order. Work one, out of the frying pan, into the fire. Out of the frying pan, into the fire. Praises for the most high, Messiah. Praises for the most high, Messiah. Killer aspect of life niko fiti. Entire, killer aspect of life niko fiti. Entire, Babylon itabana yo, fire fire. Babylon itabana yo, fire fire. Sifanya atilia machizi hapa. Selassie. Route 58. Check. Intro. Nairobi Fashion Week. Isi kutrend ama kuonflick. Ni classic that book drip. Everything in place, the fitness sick. Models wa kila aina slim thick. Go to a things, features for magazines. Internationally known but made from the street. Unajua nini about runways, making celebs stay. Designs bold, front covers kwa Vogue. The numbers show impossible kuweka profile low. Check the pose, style we know. Blend the past na future, was overlooked. Say the doubters wanajuta. Pesa yangu ina wakatisha maji juu mfukoni tuna mafuta. Look around ni maboss na don ndio wanadunga. The material ninajongelea si need kuwasuka. Make magic na kofia na shuka. Piga hiyo koti watu wakastuka. Exclusive Cabrioni, one of a kind to the only. Hata ukipewa manuscript impossible to replicate copy. Available only on order. Delivery ukitaka call me na tutabonga. Letisha 5 stars kwa hii na si kujua kujichocha. Drip matata unaweza ona.
Itawezekanaje kufanya mapenzi pasipo na fikira? Itawezekanaje kufanya mapenzi pasipo na fikira?
Brian Wise kia hii
Heri niwe peke yangu. 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 Heri niwe peke yangu.
No text, plus you ain't calling. Tulikuwa tighter zaidi ya love, we was homies. Chupa za mzinga kando yangu cause I'm lonely. Memories of us smashing in the car, you screaming choke me. Say that's all gone. Tangu ende siku kadhaa J feel this long. Smell yako on my clothes. Bila wewe nikeja tu si home. Can call you juu ya ego. Tolikuwa my better half almost equal. Tuna prefer nilipokuwa known behind the mic. Times ilikuwa simple. Attention ilikupea ikuwa minimal. Plus ulikuwa na raise body temperature yangu to conditions critical. Tukaanza kuspend more money than time. VIP say but bado kunifikia unapanga line. Got caught up kwa the party scene. Uko ukisip say daily ni bottles za gin. Uka quit school out of my crib uka move. Lifestyle ikawa lose. More successful I got the less will improve. Say to lies on your tongue go very far from the truth. Exposed you kwa this lifestyle niko responsible for getting you hooked. Niliacha kufollow juu natesa sana IG. Plus you my poison. We kuwa around inisaidii. Yeah.
Heri niwe peke yangu. 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 Heri niwe peke yangu.
Tulikuwa better off apart than together. Tukajichocha ati destiny imetulink forever. Mapenzi nikaa kunywa sumu na chesa. Sikuona red flags, ignored kila sign, that's why I chased her. Nikijua akona mimi juu ya dotu na status ya dunia mengi. Wengi ya hawa madada wako in love tu juu ya pesa. Kati yetu vitu zikawa worse but tuna hope zita get better. Uka give up juu mziki ikuwa inachezwa. Ukamua kunicheza kamate nikakutema. Uka lose diamond kawema. Uka join kundi ya kuwateka. Ukapata kiti kwa meza ya wanaosema si maisha tu kama sinema. Kanda zangu kadhaa mashabiki wakapenda. kidogo pia nika fall off ukapata kitu ya kucheka, but pia we ukateleza kiuno tundu ulikuwa unaofa wakachoka na hiyo sekta. Sikushinda chini mi boy wa mjini Brooklyn's biggie ma Jay-Z, but ndoto za kutake over city na mziki kwako pia things got tricky. Ukajuta vile ukistruggle watu get shifty, ukachoka hiyo kiti kuifanyia pimpin zi, ukamua maisha hivi ain't worth living, kujiuza ni poison, kwa round itaisaidi kuishi hivi ukamua IZ. Yeah.
Heri niwe peke yangu, 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 heri niwe peke yangu.
Nika tulikuwa na mission ya kumake bad decisions. Hii mapenzi ni kama prison, Olympus no wisdom. Tumerudi soko tena sote tunacheza team single. Nilikuwa in your heart but at the back of your mind. Wacha nisijitetee sana, pia could have treated you right. Kusahau na kuchelewa kuapologize, kosa kuadmit nilipokuwa out of line. Always best yako mmoja alikuwa inside. Una maska kadhaa juu ya cat fights. Bad boy hakuna vile angekuwa Mr. Right. Out na strangers kila night ati anatafuta good time. Tulikuwa mistaken ati mimi na wewe milele. Ukaanza kulala solo ukaget familia na njeve. Maitana kwa playlist ukachocho na hiyo reggae. Mimi huku kwa streets na deal na mbogi genje. Sai tuko up all night nika tuko veve. Kureminisce tukichill sit na kusmoke down hills. Now it's all downhill. So your text ati to go back to what it was unaweza kill. Thought about it, joy had the feels. Ama ni joy was hitting its skins. Shake the thought, making the same mistake twice itakuwa my fault. Thank God tulikuwa tuna hii one shot. Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. My name is Martin Kigondu. Kauko umeniona. Well, guess what? This afternoon, tunaanza na mimi, like every other Thursday. Leo tuko tu on, going with the flow. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here with a guest. And as you know, we are live on location. Tuko PDF. People's Dialogue Festival. What do you know about it? Do you know about it? If you're checking us out online, tell me, have you listened to the conversations we've had since morning? Have you listened to all the guests? Naskiata, the former CJ, was in the house. Well, guess what? We have different leaders coming in from different generations to talk to us about different things around democracy and every other thing that we'll be focusing on here. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. My name is Martin Kigondu. Naingia interview yangu ya kwanza this afternoon, and I have a special sir with us. Apparently, he's not new to the station. He came here for a different show. Well, saizi amepata mubabas na ningependa tuongee kiasi, tupatane kujuana. He'll tell me his name. He'll tell you his name. Then my first question is it affiliated to the party that we think it is? Atatuexplainia. So, ladies and gentlemen, we give you jambo mkubwa.
Asante sana.
Tuambie jina lako tafadhali.
My name is David Wiper.
David Wiper.
Yes. A leadership and governance expert.
A leadership and governance expert.
Yes.
Fantastic. So I'll take two things. The first bit, tutazungumzia jina lako. The second bit, tutazungumzia the expert bit of your introduction.
Okay,
so tell me a bit. The first thing I've asked, vile nimesikia jina lako, nimeuliza any affiliation to the party. Then you explained it to me. So kindly.
Oh, my name Wiper, it is spelled as W-I-P-A.
W-I-P-A.
Yes. It has got absolutely no relationship. Or other relations.
Yeah.
With the popular Wiper party.
With the popular
party of Kalonzo Musyoka. Even though I am equally a member. I'm a bona fide member of Wiper party.
Oh, you are?
Yes.
Ah, fantastic.
I got introduced to Wiper party back in the year 2019.
Okay.
By the then nominated senator called Sylvia Kasanga.
Okay.
So I have done a lot. I did a lot of job towards 2022 during the elections. We helped Wiper party do research on the popularity of the candidates within the eastern part, the lower eastern part.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Fantastic. You'll tell us a bit more about that and your history with leadership. And I'll start
So
by...
you have made it very clear, crystal clear.
Crystal
so
clear.
Let nobody confuse my name with the Wiper Party.
Yes.
They are two different things.
Understood.
Yes.
Understood. So, as I was saying, we'll just underline the second part of my question, which was around the expert. So, you've introduced yourself as an expert, yeah? So, I'd like us to focus on the two things you said you're an expert of, and maybe a bit of history on your leadership journey so far. Karibu sana.
Oh, thank you so much. The reason as to why I identify myself as a governance and leadership expert is squarely because of my rich background as a leader. I began my leadership journey at the elementary level of education, down at primary level, up to secondary level, where I also served as a student leader. Then come to university, I served as the president of the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. After that, I graduated. After the graduation, I got an opportunity to serve at the office of the deputy president. I worked very closely at a close range with the office of the youth leader within the office of the deputy president, where I helped to develop, or rather to craft a mentorship program, or rather module, that was later used by the former deputy president, the second deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, Rigathi Gachagua. The template, or rather the model, was used to train, or rather to mentor the students within the universities in a popular initiative that was started by the deputy president. It was dubbed the university mentorship program. Yeah, we toured several universities. We worked to Murang'a University with the deputy president. We also worked to Mombasa Pwani universities. We also worked to several TVET institutions within our republic. So we have got a huge an enormous experience when it comes to leadership, because I have served as a leader in various capacities, and again I've also served in the mentorship, or rather in the building of the leaders.
I really like that. I do like that, and I appreciate the journey that you've had even with the former deputy president. My question would be, let's talk about the leadership training. Do you think a leader can be trained, or are they actually inborn? How is a leader formed?
Philosophers, there are different arguments.
Yeah.
And as to how one becomes a leader.
Tell me about that.
There are so many people who argue that leadership is innate, or rather it is inborn. So one is born and he automatically becomes a leader based on the environment. But it is also it is justified, because when you walk to certain leadership governance structures, if you walk to a country like Swaziland, where the system of governance is hereditary, so you automatically become a leader when you are the first child of the president. Or rather, when you also go to a country like North Korea, the Kim family, it is the ruleship. The ruleship is dependent on that kinship. So that one, on that perspective, one will argue that leadership is innate, or rather inborn.
Yeah.
But there is also a lot that is done on this side of mentorship. One, leadership can also be made. You can be made a leader, or rather you can be panel beaten to become a leader.
I like that. Okay, fantastic, Maze. I like the idea of panel beating, because this then means there's a goal towards the people, or whoever is panel beating you is driving you towards. Let us talk about the state of politics as is right now. Where do you think we are as a country, especially when we are talking about democracy and the recent history within the last 12 months thereabout? Where do you think we are? Is the ship stable enough?
It is only fair to argue, or rather to suggest, or to opine that our democracy is currently at risk. Our latter-day political context is marred with blatant disregard to the rule of law, disregard to constitutionalism, and a disregard to human rights. So it is only fair to argue that, in as much as majority of the philosophers or thinkers will tell you that Kenya is an advanced democracy, it is only fair, or rather honest, to argue that with the current state of affairs in our country, we have clawed back in terms of the expansion of democratic space.
I like that answer. And the best thing about it is this is almost quite clear, especially for, say, for instance, for us as journalists. All the times we can do is observe and maybe reflect. But then again, we have the players in the different leadership platforms here. For instance, you, who then have the special placing to at least give an opinion and do something about it. So that would be my next question. What do you feel at the moment you're doing about at least trying to stabilize the idea of democracy here? Because like you said, it is quite at risk. What are you doing?
First of all, I want to refute your sentiments.
Please go for
that your jurisdiction, or rather your responsibility as the media, is simply to sit and observe. Media,
just to cut you off, I don't think that is what I said. It is one of the things we would do. We would observe, but of course, if we have the mandate to speak, we will speak. Yeah, so it's the way you've put that sentence that makes it come off as quite simplistic, but this is not the case. Just because you reflect does not mean you're doing nothing about it. Yeah, but proceed.
Yeah, well, one of the things I would really love to say that the media, or rather both the mainstream and social media, have played or play a very critical or rather pivotal role in as far as the expansion of a democratic space is concerned. And so it is only in good faith that we proceed, or rather we perpetuate with the good deeds that we are doing towards the achievement of the full-blown democracy in our country.
I agree.
So one of the things that I would like to say is that our generation, based on whatever is happening, our current political affairs has been dominated by strength in terms of pursuit for democratic expansion. We have seen the current generation, or rather the Gen Zs, pushing very hard the calls for accountability, assurance of oversight, ensuring that we do away with misappropriation of public funds, and generally advancement of constitutionalism and rule of law in terms of the governance of this country. So one of the things that I would love to say is that we are on the right track, but we need to really catalyze, or rather come up very strongly in defense of our constitution, because it is only fair, again, to opine that our democracy is under threat, our constitution is under threat, because the government that we have in place, the current dispensation, or the current ruleship that we have in our country, is one that has blatantly showed that they are not interested in following the principalities of our constitution, and that is the frame in which our country should be guided.
Yeah, well, I totally agree on most of those things, especially on the bit of where the current generation, particularly the millennials and the Gen Zs, are trying to push harder. And I believe you're definitely sitting in that group, especially because, like we were introduced to each other, I understand that you're also running for a seat at some point. So I'd also like for you to talk a bit about that. And my previous question was sort of leading towards that, you stepping forward in a leadership position. Tell us a bit about that, the where, the when, and most importantly, the why.
Yes. I have taken a deliberate step to run for a political seat, or rather the Suna West Member of Parliament seat.
Suna West MP.
Yes, because I have conviction in my potential, and because I know that this course that we have initiated as the Gen Zs, we shall only accomplish it when we run for these positions, because our dream is to one day transform this country. And for the purposes of transformation of this country, we are not going to achieve our aim or other our intention if we fail to run for these positions. It is fair enough to say that we need to mainstream professionalism, we need to mainstream meritocracy in terms of the governance of this country. And for purposes of this, or for the sole reason of this, it is us, the youth, that are skilled enough, that have the credentials that are required for these positions to be run in a manner that the Constitution requires. So we have a potential as the youth. That is one thing that has been shown and has been vindicated, that we have potential. We have the requisite staff, and so we present ourselves. It is only fair enough that we present ourselves for these positions for purposes of the transformation of Kenya.
I like that. I like that. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. We started by asking what the state of affairs is, and my good brother here, the incoming MP for Suna West, told us a bit about where he thinks we are. And in truth, standing or sitting right next to him, I was like, you know what? I totally agree. There's a lot that needs to be done, especially around the democratic space. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to say that yes, we have a brother here who's stepping forward. Question is, what are you doing? Maybe you're just getting to speak on social media. Maybe at this point that is good enough, especially with everything going on politically. Maybe what you're doing is stepping forward and taking positions of leadership back at home. It doesn't have to be the MP or the MCA or maybe even the president. All you're having to do is ask for more responsibility with our tongues as leaders, but most of all with the powers that we have. So it is a great honor to sit down with Mr. Wiper himself as he shares his vision. So my question would be, as our final question, what would you promise? And because this is a conversation I'm about to take with the next pair of guests, around the promises the leaders make right before they get in. So at this point, I would like to ask our incoming MP for Suna, hopefully, what he'd like to promise his people once he gets that seat. So Mheshimiwa, what do you think, what do you intend to do with the position once you have it? What do you hope to change? What are you observing back at home and thinking, you know what, this has to change with immediacy? Karibu.
One of the things that I think or I believe that should be done for purposes of the transformation of this country is that we must ensure that we take these positions and promote or run them with the seriousness and the focus that they required. A promise that I can make, and I believe that I will never renege on my promise as a leader, is that once elected for a position of Member of Parliament, I will serve my country very, very diligently with the integrity that is required pursuant to Chapter 6 of our Constitution. And I tend to believe that if we promote the tenets of egalitarianism, where the interests of our people supersede our personal interests as leaders, then we shall fully attain the transformation that we require as a country. So as a leader, I believe that these things that I am saying here today call for accountability, ensuring that I become a leader that is driven by the principles of integrity and honesty. These are the same things that I will practice, or rather inculcate during my tenure as a Member of Parliament. Because at the end of the day, it is not becoming a Member of Parliament and it stops there. My vision is to one day become the President of the Republic of Kenya. And that is only achievable if I implement, or rather fulfill the promises that I am making here today.
Fantastic. Well, I wish you well.
Thank you
and
so much.
And we at Power definitely wish you well.
Thank
Go
you so
out
much.
there and be as bold as you want to be, and please do as much as you promised to do.
Thank
Ladies
you
and
so much.
gentlemen, our first interview of the afternoon. Remember, my name is Martin Kigondu, and this is not just the only one that we'll be having. A good number of students are coming into the house. Tutakuwa na conversation now. So like we told you, leadership literally from the bottom to the top. Let's go. Saizi skiza mziki as we enjoy our time here at PDF. Let's go. President stood up and gave the hustler narrative, quote unquote. So she promised she would do all these things, which were almost absurd from a point of view of someone who's, understands how these things go. This is what I mean. We have a constitution in this country, yet we have a leadership who now really don't seem to care about it that much, right? That is why we are saying democracy is at risk. But then again, how did they end up there? They ended up there by, of course, quote unquote, having a ballot revolution. Yeah, this is what happened. The hustler narrative took off with very huge promises to which 2-3 years in, we are having a lot of question marks. The presidential candidate in this particular one promised a lot of things, and I'll have her hopefully here with us, and she'll tell us how she went in there and won. But one of the things we've noticed, even with her, sim critic in person, I'm just using her as an example, atumpati ako huko tu ako majua na travel kidogo kidogo. So in place we have the second candidate, the one who took the second position, but we also have someone who happened to be, in this case I'd call them an observer. Yeah, they at least said what they'd expect of the presidency once they took on, as much as it was pseudo. And that is what I'd like to engage on with these two gentlemen next to me. So ladies and gentlemen, we introduce to you our guests for the next couple of minutes. Tutakuwa na hii conversation now. Niaje, karibiani mic na mniambie majina zenu, which school you belong to, which form you are in, etc. Jibambe tu, relax.
Well,
Yeah.
thanks for having me in this panel. My name is Abdi Okumu. I'm in Form 2. I'm in Kenswood Secondary School. I joined Kenswood Secondary School this year. I'm a relatively new student.
A relatively new student. Look at that, how eloquent they are. Particularly this one, Neliambio. Oh, when he spoke about the election and about the presidency, he was like, hey, quite eloquent. And you can tell even from the introduction, Maze, he's here for no joke. Yeah, we're here on this panel, like he called it. And I can't wait to hear what he'll say about current systems as they are. Let's go to our next guest. Tell us your name, my friend.
My name is Peter Kanyi. I'm from Kenswood Secondary School, and I've been participating in the activities that have been going on. Thank you for having me.
Fantastic, Maze. Thank you so much even for standing up and saying, yes, I am willing to run for presidency. Yeah, when you were running for presidency in the Beyond the Ballon tent, what were you promising the people you would do?
What I was promising the people is what I would like to see changing in the society. For example, I could speak of making jobs opportunities here rather than having our ICT geniuses going to work abroad, so we could have provided the job employments here. And rather than having our athletes running for other countries, we can sponsor them, and we can sponsor them and have them participating in the games for Kenya.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And when you were answering this and promising this, was it in the context of the high school system, or were you talking about the whole country? When you're doing the Beyond the Ballot voting and discussions, when you're promising these things, were you talking about just the ones who are in high school? Ama, you're actually thinking of yourself as a presidential candidate for the country?
Yes, of course, I have a dream myself.
Okay.
And like everybody has a dream.
Yeah.
I had a dream of becoming a leader.
Okay.
I am even a leader at school. Now, I was looking it in a view as if I am the president, as if I've been given the responsibility over both the school and both the country. I was looking in the two dimensions.
Fantastic. Yeah, I like that you see it this way, because once you've spoken, I was like, oh, that's quite grand. But you know what? Maybe he's looking at it as a presidential candidate for the country, and you've answered right. Thank you for that. What do you think of the current presidency and the leadership at the top in the country?
The presidency
Yeah.
and the rest of the leadership, I can say that they are switching blames. For example, one arm will blame another for something that they approved. For example, what is happening right now, we can hear complaints about some members of parliament complaining that SHA is a problem, but they are the ones who approve the law. So they should not be joining the people to complain, rather than they will be fixing the problem themselves. They can make and also amend the law.
I like that. Do you hear that, Mr. President? Are you watching, Mr. President? Yeah? This one is particularly yours. The young people are watching. These are the voters who will be voting within the next couple of years. Well, they are listening, they are noticing. For you in parliament, mnaonekana, sha kumbe si ya wazazi pekee. The kids are seeing it. The young ones are looking at you and thinking, why are these guys blaming each other left, right and center? Wacha tusikie mwenzetu anasemaje, my friend. Wacha tuongelee mambo mawili aswa. No, I'm kidding. You were an observer. Yeah, in this case.
Yes.
Let's talk about the elections that you've just witnessed. Then we'll talk about the country as is. Tell me, why do you think the one who won? And why do you think the one with the better policies and the better promises seem to have lost?
Well, I would say it all narrows down to two factors.
Go for it.
You see, in that mock election, we were several schools. Those schools simulated tribes. Well, it was a fortunate coincidence for her that more people from her school were present during the elections to vote for her. And also, her policies, they were more appealing. They were more appealing to the younger audience, which in turn we were, the younger audience, people in high school. When she said, quote unquote, mambo na form 3 reproduction, lazima nitaiweka practice.
This is one of the things she promised.
This is one of the things she promised.
Yeah.
She said, quote unquote, mwalimu hawezi kutufunza na si hatujui kenye tunafunzwa.
Yeah.
So that appealed to the younger adolescent.
I like that. And for this case, you think that is how she won? By one, the numbers, and two, the absurdity of the promises she gave.
No matter how obscene.
Yeah, no matter how obscene, Maze. Listen, you think this only happens out there with politicians who are grown men and grown women promising absurdity. We've just witnessed, well, as much as it was pseudo and it was mock, like he calls it, some very obscene promises over here, and yet they ran for it. Then again, he also spoke of the numbers. And this is what we said, like he said, tribal assimilations. Watu wa kwetu, ama watu wa kwetu, ama watu wa kwetu. No matter where you're from, all these numbers seem to matter. Question is, when will we now start talking about, I don't know, maybe generational shifts? Maybe it's time for the Gen Zs and the millennials to finally decide to come together and do changes here, because if it's about numbers, they're the ones who are leading. No matter the number of tribal groupings that we have here. Let's keep talking about the country now, my friend. Looking around at the leaders who are leading, from the parliament, which is right adjacent to Uhuru Park, to the leadership at the top, where do you think we are as a country? As a young man in your wisdom, how do you feel when you look at the top?
Well, I do admit the leadership status in Kenya is horrible, to say the least. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. The leadership system in Kenya is slowly deteriorating. The system in itself, without the people, is fine. There's fair distribution of leaders where more people can be involved in the leadership of the people, not unlike before the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution, isn't it? But the problem is within the people who are leading us. The people who are leading us are more like money hungry than trying to serve the people. They are elected to be served instead of to serve.
Look at that. Look at that. You would think they're not seeing. You'd think they're not observing. But guess what? These observations are being done. The young men and women of this country, even younger than 18, are looking at us and thinking, who put these leaders here? Because clearly, like he said, the leaders are here to be served as opposed to serving. Quite a heartbreaking state of affairs, yeah? So my question is, what does he think we should do? Yeah, what do you think we should do? Just as my brother will also share, what do you think we should do as a country, as a young generation? Where do you is there hope? Are there practical things we can actually do as soon as today, as soon as tomorrow? Yeah, to maybe hopefully change the governance as is.
Well, that's the more cliche answer of what we can do.
Go for it.
Instead of being like them, emulating our so-called leaders, we can tend to use our rebellious natures as adolescents to rebel against their nature and to go against it, to form like a new sense of morality in society. Another thing we may do is, as witnessed last year in the demonstrations, we can also go out there to demonstrate, but only if our parents are willing.
I like that. Only if our parents are winning, because our parents are comfortable, right? Are they?
Well, not as comfortable with us because we are on the younger side of Gen Z, where it seems to jump off into a cliff.
Okay. Okay, look at that. Well, they're willing to step forward and do whatever it takes. Only time will tell what that truly means. But I'm scared. I'm scared as a mwananchi. I'm scared as a journalist, as an observer, but also in there. But I'll also wouldn't want to close this off without having our brother also tell us what he thinks we should do. So Ndugu, karibu, tell us what you think we should do, especially having been a leader who promised good yet still didn't win. What do you think we can do?
Thank you. What you what you are doing is part of it. I can say what Power Radio is doing and what the good people who invited us to join the PDF are doing. It is one of the key values that we should get. We should have these programs going on more often, because I have learned a thing or two here, and I have learned that it is not well to bribe a person. So these programs are helping this generation, and if we can be able to help this generation, then we are also helping other generations to come. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. He says civic education is a way to go, be it by media or otherwise, I add. In fact, think about it. Last year when we were having the demonstrations and every other thing linked to the season past June, we were having all these different social media people translating the constitution into different languages. That is part of what he says we should do. And I totally agree. So we at Power Radio, we appreciate you. We celebrate you, yeah? And just as he said, we also appreciate PDF for what they are doing. For now, situjibambe na mziki. Then we have the next pair who will tell us more. We'll do a bit of gender balance this time. So we've had 2 gents. I'm hoping we'll have 2 ladies. Let's go.
Some luxurious rap, unorthodox at the same time. Kinda like how my life is. Nothing is the way I expected. I see folks walking around with long faces, but they were looking for love in the wrong places. I see folks walking around with long faces, but they were looking for love in the wrong places. You know how it goes. Najana chariots of fire, pastoralists, arsonists. Drip yangu ni gasoline. Tofauti ya deep hit na kiberiti. Keep fit and keep it lit. Cheap thrills za chicharito. Hapa itabidi tumeficha risto. Kuchunguza sana ni kujaribu kupiga picha pistol. Walinilisha mchicha kwa bistro, licha ya distro wangu vanistro ikunishikishia mkia na mistron. Pesa ndiyo mziki ya soul, ndio maana nasaka hela. Juu saizi life ni ya kapela. Nashindwa lini nitatoka jela, na feel kama soka player akishindana na nyoka pena. Seti nadai sana kuomoka tena, just a luxury ya kujua naeza rock na fena. Wamejaribu kuni block na napenya, Garden of Eden hazard mob wakati nyimi melock na nasenya. Hii ni shot ya epinephrine ukiwa na epilepsy. Pusha T is now rapping Pepsi. Hiyo imekupita mpaka huwezi hang na Peter Parker. Nimesurvive vita mpakani mpaka wananiita paka again. Hiyo imekupita kama mystical. Okay, nimeponea danger shinda mystical. Time is money, so he verse tayari ni 60 ball. But don't get your wrist involved, wenda ikawa fisticuffs. Usingie frequency ya Beastie Boys. Kukosa usingizi Brooklyn, wengojea simulizi ya Ukraine. Ukiweka simu busy, you're playing game dangerous. It's a shame fame changes us like pussy. Damn, how you can be so cold and juicy. This situation itanifanya mini boat ka you say, and I'm gone. You know how it goes. This the way it goes. Kuna kitu cha kuelezea. Walking around with long faces, go straight forward, love in the wrong places. So you can just move forward straight. Long faces, looking for love. Still wrong places.
You want to believe Omar was a stoolie because Sosa.
Be careful what you believe. Suti ya black, si mazishi tu. Sio arusi, maybe ni kuluko official. Looking dapper undercover, dark shades of copper. Wonder Woman and a bus stolen, then you wonder bra. And you wonder what will make them feel happy. Cooler day, my team captain. Sorry, I won the whore. I know you were really sure that you were gonna score, only to discover that this chick, she was born a not a in the sense your profession, but when your soul immense kwa confession, you never know the kind of demons utafufua. Wanadai eti winter ni season ya kusumbua. Usimpe mlokole reason ya kukudhuru, utakuwa umemwanzishia mission ya kukufuru. Kisha lawama like a new age fake woke vegan ukimlisha shawarma. Binadamu anapenda sana kujificha kwa karma, guilty by association, kipiga picha na dama. Augusto Pinochet by my standards. Hakuna innocent bystanders, whether show au painting, mdosi au benten. Alama ya mshangao kwenye uso ni painting. Kila mtu victim, kila mtu assassin, kila mtu kwa LinkedIn yolipiza kisasi. Think about it, wataka wendi uwe sako folktales za kuigiza kizazi kipya. Kazi ile sifa upeanwa kwa rambirambi, zafanya mwanajeshi wa wokovu ahame kambi. Wadai bulletproof au mosquito net. Walai hilo fuvu silita detonate, nikikuonesha reflections kwa ardhi, shadows kwa kioo, nunua nguvu.
Ladies and gentlemen, look at us, look at that beautiful Thursday afternoon, middle of Uhuru Park. Who would have thought, maze? Tuko hapa tunabanje with different people, talking about different issues, but most around democracy and the state of the nation. Ladies and gentlemen, happen to have another pair of very important people with me. And the reason I say important people is because as Africa, we've always wondered which country will lead when it comes to having a female leader at the top. Well, Liberia did it, Tanzania did it, and this time Kenya has done it. What do I mean? Madam President is sitting right next to me. She'll tell us her name and she'll tell us how she ended up being the president. Karibuni sana, karibu sana, Madam President.
So I'm Naomi Zenga. I was elected like president there at Nisisi Nisasa village. And one thing about politics is that my mom always taught me that intelligence rules the world, but ignorance carries the burden. So as you speak to people, you have to know that the promises that you make, you will fulfill to them, and you are ready to be the president.
Aye, look at that. Look at that. Thank you very much. We'll take it again. Tell us again what your mother told you, that particular quote. Kindly repeat it.
My mother told me that intelligence rules the world.
Intelligence rules the world, but
the ignorance carries the burden.
Ignorance carries the burden.
Yeah.
Look at that. And clearly she knew what she was doing when she stood up and made different promises. But we'll talk about it. Next to her, in this case, I'll call her an observer who also happened to be in the same tent where these elections were happening. Tell us your name and tell us, we'll actually jump into the questions. So start with your name, then tell us what you thought about the whole election process in the tent.
My name is Charlene Mora from Kenyans Secondary School, the school's academics captain. And I've been a very good observer, particularly when she was making her manifesto.
Yeah.
I actually knew from the start that she will do it.
How so?
Because we always want to hear what we want to hear. And we love hearing the good things and the things that make us feel good. But yet, not knowing what they'll lead to. Starting from if it's just the decisions you get to make when we vote for her, and her manifesto being not that good.
Yeah.
we just we're the ones destroying ourselves.
We're the ones
destroying ourselves
Yeah.
because we had a chance to vote or not to vote for her. But since she said things that were so much appealing, so we went for it. Yeah.
Fantastic. Because you and I, the one who's listening and watching us, and me, want in the tent, I'd like us to talk about these promises because we've had this narrative before so many times, and that is how we end up with the leaders that we do, yeah? And like she said, she's clearly a smart one at this. Mimi na serikali yangu ninaapa ya kwamba mama boda wote and everyone on the ground, maze, we were promised the right things. clearly, right? Quote unquote. And like our observer said, she didn't really have a good manifesto. And remember, these are mock elections. These are mock elections, so this has nothing to do with her character. It has a lot more to do with her intelligence. So, Madam President, Tuambie, what did you promise your people that you ended up being so popular? You got in by a ballot revolution, eh?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I had promised the students that Fridays they will not be going on school. That is because if a teacher cannot master the 8 subject in a mind, why should I student go to school on Friday? And yet we are people, we have minds, and tunajua tunachokanga. So we have to pumzika kidogo, and then after that we'll take on. Yeah.
Fantastic. So number 1, no schools on Friday.
Yeah.
Of course, hata mimi ningesikia hivyo mazee ningemvotia. What else did you promise?
I promised Mama Mboga and the Boda Bodas guys that they will get money to start their work, and that there will be fees, there will be free schools, that they will not be paying school fees. And you see, of course, Mama Mboga will vote for me because he don't have the money to pay for her child. That's why I end up being the president.
Yeah, you got really popular.
Yeah.
Yeah, akasema Mama Mboga wote. I'm really trying. I hope I could. Wana boda boda wote toka Elwak tuteremke twende wapi. She said the free education maze. We've had this before. Question is, in fact, so much so as probably a month ago, yeah, we had the current president standing up and saying, you know what, if you elect me again in the next couple of years, and this is a leader who is actually in a leadership position actively in the middle of a term, telling us that free education will be ours in the next 3-4 years. Ile tumefanya ni kidogo tu. Tupatie mda mwingine tuta. See, this is exactly what she did. Well, like her friend said, we keep hearing these things that excite us and we keep making the same choices. Question is, will we? What else? Because I had some very controversial things about particularly biology. Tuambie nini ingine ulipromise?
I had promised that in studies, people will be doing it practically. Yeah.
And what do you mean by doing it practically?
Like, you have that topic, reproduction.
Reproduction.
Yeah, so I thought of doing it practically.
This is absolutely hilarious. And like you remember I said, we're here to observe how intelligent this young queen is. And clearly she has understood how to play this game. Knowing that this was excite her people, she promised this, knowing very well this would almost be impossible, right?
Yeah.
This is illegal, in fact. Yet she went on to promise it, and the people overwhelmingly supported her. Tell me about the numbers. Ambao walikuwa nakuvotia. Wengi walikuwa shule yenu, ama other schools also joined in?
Other schools also joined in.
Good. Good. But I also hear that your school walikuwa wengi zaidi. Okay. So you can tell numbers are important as well. The promises and the numbers uko ndani. Doesn't matter how genuine you are, doesn't matter how smart you are, all that matters is telling people what they need to hear. Is this truly leadership? This is the beauty of mockery and works that have a lot of that in there. This is what I mean. When we had ridiculous doing what they did back in the day, slight change came, we'd like to believe. When we had companies such as Heartstrings and Eric Wainaina's team going to the ground and putting up all these works that had satire in there, and we'd look at what Wahome Mutahi has done over the years right before he passed on, and we'd look at what Ngoge wa Thiong'o did. All these different storytellers and artists were putting together narratives that would show leaders that would promise the absolute buffoonery and yet would still end up at the top. Question is, are things different? We're in 2025, so many years after the Wahomes and the Ngoges. Has much changed? Clearly, the next generation itatuambia, ai, wembe ni ule ule. Tuendelee to our observer this time. Why do you think number 2 lost? Yet number 2 was the one who had the more quote-unquote proper manifesto. And did you even like number 2 yourself? What they stood for?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me a bit about that.
I will say from my own point of view that Number 2 did not win because he said the truth. His manifestos were legit.
Interesting.
And,
Let's take that again. He did not win because he said the truth.
Yeah, he said the truth.
Mm.
And his manifestos actually were legit, meaning they made sense. And actually they were, if you could just see from how he said it, it was for the good of the people, not for himself. Yeah, you can see that he was more into how the citizens are benefiting from his manifesto, and not only for fun, but as I said, for a sustainable future.
Look at that. Look at that. Many a times we end up with leaders who are promising promises that actually seem doable. We've seen the likes of, in my opinion, this is simply my opinion, Okia Omtata, Martha Karua, Boniface Mwangi, all these ones who come up, campaign on very clear and genuine manifestos, and yet still don't end up at the top. Well, guess what my young sister is telling us? They did not win because they were truthful men. Man, the truth is so painful, even to us as a country, especially from this generation who are telling us, you know what, we are seeing, we are observing, and look at us mock you. Charlene, what do you think we can do to have a better country, particularly at the top? Yeah? Particularly at the top. Yes, we are grooming leaders. Yes, we are having a lot of leaders campaigning and promising. But as the kawaida mwananchi, as your mom back at home, as you when you start voting, what do you think we can do better as a country?
Get to know people.
Get to know people?
Yes.
What do you mean?
We should... sometimes I say that it's not that we usually don't see that fake part that they usually promise us. And for the promises that they usually do, some look... you look at them and you see that this they can make, and they're too appealing to be true. So I think we should look beyond what they're saying and look deeper into what they're saying, and also look on the history. If it's a leader who was once there and they did not do anything, so we should hope for a better leader who will at least take us to greater lengths in life.
I like that. I like that very, very much. Subtext, that is number one. Listen to what they're actually saying, what they're actually meaning. And she also said history. Look at the choices they've made before. In the most recent election, we had a lot of that going on. Yes, they claim it was propaganda, but ask yourself, how many times are you told so-and-so was in this position, this is what they did not do, yet this is what they promised. So-and-so was in this position, this much is what was lost when they were in leadership, yet we still chose them. This is what my young sister is saying. She's saying, open your eyes. Let us hear what our president thinks we should do for a better future, particularly us as Mwananchi in regards to the top leadership. Go for it.
First, I would like to say the leaders are not bad. The people are the one who are making the wrong choices. The moment I stand for the seats, the only thing that I want is the seat. I don't want to know whether you have eaten, because I cannot be looking at everyone. That's true. And we see like youth people, they lack civic education, whereby hakuna hao watu wa kuambia this is bad. Wao wanataka wafanye juu ya pesa. Mimi nikikuja hadi wewe mwenye unaniangalia, kila mtu anajua wewe unapenda pesa na mimi najua wewe unataka hiyo pesa. Of course I will come and give you that money so that I can take that seat. Wewe utakubali. Mimi the moment nimeona unataka hiyo pesa, nitakupea, you give me that seat, probably nitaenda, sitajua. I cannot be there for everyone.
Yeah.
That's all, yeah.
Hey, look at that. I like how hard-hitting she is. Quite honest and quite direct to the point. She says, controversial statement as it were, she says, the leaders are not bad. It is you who put them in those positions. So who is to blame? You are to blame. Thank you very much for your wisdom. young queens. Asanteni sana mazee. Last before we finish, tell us about the schools you're in and what kuna kitu nilikuwa nimeongea juu ya Chinese, ndio? Tell me a bit about your school. We'll start with yours.
So our school was founded by some Chinese, and whereby...
What is the name of your school?
Beijing, the capital city of China. So whereby that if you have that chance that you have passed, you are being given that chance to fly abroad and you pursue your career very well. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the most thing I like about our school.
That's what you like the most about your school. What about Kenswood, is it?
Yeah,
Tell us about a bit about your school and what you like best about your school.
Kenswood is Swedish-sponsored school. They also they sponsor students up to university level and based on our performance. What I like about our school is that we are offered a lot of opportunities. Like we attend so many functions which makes us open-minded. So as when we go out there with the way the country is going, we are able to think clearly and make nice and
better choices. Fantastic. Thank you very much, ladies. Asanteni sana. For your schools, we appreciate you. For PDF, most of all, for this very platform to talk. And definitely, Power Radio, kama kawaida. For now, let's enjoy a bit of music as I say goodbye to my queens. And as I can't wait to see who they'll grow up to being, Maze, because clearly, right here, we have two very sharp human beings. Saizi situjibambe na mziki. Let's go.
KE, my K Kibao, Kane Coast, my brother, Kalamoto KLM, all the favorite Ks in the country. Amani.
Sawa sensei, niko katika harakati ya hii karata, si pesa makaratasi na sijapata maisha, kata na shoka makasi ama panga, kama machozi makamasi kwa matanga, mabingwa wenu nikiwapoteza kwa mazishi, ka 2020 hapa nacheza na sisi, timu iliyobaki ni majirani wa mafisi, so kama ujui visirani ndio sisi, mistari merevu kwa CD zama kwa makaseta, akili ni ndevu lakini sika za lakazet, story ni ndefu, obituaries katika magazeti, watoto warefu wanavomeza maprogresset, ukitaka jua sababu zao hususa nini, kumbe wanajaribu kulazimisha usanii, ningekuwa wao hata singe complain, hawana passion, ni simple and plain, nikishika mic till I'm like in love, neza piga Tyson till I die enough, you think I'm psycho, things I'm writing down, naandika poison till you die alive, nikishika mic till I'm like in love, neza piga Tyson till I die enough, you think I'm psycho, things I'm writing down, naandika poison, one more time, farasi kushindwa na kobe, hiyo ni fallacy, assassin kushikwa na zombie, it's so embarrassing, I gotta see, kahiyo ni pombe siwe ni kerosene, jealousy ya hawa ngombe wangani legendary, wanajidai street, yani hardcore ilhali wao ni sweet, yani partco, utadhani wanauza coca plus cola, kwa ground wanatoroka bastola, the plot thickens, on a blood clot weekend, simiu amepatana na some hard knock chickens, stew inafanana na some tadpoles kicking, itabidi umetafutana na mapadlock kitchen, juu wapishi wa sanaa, wanga wapishi kwa sana, watakulazimisha kula matapishi kwa sinia, wakikukaribisha kule utawishungezimia, so nikukamilisha zile zote missions za this year, nikishika mic till I'm like in love, neza piga Tyson till I die enough, you think I'm psycho, things I'm writing down, naandika poison till you die alive, nikishika mic till I'm like in love, neza piga Tyson till I die enough, you think I'm psycho, things I'm writing down, naandika poison, yeah.
Bling bling sivai, uliza ring sifai, wakitrend tuko waskilia ring sikai, na why mida ni kwepe shida niweke akiba, nipate faida ili familia iweze kushiba, big brother ghetto baba nyumba kuna vyenye, siwezi kubato na watoto lafunza kupenye, paving the ways master site na wachia wateme, tumechora script actors na sido tunafanya payment, kwa list bora zaidi Keno ni bora kwa bora, isingekuwa rap bado tungeendelea kupora, tunamshukuru Mola tukupata deals za white collar, ila tunalipa bills na rap dollar na pia scholar, walonifunza upendo ndo anachuki ile mbaya kweli, ila so kila paoni aliwahi kuninspire, sema namua kwa mzalendo rasmi neli na kaya, na kupenda tu ile isha Dubai, walafu kwa mashabiki wanaotubeba kwa boda, tukishakaa wanaeka mziki alafu kando anazoza, peace kwa wana wote waloacha na poda, mstake ngoma ombeni jioni endelee kuwa soba.
Support
This sounds so great. Sometimes, best thing is just to get away. Yeah. Nilikuweka wanted, ukaniteka haunted na images damaging. I wonder how I'm managing. Mama ya Billie Jean na Kingara Mama Jeans, definition ya drama queen, sini Joker na Harley Quinn. Kila siku ni Halloween, jokes na horrific scenes na we're both prolific sinners. Msamaha ni wa foreign listeners, yabidi kuwa imara kama Simba, call it Pilsner. Cause your love is a hangover. I'm thinking that it's time for a changeover, so I have to stay. Cause I'm becoming manic depressive. I swear na panic the aggressive. Yani hadi sex drive ya die mechanic expensive. Fundi wa mitambo maybe fundi wa mbiu ya mgambo. I saw ningerudi nikishaka takiu cha ngambo. Explorer shinda dora, I feel alive kwa hii forum nikitia fora. Multiple targets, gold scorer, Diadora. Nikarudi market so bora nikahora. Ni kama sumu ndani ya peremende, nafuatilia toka Kisumu hadi Karumaindo. Must I remind you, niliapa kusaka hadi my mistari find you. Kneeling on church pews, kuna nuru gizani, so I'm chilling with Pastor Pius. Even looking for your family's blessings like I choose. Be ready to learn every bitter lesson that I choose. But sometimes I walk in reverse, so don't believe everything that I talk in this verse. Like Missy Jui mbona fande nilimdai Sasha. Maybe eyelashes umejikuta sande na Ivasha. Heri hata ngekwa crash katande na Tasha. Kwa hii dunia baridi kila upande na mpasha. Joto kwa wingi, watoto kwa wingi, bala ni kujiletea msoto kwa wingi. Ala ukinikujia najua unatafuta nini. Hata sikuoni nikisha staftahi. And yet somehow nina uhakika kuwa kila dakika hamna kitu utatafuta after hii. Defeats donanusia juu by now roho ishasusia kuelewa parameters hizi visa calamity, kuvuka perimeter ukivutwa na gravity, falling from the heavens and you're calling out to 7 angels, and with every kiss you're given you're living dangerous. Kukaziwa hewa na hii sumu ya penzi, kuna maziwa pewa ikutoke kwa system. Nini? Memories of the first time that you kissed them. Yeah. Hiki tu ni toxic, caustic and exhausting, costing me my peace of mind, watching what I'm posting. So what am I supposed to do? I'm lost in the enjoyment, bigger fish to fry, so I'm roasting me some koi fish. Bahari ya haramia, my chance for love nimeiharia maramia. Demu kimcharia, unagaramia. Only then can you make a career from kumparamia. That's the truth. Nothing more to say about. Have to deal with it before you deal with you. Salute for this.
Digital baby.
Real one.
Nisiwezi kwa chini, niko juu. Kuna nilikotoka nyinyi hamfahamu. Kama ya mbaya sikati tamaa, akienda ni watashangaa. Mtajizoazoa kama ndege mitapa. skatita mana ngangana misitisha
Life yangu ni somewhat kama movie ya Humpty Dumpty. Congratulations kuchanganyika na rambi rambi, like looking for love na huku you're humping something you don't plan to spend your life with. They can see the lying teeth. No wonder ni another type of anxiety ya kuhangaisha scientist. A message to society. Nikibonga ni soliloquy, ukinisikia na dai ni ventriloquist dummy. Young boy you can't be saved by mommy. Issues itanifanya niwe a slave to money. Ningekuwa nishaingia kwa grave zamani, kisha hizi dreams zikawa depraved. Samahani bila sorry, naanza siku na kila story ila worry. You my cup runneth over bila uri imejaa. Kind of funny in the depths of hell, my demons walinishauri niwe star.
Siwezi kwa chini, niko juu kule nilikotoka nyinyi mfahamu kama ya mbaya sikati tamaa akia nani watashangaa mtajizoazoa kama ndege nitapa sikati tamaa na ngangana misitisha
Kwenye maisha yangu niko exactly mali nilifaa kuwa. Njia nilipitia kufika hapa ndio itawashtua. Bila kuwasha stura niliacha game jivu. Jua kuna nalobadilika ni the same wivu. Ukipanda ngazi chache wanakukata ankles. Niambie shangazi aje, nina kikosi ndio but mie shangazi waje. Jumwataka masaka yet hamna ndimi za kuyatangaza mashaka. Mwashangaza makaka waliolay foundation ikawaka kama ka the great occasion. Secret location ya kuendeleza fani eti underground si kujipendekeza kwani na break ground kugongesha gitaa chini. Wana take rounds kuja kunionesha vitani. Wana make frowns nikimbongesha Rita. Mini ikifake roundness ya assets sound nile ya cassette.
Siwezi kwa chini, niko juu kule nilikotoka nyinyi mfahamu
Kambaya mbaya sikate tamaa, akia nani watashanga. Nitajizoazoa kama ndege nitapa
sikati tamaa na ngangana misitisha siwezi wekwa chini, niko juu kule nilikotoka nyinyi mfahamu kambaya mbaya sikati tamaa akia nani watashangaa nitajizoazoa kama ndege nitapa sikati tamaa na ngangana misitisha
Yeah. Welcome to the mind of Dark Soul. Yeah, someone told me once, in this life, you only have two options. So when it comes down to it, would you rather dance with the devil or cry with the angels?
Hii filamu ishafika end credits. Siwezi tena jisumbua nikispend credits. Sending edited copies of love letters kwa tenant. Asha move out akahamia another continent. Confidence levels iko on defense. Sasa ni kula.
Ladies and gentlemen, guess who's back? Kigondo is still here in the stew. Uhuru Park, tuko katikati ya mwezi hapana mwanzo wa March, and we out here doing wewe nani flows aniangalia vibaya bana nimeona tu sura yake ikimove from the side. Kama kumbuki flows ni producer wetu maze, na sijui ni vile nimemention mwanzo wa March or something, but you can hear I've changed my tongue for a bit this time kwa sababu nataka tubonge vile si bonga mtaani. I have a very special guest. You know what, in 1983 kuna jamaa fulani hapo alivotiwa into power. A human being that only led for not so many years, 3 or 4. Actually, I think he was assassinated on the 4th year. I'm speaking of the one and only Sankara. tunaongelea ma presidents hapa we are asking dead presidents to represent us, but guess what, in the studio we have an active live mwananchi a phenomenal human being who in this case is an environmentalist. Iyo hata naiva with a lot of pride today because he truly believes in what he does, and so do we, supporting and celebrating him. But he's also a politician. He's also a human right activist. And what is something that I personally napenda sana ni he's an artist. Ningependa tuambie a bit about all these things as he introduces himself to us. So Sankara, karibu sana kwenye studio.
Yeah, asante sana. Yeah, the whole team, Power Radio. Yeah. My DJ Flozy.
DJ Flows.
Asante sana. Mimi nasikiza sana Reggae Roadblock.
Yeah.
It's my favorite product, Power 254.
Hapo sawa mazee. Yeah. Nimekuintroduce in so many hats. Nimekuintroduce kama msanii, environmentalist.
True.
Tuanze na ile ulianza kufanya the kitambo kabisa, alafu tuende to with every new hat tumeget.
Okay.
Yeah.
So mimi nimekuwa msanii.
Okay.
Longest time. Immediately nimemaliza high school, form 4, Maseno school. Nimeingia kwa sanaa.
Okay.
Immediately I started painting.
Okay.
Yeah. I started involving myself in the creative space. Nikaingia kwa michongo kiasi, sculpting. Nikajipata kwa poetry. Yeah. So that has been my earliest career.
Okay.
Since I got myself out of school, that's what I've been doing actively.
Yeah.
Till now, it is what it is the arts. Naona hiyo usanii ndio imenipatia platform pia ya kuweza kujiexpress na pia ku get into other spaces kama politics, kama environment. Naona kama youth leadership, kama activism. Ni art ndio imekuwa ni foundation yangu.
Napenda sana hiyo story mazee. Visual artists out here mazee wana rule the day. Mazee nyinyi ni magwiji, ni watu smart sana bana.
Bigger.
Tuongele juu ya the human rights activist part.
Okay.
Kuna kitu particularly happened ndio ikakuinspire kusema you know what, hata mimi naweza simama na dibonge ama tu ni things as they were ulikuwa wacha tu jump in tuone inakuangaje.
Kitu ile nisukuma kwa human rights activism actually ni arts bado.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a collective of youths who are artists in our community pale Ngong. So as youths we were trying to also see vile manze tunaweza tumia sanaa pia kujiendeleza, na kulikuwa na dump site bigi pale mtaani. So sisi tukasema using our creativity tunaweza fanyaje tu pia tuchangie katika kucontrol garbage. Juu sasa mtaa yetu garbage ilikuwa inatoka Karen, inatoka area mbalimbali kama Kile, wanakuja wanadump pale Ngong, unaona. So wakidump pale sisi tunaona kuna plastic resources, kuna glass, kuna metal, kuna bones, unaona, kuna vitu tunaweza reuse creatively na tuzi stream back bado kwa market. So katika hiyo harakati nini kuna community space tuka identify. Kwa identify hiyo community space sisi tukasema si tuingie ndani kwa hiyo community space ndio pia tufanye sanaa zetu hapo because we didn't have a space. So tulipoingia pale kumbe ilikuwa ni community space, lakini kuna wase walikuwa washai grab. So we had a tussle with them. They tried to kick us out. Na pia sisi tukakuwa tumefikiwa pia na community elders wakatuambia don't be threatened, this land belongs to the community. So you guys, you're just putting it rightfully into use, and we don't have a problem with that because you are not claiming ownership. The other person is claiming ownership, so you guys stay put, we're going to support you. Manze sisi tukakaa farm pale. Nakwambia huyo land grabber alitukimbiza. Huyo land grabber alitutoa teke pale. Alienda akaconspire na Masanse wakakam, wakatushika. We were 12 of us. After they arrested us, they said that we were found in a place where drugs are used. No. Hiyo ndio ikakuwa ni criminal charge ile ambayo tumewekewa.
So wakaseti.
No, so wakatuseti. Haikukuwa anything to do with the land. But the perpetrator had told us, you guys, I want you out of that land. That is my land that I bought with my money. And we told him, okay, if really it's your land, give us a title deed so that we can be confident that is yours, because us as a community, we know this land belongs to us, you know. And as the youths who don't have a space to work, we are working here. No. So things went south. Lakini, from that experience is where my activism work was born, because we were arrested, the 12 of us, accused wrongfully. That accusation got us into the industrial area. You see?
Yeah.
When we were at industrial area, there was cash bill that we were supposed to pay, 20,000 per person. I was the chairman of that organization, you know, and they wanted 20,000 from each and every one of us. We were 12. That was 240,000.
Yeah.
Guess what? Boniface Mwangi is the one who came through for us.
Wacha.
That was my first contact with a human rights activist with anything to do with human rights.
Yeah.
Because from that engagement, Boni was like, you guys, you are human rights defenders. It's just that you don't know it. But whatever you're doing, you're fighting for the rights of the community.
I like that.
Particularly land rights. No. So from there, I got so much inspired, you know, by that engagement with Boni. And from there, I began identifying myself as a land right defender.
Look at
na
that.
jani yangu ikaanza hapo.
Ikaanza hapo mazee. Hiyo ni story ingine mwenda deadly bana. I'm so glad you like saw it through despite all the challenges mazee, na bado unaendelea na hiyo push
True.
Hiyo space ikoaje saa hizi?
Hiyo space saa hii tuliendelea kupiga kelele. After that we also had a community dialogue.
Okay.
It was called Kweli Cafe. Boni came. We spoke to the community. We rallied the youths. And then we presented a couple of petitions to NEMA, to the national government, Ministry of Land, and we started fighting the dump site because it was not an official dumping site. The land that where they were doing the dumping, when looked at in the PDP map, is a park, you know, is a green space for the community.
Yeah.
So we started building on how we can close down the dump site and get it back to do its rightful work, which is green space for the community. Tuka champion. 2019, yo dump site ikakuwa decommissioned na ile serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta.
Look at that.
Wakasema close down this thing, you know. Catholic Church pia walipiga kelele sana, na other neighbors, the schools. You know, there's an informal settlement there that was ever, you could think that the ghetto is burning all the time because the dump site was so huge and it kept on giving smoke from morning to morning. Smoke that never, yani, there's a fire, haikuwa inaisha. Unajua Dandora, vile inakaa. So kuna fumes tu uko chini zina boil, zina burn. Unaona, so air quality ilikuwa iko poor. Kulikuwa na stench all over. It was unbearable. Unaona, lakini pia tulikuwa wounded. You know, this action for fighting this dump site, was as a result of being wounded from the experience that we had when they were kicking us out of that place. So it was really something that was within us to make sure that this dump site goes, because if this dump site goes, all the other grabbers that are around will, without a doubt, be wiped out.
This is true.
So right now, we have reclaimed the space. It's a community space. It's a green space. Although they did some nasty things, zenye hazikutufurahisha.
Hebu nisho.
Do ilitolewa na it's called the Italian government. They gave money to set up an integrated waste management system that was going to receive the waste from that particular dump site and turn it into a resource or mitigate it, you know.
How was this money transferred? Ilikuwa the Italian government to the
county government
to the
of
county
Kajiado.
government.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a donor money.
Okay.
So these guys, you know what they did? They didn't put up the integrated waste management system. They dug a big hole at the ground and then they buried all the waste, you know. So we are still crying as a community because our boreholes are in danger, you know. The land is not productive. We can't even grow trees because, say, 50 to 100 feet from the ground surface, now it's waste.
It's dirt.
It's just waste.
Yeah.
It's just waste.
Yeah. Hey, man.
Yeah. But the struggle still continues.
Yeah.
Bado tuko hapo manze.
Viva maze.
Viva, bado tuko hapo. Until things get better.
Maze,
Yeah,
you know what I like the most in your story is the push, the continued push. Spirit haijadunda.
Kweli.
Unajua spirit haijadunda. So if they didn't tell you, the people of Ngong, mi naisema saizi asante. Yeah, for what you did, even for taking up the courage and even the leadership too, you know, you and your mates kuendelea kupush hiyo story na at least agenda hata kai kufika mwisho at least iko njiani bado maze nayo
Shukran.
tuongele politics kiasi yake.
Kweli.
You also identify yourself as a politician. At what point do you go, you know what, I am a politician? Yeah.
I can say really I didn't want to go into that direction.
Oh, okay. This was never the vision.
That was never my vision because
Okay.
I come from a political family.
Okay.
My dad is a politician. My grandfather was a politician. And I wanted to do my things differently because I've had a first-hand experience of what being a politician means. So it's not really the kind of life that I wanted to get myself into.
Good. Let's underline that a bit.
Yeah.
You say you understand what that life is. What is that life? Yeah? Najua especially vile umecheki wazazi wako and your grandparents. What is that life? What does it mean to be a politician in this country?
To be a politician in this country, particularly Kenya, is very, very difficult. You have to compromise even your own values. No. Kwa sababu most of the time, the people wanapenda kusikia. There are some things that they want to hear. Wanapenda kusikia vitu fulani. Unaona. So hiyo bado inakuka kwa position ya ku massage ego ya wase. Unaona. Na maybe na pia kudanganya. There's a lot of treachery in politics for you to be able to also maneuver and also get your interests achieved. Unaona. Pressure ni kitu ingine. Pressure from the community. Because when I come out, nikisema mimi ni mwanasiasa pale mtaani, immediately nimesema hivyo. Kuna vitu zenye sasa zitakuwa ni burden yangu. Unasema ni responsibility yangu.
Raia inadai munde ama.
Raia inataka kitu ni aje master nimemanzia hata sasa naenda kejani sina kitu. Na watoi wako pale wananiongoja na wewe unasema kwanza wewe ni kiongozi hakuna ujanja yenyewe unaweza kuwa nayo at least
nipange
manze nitumie hata kama 200 unaona. So hizo expectation kama hizo manze zinafanya yani mimi nilikuwa nishaziona juu naona mzae kabla aende wera asubuhi 6 in the morning kuna mraia pale nje ya gate unaona wase kama 10 12 kila mtu ako na issue tofauti. Sasa hiyo mzae alikuwa ashaji commit the previous night akona mamikutano hiyo asubuhi kuna wase inafaa aone unaona alink na wao mamikutano zake. So inakuwa hawa watu wasipo engage ina translate nini madharau. Huyo jamaa akona madharau unaona. So politics
it takes a lot to be a political leader.
It takes a lot juu kuna pressure kibao sana. Expectation iko juu kutoka kwa wananchi. Unaona. System pia ya politics vile imekuwa si politics yetu si transparent. Ndio uweze at least kumove kidogo you must have money. People can't believe in the vision. Ni ngumu sana mpaka up until now for Kenyans to believe in your vision is difficult. But if you have something small, they will buy into even a fake vision. So hizo ndo challenges zenye zilikuwa mimi zimesema if naweza pata kitu ya kufanya yenye sio siasa, I'd rather do that.
Okay. Yet in spite of all this you still said, you know what, I might as well just. What made you step forward and say I am willing to be a political leader?
I was pushed by my colleagues.
Okay.
I was pushed by friends. I was pushed by the community. Yeah, because
na hii ni genuine. Isi ile ya
hii ni genuine.
Muliniombea.
Hii ni genuine kwa sababu tuko na public participation, tuko na community barazas, unaona, tuko na community dialogues za kuaddress different issues. Most of the time mimi naona community wanajua issue iko hapa, shida iko hapa, tumedanganywa hapa. Lakini when all these duty bearers they come to the ground and we have a moment to engage them, everybody was silent. Sasa mimi ni ule msee sijuangi ati kusugarcoat mambo, naenda bare knuckle. So mimi naweza kupoint wewe kama kiongozi, niseme wewe ile kitu ulifanyia wale wa mama ile siku haikuwa right. Unaona? Na niambie municipality, nyinyi muna tolerate dumping ya sewage, raw sewage kwa community. Hiyo inafai stop kwa sababu ina affect little children. Hawana space ya kuplay, wana play nje ya mlango yao na wana play na hiyo sewage. Unaona, muna contaminate river. Hiyo river ina flow Nairobi National Park. Wanyama wetu wanaenda kukunywa hiyo. So yo partnership yenye mko nao na watu wenye wana dump hiyo sewage inafai stop. So hiyo courage over time ya ku stand up na ku call out our leaders ndio ilini push into that space. Because I ningeitwa mara mingi sana. Naitwa up until now, naitwa Sankara, tuko na issue hapa, fanya hivi. Sisi tunaenda lakini sisi tutakuback up, lakini wewe tulikuwa tunataka ufanye nini? Uongee. Tulikuwa tunataka uarticulate hizo issues, unaona, kwa sababu wewe uko ni kama uko fearless, unaona. Nikajipata nimerepresent hapa. Saa zingine imekuwa na negotiate, unaona, on different interests za community, naitwa ni negotiate, na slowly nikajipata tu kwa hiyo space
kidogo tu. So what happened? Did you end up running for a particular seat? Ulirania gani?
I made an attempt 2022 nika make attempt ya ku represent community yangu kwa county assembly of Kajiado. Lakini mambo ikaenda vile ilienda. So hatukujaza ballot, but pia haikutu stop from also articulating sensitive concerns in our community.
You still got the chance to put that up for conversation. I'm curious though. Unacheki hiyo space umeongelea juu ya integrity. Nafurahia sana hiyo integrity. Na pia hiyo story ya kwenda knuckle to, unajua bare knuckle The thing about leaders with integrity, pali miwa na saa zingine inawachanga kiasi ni kuchagua political party. So even without really going into details ulirun na political party gani, what would you advise a leader ambaye ako mazena understand lazima ni compromise vitu mingi huko nje, so lazima nishikane na political party ambaye iko na hii rada fulani, yet most of the times hiyo inaenda na rada safi, normally inakuanga the less popular one. So at times ni karata fulani hapo. What would you advise an aspirant who wants to stand on integrity yet still understanding that most of the times the more popular political party is governed by, I don't know, fools?
So ukiangalia political landscape yetu as a country, kuna zile giant political parties zenye tuko nayo, unaona. Hizo political parties hazibelong kwa wananchi. Realistically speaking, political parties inafai kuwe ni people centered, unaona, kwa sababu a party is not about an individual. A party is about an ideology that is coming to save the country from bad governance, bad representation, unaona. But political parties, zile giant ambazo tuko nazo, even if we do a quick count, you can relate them with individuals. You can't relate them with the people. Talk about ODM is equals to Raila. Talk about UDA is equals to William Ruto. Talk about Wiper is equals to Kalonzo. You can't see another face behind there. That okay, Kalonzo is not around for this meeting. Who are we expecting to come? Nobody can take a wild guess, even in a crowd of 10,000 people.
Ni kweli.
These political parties are busy. They are like companies. They are like companies for certain individuals. So wisdom inahitajika, isiwezi kudanganya. Mimi niliitisha kiti na chama ya UDA. I had an option of contesting using Ukweli Party. Because by that time I was vying, I had a personal relationship with Boniface Mwangi. But now looking at it also politically, problem inakuja wapi? The people ama the masses, kuna kitu inakosa yenye inaitwa political education. Naona. So the absence of political education has created a vacuum for populist leaders to capture the space. Unaona. Now, what do populist leaders use to capture the space? It's not ideology.
It is not ideology.
It is money.
Yeah.
Unaona. So,
in this case at least, history might correct us on that, but in this case at least,
true.
Tunajua at least ni pesa ina rule.
Ni pesa kwa sababu kama sio do ni ngumu sana, nakwambia ukweli. Kama sio do, sisi wote tungekuwa kwa ukweli party because iko na ideology ya kusave the country. Unaona. Lakini pressure inakujia pale ni wale wasee wana confuse the masses wakitumia hizo resources. So mtu yoyote, mimi I usually advise, and I even gave this advice to very many youths who are contesting for different political seats. Take the war to the battlefield. We can't be having Uhuru Park as the battlefield, and then now you take your war to Karura.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
Fighting alone.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, say in the next election, 2027, we are gearing up towards the election, right? If we have a political party that has come out strongly, you know, and they've been able to capture the space through popularity, you know, or whatever way, that's where we take the war, you know. That's where we should take the war to make sure that those people that are being advanced by those or by that political party do not make it.
I see what you mean. The faces that are fronted by, say, the dirty regime before us or even present, the faces that we attach to them, find them there. Block their numbers in terms of if they're voting 2, let us vote 3. This is what you mean.
Exactly.
I get you.
Exactly.
We
must have our own candidates. See, right now, let's be practical. Right now, tunasema ODM na UDA wana plan maja wa form the next government. Unaona? Lazima tukuwe na pale, kwa hiyo ODM, lazima tukuwe na watu wetu wa kuleta shida hapo. Sifuna nataka seneta wa Nairobi. Ni jenzi mgani tunataka akuwe seneta wa Nairobi mwenye anaenda kupigana na Sifuna kwa hiyo chama yao?
Okay, so for every popular face they put forward, we need as strong a candidate beside them.
Who will take the war to their doorstep so that we can edge them out.
I hear you.
We can edge them out and at least have a new lot of representation.
I like that, Maze. I like that, ladies and gentlemen.
It's my way of thinking. It's not perfect, you know, but politics is a gamble.
Strategy,
so,
yes,
you know,
sir.
everybody is welcomed to, you know, present
There's
a strategy that you think can help us capture, because it all boils down to organizing to take political power. There's nothing else that we need. Without the political power, hatuwezi badilisha hii nchi. Itakuwa tu ni wimbo mtoi wangu tena akam aanze kuimba imba. Lakini kama tunataka kuleta change kweli, lazima to capture your political power. Now we need to do it with all means necessary, as Malcolm X said.
By all means necessary. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to ask my final question to Sankara here, but we have to appreciate the way he's articulated his understanding of things as they are and how he sees we should go forward. And I like that he sees for every popular, that he sees a future where for every popular face they front, we have ours who is as credible, if not stronger. Question yangu ya mwisho kwa Sankara ni, what next? Not only for him, but also for the country. Tuanze na for him, then we go for the country, to the country. What next, Sankara? What next?
Hiyo ni swali noma sana. What next? the fact that is in the air is that Kenya, and not only Kenya, globally, the youth constituency is as stronger than ever before. You know, so going forward, the youth must ask themselves very pertinent questions, bro. Naona kwa sababu kama hapa Kenya peke yake tukiangalia demographically 70% ya population ni youths, you know. But what happens when we go to an election? Is it that the youths vote for an alternative alafu wao watu wanaiba, ama the youths wanakuwa confused na little money, alafu wana install the same faces, the same old people, no.
Yeah.
So going forward, mimi ile kitu najua bila mambo mingi, going forward, vijana lazima tu capture hiyo space. Sisi ndio majority na kura inashindagwa na majority. Hakunanga ujanja ingine kwa kura, ni numbers. Na kama facts ziko ati vijana ndo wako wengi kushinda mabuda, unaona, ni nini hiyo inatushinda kuachieve? Ni nini, what is so complex in us rallying together and saying okay, DJ Flozy is going to be our next president, unaona? Na tumesema na tumeamua. So kila kijana mwenye ako area, chukua pesa, fanya kitu utafanya, lakini kwa ballot box uko peke yako, weka DJ Flozy tick. Mbona hiyo inakuwa ni kitu complex sana?
Yeah.
You know, you see, that is a very sensitive question that we should all be asking ourselves. No.
Yeah.
So going forward, I think it's a right opportunity for the youths to engage themselves in political education so that we can identify the loops in the system. You know, because this system, we cannot lie to ourselves. This system was left for our parents by the colonialists. It's not our system. We have been to school, we are intelligent, and we've been exposed enough over the years. It is time for us to build a system that we will also leave to our children. A system that is a system for them, not a system that has been inherited. You know, we are operating on an inherited system. You know, that's why you go to some schools right now, our young girls are being told to shave their hair. What relation does academia has to do with hair? You know, that is a colonial mentality that is still ruling, you know. So from my own perspective, going forward, the youths must be politically educated so that we can now capture power, political power, and put the systems right in order for us to leave a good inheritance for the generations to come.
The next generation.
Yeah, man.
Words so powerfully put, I wouldn't even try speak that much after him. Ladies and gentlemen, he clearly has the spirit of Sankara in him. Mi hata mi amenicharge nasikia tu niende ni vote already bana. Wajua, so asante sana Sankara for your time.
Shukran
thank you
sana.
so much for your perspective, and thank you for the courage that it has taken for you to stand here all these years and beyond, maze. Uzidina hiyo vision, maze.
Nashukuru sana.
Not only for unajua sisi na generation next, but pia vile tu tumesakol for the environment as well.
Kweli.
Na kucheki na kucelebrate, maze. Zidi kuzidi.
Nashukuru sana.
Nayo
nashukuru sana. Ile time yenye tuko sahi in the world, we are at the age of Aquarius. The age of Aquarius is the information age.
It is.
Yeah, you cannot lie to anybody. You cannot hide information. It's out there. That's why you see the internet, everything.
Yeah,
you know?
Technology.
So we should leverage on that.
Hey, maze anaongea the right things, bana. We are in the age of the Aquarius. Ka hujaisikiza kuna band from the 60s actually Ili sing that particular song, The Age of the Aquarius, and they foretold of a time when information would rule. Well, guess what?
Yes.
We are here.
We are here.
We are here. We are in it right now, mazee.
Na Power 254 radio, si unaona Power radio iko katikati ya hiyo Aquarius age.
Yeah.
Na ile information yenye na put out for the people ni information ya kufanya nini? Ya kujenga wase,
Yeah.
ya kuchanua wase, na ya kudisseminate your information. We have very many other radio stations outside there, but what agendas are they propelling?
Kugongewa na kugongeana buda.
Kugongewa na kugongeana.
Maze, ladies and gentlemen, it's Power Radio. Tunaendelea na mziki. As for me, peace. Until next time, nitaona next Thursday, maze. Center stage tutaendelea kama kawa. But as for now, Sankara, una any last word?
Naweza sema kama msanii, art is meant to disturb the comfortable and comfort the disturbed. Kwa hivyo tuendelee pia kusupport wasanii na kazi zao. Wale wase wako under immense psychological and psychosocial challenges. Art is a great solution. Na pia art is coming to take over the liberation silently by way of educating and impacting positively to the community. Kwa hivyo wasanii wote in this age of Aquarius lazima pia watumie sana yao ku-impact community.
Righteous. Hata nani hata nice na hiyo. DJ Flows mwenyewe maze. See you next time. More presenters will be joining you for the conversation at PDF. As for me maze, sisi wasanii na sanaa tuko on next Thursday from 2 to 4 center stage at Kigondu everywhere. Peace.
Hakuna cha bure, concrete relationships niliziacha Bamburi. Kama ni salamu pelekea Mamburi, chuki ina burn slow, hapa ni moshi na zaburi. Hizi stains hazioshwi na sabuni, hata kanzu iwe white aje bado haitoshi Uarabuni. So you can keep it, mimi nakupa just a snippet. Kama ya kumiza sana pia you can skip it. Escapist, kwa line up na date rapists, unlikely attraction wakamua ku make babies.
But men are dogs.
So the bitch aka get rabies, akamchapa kamuua. Definition ya dead bitch, natafakari haya ndio yaifanya iwe ngumu ku get tipsy, so naisa ingia kwa flow na kudance calypso bila partner in crime, ila nitampata in time to make a run for it. The road less traveled took a route 148. Lost kama Martians ama Kim and the Kardashians. Hapa itabidi imminent departure kabla tujipate Citizen Nipashe. Before nikubali heri nimsikize Tinashe ama wakaflaka kama kawaida, huenda ikawa wana mawaidha. Juu wahenga walienda leave, squeezy akili si nywele watu upenda weave. Though it's none of my business, na huenda nimemuudhi one of my listeners. Ingawa topic sensitive, shinda shavula bikreza na tenga points kakupinda nyavu za Kiingereza. Yeah, Premier League hivi. Kuna majeruhi sare kunipimia GV. Pia kuna wale wa kuresuscitate, wale hamkutoboa kuwa assassinate characters. Wengine huni fascinate, wanataka tuzoeane nikatulikuwa classmates. Don't mess with me, kakansime. Kwani can't you see, you can't see me. Nika kumtilia Smith and Rom, fingerprints za Kobe kwa hit and run. Niite Han, Atila yule mkatili. Pima akili ratilini, huwezi nibadili. Hata ukinibadili, huwezi kufadhili. Hii safari ya malaika juwezi fadhili. Williams, penzi langu ni premium.
But you're my reason for breathing.
Pia upumua helium. Nimekuwa nikishikanisha roho na mishale tangu enzi za William Tell na mbili ya Bell. MJ akililia msichana wa Liberia, roho ishakuwa baridi hata achana na Siberia. Deli naomba fursa ya kupiga luku gado na ruksa ya kujiruzuku juhuku zuku bado. Na watunzi wa mascandals wasini highlight, waniache nimetulia kawasini island. Juu kila usiku najihisi kama husika wa kusuzikiu na Lucifer na miguu amecrucify.
Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Kenya nchi yetu, Kenya nchi yetu. Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Kenya nchi yetu, Kenya nchi yetu. Hakuna matata, hakuna majanta. Daily mtani mangata. Kumekens meet ni hand kama kupanda mlima na bagai na matanga. Ni easy Kenya kuharasiwa na polisi. Wezi get easy services for free kwa hizi ofisi. Hadi land ya shule nataka wakule. That shows you vile pia wamedharau elimu ya bure juu ni bure. All those years of kusoma but you're not yet learning. Wameturn radical, pressures of life ndo zimewaharden. Asante ya punda ni mateke, they are guilty. Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Kenya nchi yetu, Kenya nchi yetu. Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Kenya nchi yetu, Kenya nchi yetu. Siku hizi politics kwa kanisa. Siku hizi vitu zinafanyika kwa giza. Mashash kwa misa. Abracadabra ni kama siku hizi society inahitaji new Jesus. Cheki, so many religions, denominations, sijui ministries. Usawa shani takafiri. But it's okay, time imeisha, piga firimbi. Ni red card kwa ule politician mwenye fanyi kazi mtaani. Red card kwa ule msee mtiaji mtaani. So unajua kama ni informa utaki uta make it. Hold up, I'm not stopping kama lori mekatika breki. Lakini ni sawa, like I said before, I don't see nothing wrong with comedy. Abracadabra, mnajua mnataka tu ni dedi. Ndio mnieke makomiti jati kwa sababu sikutii. Na nikiwa uhai nilikuwa nafungiwa hadi keja. Where were you then? Abracadabra, so unajua that is it. Na kama nikiweka magoti chini alafu nimalize kusema amen. Hakuna matata, hakuna majanta. Walisema watatengenezea makazi but tutu watu walipatia watoto wao matenda. Hao ndo wako huko hivyo na sukuma zile agendas. Lakini ni sawa, si unajua watatutumia armies and armies but hizo armies darudi back to sender. Revolution, so ina revolve around this nation. Time yetu ndio imefika, vijana tabaki tumeungana. Hakuna matata.
Kuleta change ni expensive, tulishauza society. Ukiona dream for change, uza dream urudishwe change. Kusaka job imekuwa kazi kwa vijana, kazi za wazee zinanuka jasho la vijana. Kani kukula kwa macho, nimekulatia gas mtaani. Kwa hoteli wanadai hawana food for thought. AK47 background ya economy, unataka freedom ka withdraw ndani ya bank. Ukilala njaa uza kitanda, nunua meza. Chakula ukimeza chunga sana tumbo isi strike. Ambia raia wanyama watatupigania. Ukitaka revolution then revolve kwa illusion. Wamekidnap time yetu, tunanunua haki na damu yetu. Mbegu za kesho zikibreak through, ukweli wamezika kwa grave, tunadai chetu. Wamekidnap time yetu, tunanunua haki na damu yetu. Mbegu za kesho zikibreak through, ukweli wamezika kwa grave, tunadai chetu. Ukweli wamezika kwa grave, tunadai chetu.
HFZ urefa atatumia firimbi ama atatumia sign language. Nasikia nduru kwa daro mabubu. Action speaks louder than words. Same place, same people, different narrators, same story. Koloni mambo leo. I'm not chaotic, I'm only fighting against injustice. Kwa rodi ukikeep left, uko right. Na kwa group wrong ukileft, uko right. Ukitumia mkono ya left ku right, kitu right, uko partially right. So acha ni right, kuna venye hizi wrongs cause ina seem right. Na ukikokores na madaktari, waambie utaki mashinano. Waambieni hatutaki revolution, tunataka revelation. Let the public know what's right, one spirit.
Wamekidnap time yetu, tunanunua haki na damu yetu. Mbegu za kesho zikibreak through, ukweli wamezika kwa grave, tunadai chetu. Wamekidnap time yetu, tunanunua haki na damu yetu. Mbegu za kesho zikibreak through, ukweli wamezika kwa grave, tunadai chetu.
Kuandika new portfolio, devotion is needed. Parliament ni brothel, so politics ni cliche in nature. Bunge ni oracle, bunge ina test ya lemon but imevaa puppet ya pineapple. Kwa world ya siasa sioni kitu mpya, hizi vitu zote zina inanipa tu deja vu. Politics, missing porcupine kwa love story ya Adam na Hawa. Vako na grab rasilimali ni kabiria na makanga na shawa. Ambia Chief Justice kwa corridors of justice yoni kitu. Naona tu poster za usikojoe hapa. Kanjoni eyewitness, hizi statue za Kimathi na Tomboya zina frown. Irony, vitu zina happen sahi eti samaki na drown. Mheshimiwa amenona, amepoteza hata shape siku hizi na still anadai tumpatie round of applause. Hakuna nguo zinawatosha, wengine ni wanaume na wanavaa round of applause. Kenya mheshimiwa, kuiba ni right of passage. The only thing you need to possess ni maneno ziko ambiguity. Maneno za convince queen na kuekoni kubine beyond infinity. Ini cry angry mwananchi man. Mwananchi anatoka kwa nchi na believe haisaidii kufuga ng'ombe when you can buy milk.
Wamekidnap time yetu, tunanunua haki na damu yetu. Mbegu za kesho zikibreak through, ukweli wamezika kwa grave, tunadai chetu. Wamekidnap time yetu, tunanunua haki na damu yetu. Mbegu za kesho zikibreak through, ukweli wamezika kwa grave, tunadai chetu.
Nyamwalo Gilongo nyingi kende kindoganda Nyamwalo Chungi kedi sao chopo Niki wise loud ni madogs na ma stadiums. God nishikilie in your stadiums. Too much guns, no roses. Hakuna saviors kwa crosses, enemies kwa closets. Ni marafiki time ya ballot box. But of course, wametu brainwash by force. So easy, kakuingiza hallowed box. But my cause, ni kuliberate my folks. Washa dom, chapa choki, weji nice na gox. Kahiyo ndio recipe ya kuraise your hope. Maji straight ako maji. Kati ya rich and poor, kuna margin. So na try to imagine, can credit ikiwa virgin. Fuck na system, na still I need assistance. In real sense, niko different. Nina drown, nina choke kwenye sewage. Na watu na sewage. Hii ni Kenya, watatu drive crazy. Bila 4x4, tauso. Kuda hewa, pewa kiti kandi ya dere na usichune. Chunga simu, chunga mdomo, chunga chai ya karao. Wapi hao wenye kesi, wenye sura kwa gazeti. Activist na community. Rise up. Shout out mahasla wote huko nje. Lazima tumake it happen na maji. Big up manze Clue na Sudi jo, si ati nini. Clue asha Kani rap itanitoa na rap hadi nikanje. Kani mboka itanitoa na trap hadi nikanje. Kani yasu itanitoa na work hadi nikanje. Kani books inanitoa na soma hadi nikanje. Till I'm paid, I'm rapping till I'm paid. Till I'm paid, I'm trapping till I'm paid. Till I'm paid, I'm working till I'm paid. Till I'm paid, I'm reading till I'm paid. Kani rap itanitoa na rap hadi nikanje. Kani mboka itanitoa na trap hadi nikanje. Kani yasu itanitoa na work hadi nikanje. Kani books inanitoa na soma hadi nikanje. Till I'm paid, I'm rapping till I'm paid. Till I'm paid, I'm trapping till I'm paid. Till I'm paid, I'm working till I'm paid. Till I'm paid, I'm reading till I'm paid. Dekani club, nime approach masle kunso tatu. Mkono nimeshikilia, album copy tatu. Drip all black, jale ya rechi ni timba. Nika washofike bay, niko biz na wakufika bay. Wali die ni washike day, sai niko biz, die pleasure. Sina time ya kucheza, nakelea kazi lazima ni omoke. Kauli jitoa ikichipa na kutoka, yeah. Maybe wako mad, niko back on my bag. Niko back on my bag, usi feel bad. Nikitopizi chats, usiwe sad. Ukitolewa kwa game, ukitolewa kwa game. Hard work usiseme ni payback zile siku ni luck. Fanya kenye utafanya sijali. Hali yangu fiti keche inapanya. Spendi marat, spendi masnitch. Minda kudis, nilikonga brembo wako once. Funny anadai ananimiss. Alinipea head kwa me. Leta akakam kukis. Malija ikosa kujipo bro. Watecho na shinda wakikamo kigo. Shinda hapo uche kitu kigrow. Zoezi kwa wingi saimi ni pro. Umejaribu watu ko below. Kani rap itanitoa na rap hadi nikanje. Kani mboka itanitoa na trap hadi nikanje. Kani yasu itanitoa na work hadi nikanje. Kani books inanitoa na soma hadi nikanje. Till I'm paid, I'm rapping till I'm paid. Till I'm paid, I'm trapping till I'm paid. Till I'm paid, I'm working till I'm paid. Till I'm paid, I'm reading till I'm paid. Kani rap itanitoa na rap hadi nikanje. Kani mboka itanitoa na trap hadi nikanje. Kani yasu itanitoa na work hadi nikanje. Kani books inanitoa na soma hadi nikanje. Till I'm paid, I'm rapping till I'm paid. Till I'm paid, I'm dropping till I'm paid. Till I'm paid, I'm working till I'm paid. Till I'm paid, I'm reading till I'm paid. Nyongo na warucha kini kiblow. Huwezi flow vile mina flow. Huwezi rusha vile mina throw. Ukijaribu jipate kwa flow. Wanani call, hello. Link bado kwa bio. Ningekuwa US ningeuza snow. Yani white ama cock. Mnachochongoma tuma kitu. Na mtu anaishi vilavish. Wesi OG una wish. Wesi producer ka Travis. Una Kylie wako Gladys. Nuku ni safi. Gladys imepigwa pasi. Nili haso nimejiestablish. Watu wa media publish. Nataka karembo kazuri kanabonga Spanish. Seafood kando ya beach. Sembe na fish ulidhani utanipata nika vanish. Walidhani na go broke. Nina depression nishikwe na stroke. Hawa wase wana joke. Mina put in work nikisip H2O. Mlango yangu nimelock. Beat imedrop. Ashre kuna dope. Nikisha puff na feel kama pop. Nasoma scripture nikilost. Me uturn to Jesus. Yeah. Kani rap itanitoa na rap hadi nikanje. Kani mboka itanitoa na trap hadi nikanje. Kani yasu itanitoa na work hadi nikanje. Kani books inanitoa na soma hadi nikanje. Till I'm paid, I'm rapping till I'm paid. Till I'm paid, I'm trapping till I'm paid. Till I'm paid, I'm working till I'm paid. Till I'm paid, I'm reading till I'm paid. Compete na nyinyi na compete na mimi na believe niko wise akilini nimekubali nilikosea siku mingi I want to be a better man niamini si compete na nyinyi na compete na mimi na believe niko wise akilini nimekubali nilikosea siku mingi I want to be a better man niamini hood yako ina show love always working kwa game sijai left ukiwait mina endelea kusonga niko serious kama cancer na stay down until you turn up nina ngori kutake orders kama ni kurest ni hadi ni made afande seti sina kipande money on my mind hood in account on me kama calculator kila msena day my better si compete na nyinyi na compete na mimi na believe niko wise akilini nimekubali nilikosea siku mingi I want to be a better man niamini si compete na nyinyi na compete na mimi na believe niko wise akilini nimekubali nilikosea siku mingi I want to be a better man niamini nilikuwa boss kwa street corona joy kakam now ni mambo kudedi na rap na wapa knowledge mafala wanabonga crap usifanye ni get mad utaguess love umati ina nice nikiroga wana clap nikiwa black nilifanya wa feel love after kuquit my customer wali get mad my addict wako sad mali imeland umekuwa hater all your life showing love is something you should try neza nunulia all my exes watches cause time heals lost all my money in drugs and going the same route again please God ni help fami menisho hii rap ipe niga saka job dem nimeanza ku apply mawera niko kwa website ya ajira later on fools knock up 9 to 5 sio yangu si compete na nyinyi na compete na mimi na believe niko wise akilini nimekubali nilikosea siku mingi I want to be a better man niamini si compete na nyinyi na compete na mimi na believe niko wise akilini nimekubali nilikosea siku mingi I want to be a better man niamini any style na deliver flow ni river wanajua jina niko na back niko na rizla any place nitafika any style na deliver flow ni river wanajua jina niko na back niko na rizla any place nitafika nadai tu kupiga mboka moja safi niko kwa alami sikuli na ulafi na bonga kilami utadhani mimi msafi na sukuma mali na dandi ya basi nifike bankiko kucheki rada ni namba bestoko London director holidays London nipate kwa streets kama brother ulitumia madoni kibif na maninja awana phone 2 am nikirusha mablo woi wa madonna scream msimu uwe jue ni kubaya leo na hama tondiko mambanga ana fear for his life alini crosses acha slide any style na deliver flow ni river wanajua jina niko na back niko na rizla any place nitafika any style na deliver flow ni river wanajua jina niko na back niko na rizla any place nitafika na feel niko weak na feel come sick the spirit is willing the body is weak mangois na ni fuck up karibu nichi blow up na gas nilianza slow nika walk my way up na cheki umekata konyagi unajiona gwangi umevuta pia bangi unajiona jangili umesaumini kingpin king wa mpini ukicheza unachanjwa maninja wangu wamekanjwa unaweza kangwa wanadai kunirudisha to the old me nacheza chini and oh me things will never change I'm not a slave siko kwa cage die violence siko careless na wa ignore wako le wako fake manze jo ulichoma kabisa ulichoma picha mlango yangu usibishe oh lord wanani try nilimpea mali hakulipa why tukipatana na fight no lie plotting on niggas no summer for days to die could date na get money sijali any I don't care if you know me back in the day just know hatuko in the same race respect muhimu still na wewe blood it boil over normal degrees acha waseme na ringa na shakivela kwa giza tape yako ita work ninja uko na too much hate jealousy uliona niki get paid I'm on my feelings bongi na maniga nilikuwa na pudding wako kisleep nilikuwa na stavu ki-eat nilikuwa hustler from the start siko average naondokea dope game nimeka couple figures ndani ya hii rap game Malini safi we cheki baking high grade mina seti hustling wanaona nikimeki learning I'm a dreamer kama maji flexing malini safi we cheki baking high grade mina seti hustling wanaona nikimeki learning I'm a dreamer kama Marty.
Yo, feeling like deep in my hand in the jar. Flow is retarded, you know I'm a star. Feeling like one day nitaenda mbali, feeling like one day nitaenda far. Natema mistari napenda kuspit, niko na clinch so jua ni hit. Niko cheesy daily, mina keep fit. Kama meli, mina travel na fleet. You can call it the scheme, you can call it the me. Call it anything you want, you are free. I'm freeing my mind and freeing my thought. Hii mission sita wai ya bot. Gari mingi nimejaza kwa lot. Geri misi angali nyuma kalot. Liza direction ka boss una flat. Bought a new backing back for my girl. Nyinyi wengine mnacheka nkifall. Daily na dungo tadhani ni plot. My fake niggas pulling fake triggers. No cap nigga, I'll destroy you. Been a real nigga and I heal nigga. Fuck with me nigga, I don't know you. You don't know me, then you don't know me. I'm a boss nigga, let it flow in. I'm in the river, my nigga, so now I'm flowing. Was it the girl, now look she glowing. Actualize it, now you exploring. You got your goals, nobody's for you. You gotta always be independent. Don't depend on these people are hell-bent. You spoil the shit, you never let them. What's the use of fucking with a fake friend?
Flexing, mali ni safi we cheki. Baking, high grade mina seti. Hustling, wanaona nikimeki. Learning, I'm a dreamer kama Marty. Flexing, mali ni safi we cheki. Baking, high grade mina seti. Hustling, wanaona nikimeki. Learning, I'm a dreamer kama Marty. You know you're my bro, bigger than I, kwa game himself. Usiti nae na piga masho, natoa form. Usibonge mini G, young OG, pioneer at 23. Almost kumeki, nikitembea warazo na cheki. Pop smoke, ali get smoke. Kuna msea untouchable, kila kitu nafanya amok. Niggas be talking, my nigga ko jealous. My mother ko envious, they wanna be me, plotting to kill me. Wame try mara tatu na bado na stand tall. Niko protected na angels. Ni Mungu alipanga, uwezi nikanga. Siezi sikiza pasta nganga. Pelekwa na rada, una step. Siezi kuita bazenga. Word on the streets, nichalikuwa kwa ngori. Hiyo ndo story, 12 AM wali pull up na nduzi. Wanaume kama 10, wakashindwa na kazi. Cheki na breed, skin is smooth. Najulikana kumaliza mavasi. Neka marapa kwa has, gun salute wa blast. Fallen soldiers, nichi ni down. Nachukua crown, King Solomon. Vitu si common, nakupa wisdom, take caution. Unataka consultation, mali ni safi we cheki. Baking, high grade mina seti. Hustling, wanaona nikimeki. Learning, I'm a dreamer kama Marty. Flexing, mali ni safi we cheki. Baking, high grade mina seti. Hustling, wanaona nikimeki. Learning, I'm a dreamer kama Marty. Wanawanda nilienda wapi wameni hata siko homa wanipati.
Royal nika niko lucky, niko kwa streets na saka tu ganji.
Geri na klichi ni masha, cheza chini tuko mbali wezi kacha.
Daily na Gerrit mkwanja, tuko mbele chini namba ya kwanza.
With the best, itaskizwa east mpaka west.
Yo, never rest, tunapiga beats, fuck man west.
Hapa tambua the rest, mboka ni safi niko na magest.
We flexing hard, tukiwa na squad, kuepuka njaa, tuna pray to Jah.
Television ni safi, millionaire mentality moves. Jini ya waba leta busy die. Kama nekosea mentality moves. Jini ya waba leta busy die. Kama nekosea manze jona sema sorry. Mangori zangu zote siku hizi wasibo. Napeleka kwa God peke hata nisikiza. Niko kwa giza naomba fanye miujiza. Na feel niko lost oh Lord, come on help again, feel me Jesus. Na feel niko lost oh Lord, come on help again, feel me. Na smoke ala mchezo hapa kazi everyday. Sita manga kankolezi sita play. Watu wengi wanaweza kumess, najidai wezi shika phone. Na kushosi lazima ni call, namba yako swap delete. Shauri yako usispeak kwa street na scheme. Think deep ama using, voice the beat ziko sing. Melodies mina sing, teki mavitu nafanya mafala ni kama hadi soki kwa uso umepigwa wajue wewe ni mrazi. Kuna mchezo hapa kazi umangi ukolezi uradi kau nipendi kazi nipate ganji leo kaleza kesho ni uradi kau nipendi kazi nipate ganji leo kaleza kesho ni kana manze jona sema sorry mangori zangu zote siku hizi wasibonge hata nisikiza niko kwa giza naomba fanye miujiza na feel niko lost oh Lord kama ni help I can't chill me na smoke a lot to ease the pain hakuna mchezo hapa kazi every day Sitaman pain hakuna mchezo hapa kazi every day Sitamanga kanko lazy sita play Hakuna mchezo hapa kazi every day hakuna na leilo adiyo siku ifike adiyo siku ifike na leilo adiyo siku ifike adiyo siku ifike kwa mneti na waona wakichachisha na waona wakichachisha kwa mneti na waona wakichachisha na waona wakichachisha wajui rada yangu unadai miwingie ni kitu to Benz soon nitafika ese nishike my rents most of the time mi ushinda alone introvert I'm alone Mary Jane by my side mi ni stoner usiwai question ability mbona nimetoka far from standing on the block hopeless na mangwai ko socks money is the conversation na deliver kwa mabank wanashinda wakirudi mali ni safi stumi kiberiti gasta washana lighter no chicha na kono kichatisha niko made by slightness courageous namba 2 kama Venus siko hapa kuplay hakuna kulezia round nimekuja hizo ganja mapao mindo diamond kwa dance sitaget na leilo adiyo siku ifike na leilo adiyo siku ifike adiyo siku ifike kwa mneti na waona wakichachisha na waona wakichachisha kwa mneti na waona wakichachisha na waona wakichachisha yo bro unacheki awase wana floss na mambling pale IG kwa ngoma wakising sisi tuko mta tunadai hizo madings tutamstock alafu jo tu pull up akona Benz pia akona commas tuchore vile tutamkoma tukimtoka tunashika kistock juu ya protection tunapachupia Glock cheki iyo mlango kuna mse ana knock dei ni kibao usiogope piga chop my product worry kogopa makop this is the life I chose I can't stop siko hood lakini mali koko block skia hii sound sifai kuwa underground nafaa kuwa crowd yeah na leilo adiyo siku ifike na leilo adiyo siku ifike adiyo siku ifike kwa mneti na waona wakichachisha kwa mneti ifike na leilo adiyo siku na leilo adiyo siku ifike adiyo siku ifike adiyo siku ifike kwa mneti ifike kwa mneti na waona wakichachisha na waona wakichachisha na waona wakichachisha wajui rada yangu na waona wakichachisha wajui rada yangu na turn my grams to Benz soon nitafika ese nishike my rents most of the time mi ushinda alone introvert I'm alone Mary Jane by my side mi ni stoner usiwai question ability mbona nimetoka far from standing on the block hopeless na mangwai ko socks money is the conversation na deliver kwa mabank wanashinda wakirudi himali ni safi stumi kiberiti gasta washana lighter no chicha na kono kichatisha niko made by slightness courageous namba 2 kama Venus. Siko hapa kuplay, hakuna kulezia round. Nimekuja hizo ganja dima pound, hakuna kulezia round. Nimekuja hizo ganja dima pound. Mindo diamond kwa dad sitaget na lay low hadi hiyo siku ifike, hadi hiyo siku ifike. Na lay low hadi hiyo siku ifike, hadi hiyo siku ifike. Kwa mneti na waona wakichachisha, na waona wakichachisha. Kwa mneti na waona wakichachisha. Kwa mneti na waona wakichachisha, na waona wakichachisha. Yo bro, unacheki awase wana floss na mambling pale IG kwa mangoma wakising. Sisi tuko mta tunadai hizo madrinks, tutamstock alafu jo tu pull up. Akona Benz pia akona Comas, tuchore vile tutamkoma. Tukimtoka tunashika kistock, juu ya protection tunapachupia Glock. Cheki iyo mlango kuna mse ana knock. Bei ni kibao usiogope piga chop. My product is dope, nileta kuwori kogopa makopa. This is the life I chose, I can't stop. Siko hood lakini mali koko block. Sia sound sifai kuwa underground, nafaa kuwa crown. Nisha win kwa hii battleground, yeah. Na lay low hadi hiyo siku ifike, hadi hiyo siku ifike. Na lay low hadi hiyo siku ifike, hadi hiyo siku ifike. Kwa meti na waona wakichachisha, na waona wakichachisha. Kwa meti na waona wakichachisha, na waona wakichachisha. Yeah, ingoma inase wote wako hopeless, wako mtaa wana form. Una browse up on internet unachikivila sana live good na we una any. Nakshi lay low dua kadio siku ifike, na God atakubless. Yeah, much is out. I never had a mama. Sometimes me wonder, niko solo sina rada, kwa easy space na randa. So na give thanks to my sis, ulini raise, ukanitoa kwa hizi streets, college ukapay. Sahi mini graduate, all the things umefanya appreciate. Clear na angels malaika mekwatia baraka. Make her proud, she has a dream for you. Everything you do, put God first. Educate yourself, attend hizo class. One day siku itakuwa fine. Do Buddha akapass. Alone in this world mini orphan. Mina led si tulipelekwa children's home. Let down tunaishi na abusi banko. Sometimes me wonder, niko solo sina rada, kwa easy space na randa. This ulini raise, ukanitoa kwa hizi streets, college ukapay. Sahi mini graduate, all the things umefanya appreciate. At that time Big Sis alikuwa high school boarding. Uncle alikuwa na tupiga na electric wire. Ataka tulikosea sio fair. Hati ilikuwa cold time, alibit malesis vibaya. Hadi siku alipasi kulia, tuli feel relief. Why? Freedom at last, I bet unani feel. Kenye na remember about my mom, najua alikuwa lead choir kwa church. Akienda job na bus, alinibeba on her back. Mom alikuwa tailor, alinipenda last born son, the youngest kwa fan. Nikaitwa Clinton, alitaini kuwe preso. Mama's dream, hiyo ndo reason sina mchezo. Mini leader not a follower, though nili grow up na shida sijawai feel poor. Thank you sis, you like a mother to me. Nashukuru when I was arrested, you come for me. Give me something to eat, time sikuwa na any. Nilikuwa na feel nimekufail, I didn't listen. Nilistay kwa drug game, hivyo ndo nili raise rent. Thanks again uliniongezea the rest. I promise niki blow up I'll take care of you. Neza kupea every cent because you're God sent. I never had a mama. Sometimes me wonder, niko solo sina rada, kwa easy streets na randa. Don't I give thanks to my sis, ulini raise, ukanitoa kwa hizi streets, college ukapay. Sahi mini graduate, all the things umefanya appreciate.
R.I.P. man to my mom, R.I.P. to my father, R.I.P. to my sis bado, R.I.P. George Kolo pia kusami. Manze life imeniwesha vitu mingi jo. Hii life ndio imeniturn kwa na hizi anger issues, nimekuwa na mangori mingi yani. Since niko high school bana decide but mimi nakushow. If you say lose anyone, believe in yourself yani. Put God first yani. God ndo kuna wewe manze, family inaweza change hapo nyuma manze. Tunasema niko na family uko nje bana, kuna msashika mjo kuni hadi ile siku zangu aligenya ndo alikaa mjo hadi kucheki. Hapo nilijua manze say depend on no one bana. Manze decide hadi wale memory niliokolea jo sasa hiyo anajifanya yeye ndo kusema but manze mimi nda give thanks yani. Mimi ndaendelea kushine yani. R.I.P. jo kwa usha lose anyone. Isai kupeleka down yani. Believe in yourself yani, peleke kwa God. To God be the glory. See.
Yeah. Balance on the bed. Sizi legeza, niko mboka every day, bro. Sizi dose, bro, niko hustling every day. Kupata ganji kuzisunda. Tuliachana juu ya mula, juu ya bunda. Tuliachana juu ya bunda. Ulinitoka nilisota, for a while nilikaokota. Some now nime bounce back. Nina peace, sina stress. Ukiflash, sita call back, ukireverse. Nita hang up on my birthday, huku pop up, ukibrowse. Apo Instagram, nimerushwa maganja po MoneyGram. Toka UK, yani London. Siyo United Kayole. Unajidai bandman wapi? Nimechoka kuroga about the same thing. You want to know me? Skiza EP. I'm on some new shit, no new friends that I open. Wasinifanye cup of smoke bila hashtags against. Wana ni follow na daido. I was told nisake job. Nilitry nikarudi kwa trap. Corona kakam, hakuna form, hakuna job. Nilikuwa na dose kwa flow. Sai kitanda ni 4x4. Hunijui kauli nijua back before. Flat screen nimestick kwa wall. No more window shopping kwa mall. Logo merchandise pia ni mob, you don't know. Unaweza pigwa pia mob. Niko na jeshi dago, nikitembea kwa street wanajua mimi nani, mbogi yangu ni ya kina nani. Warembo wanajipa, wakijipa pesa zitaisha. Mlango wanabisha, maboys wana end up kuwafurahisha. Yeah. Soul on the beat. Now make things right. Long time nimeishi street life. Life on crime now feature white. Stuck on the grind hadi siku to shine, yeah. Now make things right. Long time nimeishi street life. Life on crime now feature white. Stuck on the grind hadi siku to shine. Na keep on adding up, niko busy sina time ya kuchat WhatsApp ama KPG. Usitry kuinterrupt, watch your mouth, no dissing me. Bila doubt, I got the key. Wanajua what I'm about, I got the recipe. Unabonga do ni show amount. Sikuwa na any kwa bank account. Nadai kukata heni na si for the cloud. Wanajua niko solid on a mission kama scout. Young Clinchy, hawadai kucheki I'm winning. Wanadai kucheki niko chini. I was loyal, I was betrayed. Clinchy royal, self-made. Hadi muningize kwa soul, sitakuwa ashamed. I'm not trapping na talking, nime go through. Continue laughing, niki stay true. You know me as a rapper, nimefika kole too. yeah. Now make things right. Long time nimeishi street life. Life on crime now nimeficha white. Stuck on the grind hadi siku nitashine, yeah. Now make things right. Long time nimeishi street life. Life on crime now nimeficha white. Stuck on the grind hadi siku nitashine. Old school kabambu, colorful kama tattoo. I thought you knew uneza pull up with your crew. Napenda nature uneza nipata zoo. Achu niko allergic na flu. Uliza clue ama soul. Na come in a few. Tubana mrembo wako tukicheki view. Na wapea my all sifanyi juu ya views. Nazidi kuwapatia good music. Listen the music. Napiga na acoustic. Believe in yourself. Unafaa kuwa hope. Vitabu juu ya chef. Niliacha kusell dope. Success na wealth is what I'm aiming for. Kenye wana rap I already did it. Unamdai I already KBD clap. Nisha forget my past. Is revisit from today's a rap. Strike to kill my spirit. Na put God first before ni chase.
Yeah, strike to kill my spirit. You know how we're doing. This is Sharia Dev. We're here at the PDF Festival at Uhuru Park. And of course, it's happening here. And today, hey. Penyauko, by the way, I hope Penyauko, I hope you're having fun. And remember, as we said, if you can make it to Uhuru Park, please come. There are a lot of conversations that are happening here that touch on your life. Remember what you always say. The table is a table and the table is going to be there whether you're there or not. But what you need to remember is when the table is set, are you seated at the table or are you on the menu? Hey, we cannot be on the menu as young people. So that's why I'm encouraging and saying, let's come together. Let's have conversations that are changing our lives and conversations that are improving our state in this country. But of course, we're going to be looking at some of the highlights of the PDF Festival here at Uhuru Park. And former emeritus, as we call them, we were told to stop calling them retired Chief Justice. Now we call them Chief Justice Emeritus. David Maraga has said that given a chance to lead this country, one of the things he would do is ensure that people obey the law. Because he says he feels that is the big issue. I don't know if you agree with him that disobedience of the law is actually the big problem in Kenya. And of course, you'll remember Kenyans online have been pushing for an Omtata Maraga presidency. They've been pushing for that ticket. And, you know, my youth, man, this time, this time lazima tutetemesha hii country. Even as we look at 2027. So, we're going to be talking about that statement by Maraga. Is it simplistic or is it realistic? Because is it that Kenya doesn't have, enough laws? Or what exactly is the problem with the country? So we're going to be talking about that. But for now, let's get some music. And then when we come back, it's a voice you like to listen to anytime, day or night. Let's go.
No stress. God first.
Hauna clue ni clue Buddha.
No stress, niko easy. God first kama kawa. So blessed, niko busy. Every day is a new day. No stress, niko easy. God first kama kawa. So blessed, niko busy. Every day is a new day. Ukitaka happiness, peace and success, you can only find it in God's presence. I expect the bullshit, but yes, I accept it. What doesn't kill you disturbs you mentally. Wako maju niko fresh, can all of them trust God. No man can me tell them. Be yourself, speak for yourself. Count your blessings, not problems. Respect yourself enough to walk away from anything I could serve, anything I could grow, anything I could make happy. Now commit my work to the Lord. Thoughts you were established. I sleep when I'm rich. Now niko awake back at it. Imekuwa amini je. No stress, niko easy. God first kama kawa. So blessed, niko busy. Every day is a new day. No stress, niko easy. God first kama kawa. So blessed, niko busy. Every day is a new day. Ready to attack opportunity kikam sidai hata tax sezi fall under pressure kama ina matter to me nothing and no one ana matter sezi kuwa influenced by a haters opinion every day na act on success I'm already a winner heart like a lion I fist ready to fight I'm a dreamer in my own world dreaming ain't gonna stop till dreams were valid persistent all day without giving up need a flash up above with my unseen will to not believe but sing with me overcoming the challenges is the way it should be nakupa the truth if you follow his beat no stress niko easy God fast kama kawa so blessed niko busy every day is a new day no stress niko easy God fast kama kawa so blessed niko busy every day is a new day
Yo, nasikia fiti mazee. Unajua ni aje? Sida historia fiti na nasikia fiti na historia fiti na
It's Mikey on this.
Leo nasikia fiti na sidai mambo fiti na kila bill nilishalipa na bado nina mkwanja nina kitita. Leo nasikia fiti na sidai mambo fiti na soka kuna drinks zikam mbili vile inafaa. Leo ile siku ya kufeel good Tom daktari amesema tujitibu soma miachilia kitambi tuharibu baada ya dishi ni makali na zabibu kata maji tukipuliza mawingu samabani anakali upita mchinku haina worry jumiwani zina tintru zimekashika afisa na mapingu na form na ngoja uitoe ni sign niko on na siwezi patikana offside piga shot niko umecheki up on site toa lock niko unadai kugo inside na form na ngoja uitoe ni sign niko on na siwezi patikana offside piga shot niko umecheki up on site toa lock niko unadai kugo inside nasikia fitina sidai mambo fitina kila bill nilishalipa na bado nina mkwanja nina kitita. Leo nasikia fitina sidai mambo fitina soka kuna drinks zikam mbili vile inafaa soft life special London more life bila kashfa good label ndani ya tumbler Jose Cuervo ndani ya tumbler soft life special London more life bila kashfa good label ndani ya tumbler Jose Cuervo ndani ya tumbler na niko team mama sina tialala napiga shots kibabu wino ndani ya big club na kila pen meka kando amesimama kila bet tuligambo leo imeivana hakuna wengna eka kando hizo drinks zikam order drinks straight from Campton na Marezela ni sherehe bila scandal la mahiti love niko genje bila mambo wala fitina na nasikia fitina sidai mambo fitina kila bill nilishalipa na bado nina mkwanja nina kitita. Leo nasikia fitina sidai mambo fitina soka kuna drinks zikam mbili vile inafaa. Leo nasikia fitina sidai mambo fitina kila bill nilishalipa na bado nina mkwanja nina kitita. Leo nasikia fitina sidai mambo fitina soka kuna drinks zikam mbili vile inafaa. Mbili vile inafaa. Leo nasikia fitina sidai mambo fitina.
This is Hendrix Sound.
Nobody can bogo you, my woman. Nobody come close
you're so beautiful. If you leave me, I'll cry a river. If you leave me, I can't tell you. Quick. Unayosianda, naichapa chini ya waba. Salamanda, mbichi naweza. Inanyaka baka your bumper. Unayosianda, naichapa chini ya waba. Salamanda, mbichi naweza. Inanyaka baka your bumper. Dudu ero biro. Dudu ero biro. Dudu ero biro. Dudu ero biro. Acha yende chain. Jumping at the formation. Ingia kwa rotation. I don't play no games. Our hustle is not in vain. Sura jaza foundation. Badilisha location. Unayosianda naichapa chini ya waba. Salamanda miji naweza. Inanyaka baka your bumper. Unayosianda naichapa chini ya waba. Salamanda miji naweza. Inanyaka baka your bumper. Dudu ero biro. Dudu ero biro.
Ako kapeng ka area nakakitaka mwitapa nakula kiapo ndai hapa aje sit down on it nikirusha mamistare viungo wene nguwa mwili hatare wine and cut nishikishe male twende maeneo chuma ilale nane
boy kijana wa ingo napenda njugu na mukombero kingoma style napenda mastingo kifo cha mende ama wagido dereva makanga leo ni kifo cha mende sema leo tunavunja kitanda udonjo kudunda na yeye nayo anguka nayo tunda nayo mimi nayo
waya maji mepatana na waya ya stima hata ya sina nipiga kijon sina when I'm done you can't see me vuta kaya harufu mbaya ni manjege na manduku lumbaya unaishi wapi ya haya natoka wapi Ulaya
nyasheke soft kama matires na ipapase na nitoa stress kama mzinga nitaka bless na majirani wata witness yani bad boy kijana wa ingo napenda njugu na mukombero kingoma style napenda mastingo kifo cha mende ama wagido kufa dereva makanga leo ni kifo cha mende sema leo tunakunja kitanda udonjo kudunda na yeye nayo tunda nayo mimi nayo
Nayo. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Sharia Dive, and remember, we are right here together with some very interesting gentlemen. Tuko na wanaume wawili hapa. Hii imekuwa ni kama ni kongamano la wababas. But let me just ask these gentlemen to introduce themselves. On my immediate right is a gentleman who, Mr. Brian, what's your preferred name? Tuambie.
Watu wanapenda art wananiita Brian Silways. Marafiki zangu wenye hawana pesa wananiita Brayo.
So, Brian Silways it is. Na Godi anakuita Brian. That's all I
Godi
know.
ndio huyo rafiki yangu ana kasling.
Ana kakirus man. Karibu sana kwenye show manze.
Asante.
You've been here at the Dialogue Festival.
Yes.
How's it been?
Imekuwa amazing sana. Nimeona tu Power 254 kila pahali. Na nilikuwa nadhani hata watu wa stima ni nyinyi mmewasupplyia, lakini
msi ako na mbaya.
Si power, yani Power 254, yani power.
Ishia. Nitazima hii microphone. And on his right, a gentleman who you've probably seen somewhere. Umekatu kwa matatu hivi unasikia umelipiwa bro. Nani amelipa? Jamaa anamkaa hapo anakuradicalize. Nataki kujua. Yo.
Yeah.
Mr. Willy Oyeba.
Mambo.
Karibu man.
Asante sana.
Karibu to the show.
Thank you so much.
Ongea watu wakusikie. Hiyo sauti wanaijua kwa matatu.
Yeah. My name is Willy Oyeba. For those who know me, for those who don't know me, my name is still Willy Oyeba and I'm a proud Nax vegan. But sahil tuko Nairobi tuna inject.
Na maybe next PDF should come to Nax, eh?
It should come to Nakuru.
Shida ni joto bro.
Tuko na veni. Hapa kuna joto kushinda Nakuru.
Kuna joto ni msa Nax.
Ama Nakuru we are coming with the heat.
Ini Malindi jaomoka. Malindi haina swimming pool.
Will, let me ask you before that tuingie kwa history ya PDF. I saw a post you'd put online.
Lini?
I think this week.
Oh, okay.
Mzee ana reach out anataka wafanye gig. Alafu anasema ukawapea red card. Hebu just tell us what happened. Tell us.
Alini invite manze na kona budget, hiyo gig ilikuwa kwa hoteli ya kifahari. Nikimtumia red card anasema lakini si una inject kwa matatu for free.
Sasa wewe ni msanii wa bure bana. Unataka kulipwa je pesa yote?
I know right. Yes, I had to make like things very clear. But niko poa, si ati inamaanisha we all about the money. But penye iko lazima wafanye ile kitu amazing.
And you know at on Power Radio we always say artists need to get paid.
Exactly.
Yeah. Karibuni sana to the show.
Asante sana.
Will you do a lot of what I would call civic education? Wacha nianze na wewe. Kuna wasa wamesema kuna hiyo gap when it comes to civic education. Because last year tukiingia June, there was a feeling that by the way so unite design ingine noma sana. Kenya imechange. But then over time tunaona people are tending to fall back to the same tired old roots and lines, same tired ideas, tribalism, nini. As a guy who's actually been on the ground, you've been meeting the ordinary mwananchi. Wewe si mse ati una tweet peke yake. Wewe umemeet wase kwa grao. What do you think where do you think is a gap hapo kwa civic education?
I think ni the capitalist idea, the imperialist idea of change, that change is constant, change is now.
Yeah.
We have to know and we have to welcome the idea that some of these systems are deep-rooted and we are here for the long haul, for the long term. And maybe it will not end with us. I read somewhere that leadership sometimes is in planting seeds in places that will grow trees, whereby we might not get shade in. And people get really tired so fast, forgetting that we might be prophets of a future, not our own. So consistency is the only thing failure cannot keep up with. We should keep advocating because we are not where we want to be, but we have to respect the fact that we are not where we used to be. So kumekuwa na progress, but we still need to be very consistent.
Do you think that's part of the problem? Because personally, I feel it's like Kenyans suddenly have decided Gen Z ni nyinyi mnatukomboa. It's like there's an expectation that has been put on young people. Nani wasa wamekuwa around for ages. But why ni kama wameabandon wakasema nyua sasa ndio mnaenda na kitu. Na ikidunda ni nyinyi mmedundisha.
And I feel that is a very bad place. And people, the current regime is one big propaganda machinery. And they came with this tag Gen Z. And people delved in without knowing what they were going into. Na watu wakaanza kujiita Gen Z. Hii revolution ni ya Gen Z. But walikuwa wanajaribu kuwater down the demands ya movement. Waseme ni wa vijana wadogo wa iPhone na Uber na hakuna issues heavy. Wazazi ongelesheni ya watoto waache kuagitate. But the whole idea ya Gen Z ni everyone who subscribes to the idea of change, because ilishashika Gen Z revolution, but everyone who, and personally I'm not a Gen Z, but I subscribe to the idea of social change. So ni everyone's responsibility. And since maandamano because I this is my 11th year as a spoken word artist.
Yeah.
And more so doing arts for social change. There was a very big barrier in indulging the audience to understand that you can use even art for social change. And that is what also Power has been a trailblazer for the longest time.
Big up part of 54.
I know, right? To indulge people into using arts for social change. And kumekuwa na hiyo struggle because art imekuwa deemed for entertainment. But we want to mainstream the use of art, the use of spoken word, so that people can see the future of activism in artivism and use of poetry to revolutionize the mindset. So we are getting there.
Yeah, Bro, let me bring you in.
Yes.
Same question for you. How are you when it comes to using your art? Because I also know you care deeply about social issues and you speak heavily about this. I don't feel though like a lot of artists have actually embraced the use of their art for social change. Why do you think that disconnect is there? Inakanikani wase kiasi tu wako na hiyo agenda ya kutumia art yao
for social change.
Yeah.
Kitu ya kwanza ni pesa sabuni ya roho. Pesa sabuni ya roho.
Yeah.
Sasa ni kuna kitu ile aliniambia, sometimes ukifeel like una give up, remember why you started.
Yes.
So most people they don't know why they started it. Unaget? Kuna mtu aliambiwa na kuna mtu like alijipata tu ametrend.
Yeah.
Kuna msengoma yake ilienda tu viral. Yeye hata kuwa hapo. After hiyo ngoma kwenda viral akarealize kumbe naweza imba. So yeye ni easily a lose hope in case maybe hiyo do hakuna. Unaget? Because pia hiyo story ya social change, everything that music. Pia hata kama ni muziki ya mapambano, watu wanataka kusikia muziki mpoa ya mapambano. Si ati junior mapambano sasa ikae shida. Unaget? But for you to produce a good song you need money.
You need money. Yeah.
So wase wengi hawana hiyo do. Hata mimi sina hiyo do.
Gava imesema inatengeneza content creation centers.
Wewe Gava imesema vitu ngapi? Gava imesema hapa sikiza kenye Gava hajasema.
By the hapa ni chenye Gava hajasema.
Yenye imesema achana
nayo. So unaona? So unasema hiyo Gava imesema inataka kuunda content creation center. Hiyo ni plan ya Gava inataka kukulia hapo. Au wanajua hizo equipments wataunda, furnitures, building na nini. Hizo ni tax yako. Gava inatafuta tu pali itatumia tax yako ikwambie imetumia. Hiyo ndo kitu Gava inafanya. So unapata omse kama ana do ata lose hope. Because ataona hizi ngoma za mapambano azilipi, lakini nikiimba hizi ngoma zingine za clubbing nini naweza itiwa gig na nini. Unaget? So kuna wase wajui why they started it. Money kitu ya kwanza. Kitu ya pili ni information. Wase wengi hawana information. Hata mimi niko hapa pa watu 54 na niko PDF kulan na pia ku unlearn. Unaget? So wase wengi hawana information. Wanaenda tu nayo narrative ya Gen Z. Unaget? Lakini ajui hata mbona naitwa Gen Z? Mbona nafanya hizi pieces za social justice? Why did I start? So ukipata na mse mwenye ajui hiyo kitu, ataachana tu na msa kisikia mse amekuwa abducted, ataogopa. Hata mimi naogopa. But sasa ataona wacha niende hii sidingi, na pia Gava inatumia hiyo mbinu kusabotage movement. So ana abduct wase hiyo fear, unapata movement ina collapse. So kama pia tujui information, pia siwezi ongelea kitu sijui. They say you can never take people where you haven't been. So napata huo msea kitoa ngoma moja ya mapambano iende. Kesho utatoa tu hiyo ngoma moja. Unafuka mna information kwa sababu msanii ni kioo cha jamii. Wase wako hapa ku-entertain, but wako hapa pia ku-learn from you. Unaget? So kama hakuna kitu wana learn, kama utawaambia tu anguka nayo hivyo. Unajua facts ni kitu muhimu sana.
And it's good that ume bring up that because the next question I was going to ask.
Nimetumia anguka nayo kama no. Sio ndio ilikuwa wimbo.
Nipo ya Gen Z. Hata nikwambie umekuja penye nilikuwa nataka ukuje juu sasa swali ni kulikuwa na hiyo backlash on the do.
Okay. Wakuena hata si kuunda, wakuena do ya kuunda hiyo muziki. Nikikutumia ngoma yangu usikize nataka ku-launch album. Na ukiweka kwa mashini inafanya utasikiza hata hiyo. Unaget? So lazima good quality music. Pambano isikuwe shida. Kwanza sisi tunawacha msanii wa mapambano isikuwe ati wewe una represent ngori bro. Unaweza imba mapambano ukiwa tu msafi.
Na sisi tunapambana juu ya shida.
Si ndio? Lakini sasa usifanye mbao msaki kwa sema
msanii kioo cha jamii.
Brian anasema unaweza imba mapambano na uko juu ya Air Force. Unasikia? Inawezekana. Si lazima iko safari.
Unajua kitambo tukianza poetry kama wewe ni poet na uvae Air Force, wewe ni bombo clad. Wewe ni sell out. Unavaje Air Force wewe?
But hii swali nataka kuuliza nyote wawili because last year kulikuwa na backlash because sijui kama nakumbuka there was a national celebration, sijui ilikuwa jamhuri ama ilikuwa gani, na after my youth wame turn up,
ilikuwa mashujaa.
Nakumbuka ilikuwa mashujaa.
After my youth wame turn up and one of the big songs at the time was Anguka Nayo. Ama boys gava ika reach out na wakaenda wakapiga hiyo performance kwa hiyo event. Na kulikuwa na a lot of backlash. Jua sasa alikuwa anasema manze hii ni ngoma yetu. Is it possible that venye unasema sasa ku-release Anguka Nayo iko ya
movement
ya maandamano, hii ilikuwa ngoma ya kudunda, nyinyi mmekaa mmeichukua, so is it fair then ku force artist kumwambia juu sasa tumesha we've basically co-opted you, tumekuingiza kwa hii struggle, so awezi enda to the other side? Is that selling out according to you guys, because you guys are artists, so you're able to see it from both sides? Haya, maoni
nianze hapo taanza.
Either way. So there's a thin line between an artist kukua the reflection of the society and an artist being a leader.
Yeah.
Also, we are using art to revolutionize mindset and to set the agenda, just like what you guys are doing here in the fourth estate.
Yeah.
So ngoma kama Anguka Nayo, it was because of what people made it to be.
Yeah.
People ndio kwa maandamano wali hype. People ndio waliongelea, people tweeted about it, people watched it. It was that big because of what it represented. So it was not intentionally about maandamano, but people made it represent reject finance bill au ma-MP wataanguka nayo. So I think sometimes ni discretion ya artist to read the room and kudiscern that nafaa ku step mpaka hapa, nafaa ku so kuitwa na vile waliitwa kuperform na the president kwa mashujaa, it's not a bad thing. Wanafaa wa inject because the audience wenye wamekuja pale wanafaa wasikize hao wasanii, but waliitwa na intention gani?
Yeah.
It was more of ku provoke, more of ku ridicule, more of ni kama vile Kasongo alikubali ile jina yake. So hata ukiona vile wale ma-MP walikuwa na dance wakiprovoke wa Kenya wakiambia Anguka Nayo, tuko na wasanii wenyu hapo, so mtadu.
Yeah.
You get?
Yeah.
So I don't think ni watu tu walikuwa disappointed na hiyo movie ya wao kuenda because of what the song represented.
Yeah.
And the intention of the regime kuwaita at that particular time. But also wasanii wanafaa waonyeshe wase the way other than kukua tu reflection of the society, because bado kwa hii movement utajipata ukiingia into the mass na ukijaribu kufurahisha kila mtu mpaka ujisahau.
Yeah.
Upate wewe uko hapo for the retweets and tweets and for the tap you know. And a lot of people also wenye walikuwa kwa maandamano wengine, it's good because maandamano protest song ni fun and all, but now is stage yenye tuko because they say you cannot kill the energy but it transforms into other different forms.
Yeah.
And now ni a revolution of the mindset to understand mbona wase walikuwa kwa street, mbona wase wali occupy parliament, why? Because kuna some young people wenye walikuwa tu hapo live and what for the fun of it, for the hang of it. But now people need to understand that we'll only have a new generation of leaders when we have a new generation of voters, and let us protest baka kwa ballot. We didn't have a revolution by the bullet. Now we should have a revolution by the ballot. People need to understand.
And the bullet did not stop the revolution.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So now kuna vitu mobi na kuja na movement, unasikia kama cancel culture, people just wait for a little thing then they cancel you. I don't subscribe to that. But also the artists wanafaa wa discern, mbona nimeitwa hapa, nimeitwa kufanya nini? Najua hustle ndio shida, and that is why we need to empower. It is only in Kenya and global south that artists are not appreciated. If you go to other countries, the global north, artists are the real stars. Huku ni politicians.
Yeah.
Hapa artists anaambiwa toa form, huko artists anatolewa form, you know, because watu wanabeba art fiti. So we need to work in the intersection also, the orange economy and the financial autonomy ya watu wenye wanafanya pieces on social change. Vile Brian amesema, hawezi imba ngoma ya mapambano na quality yake iko sawa, but artists wenye wanafanya hizi for social change wanapata gigs wapi, and how often you get cancelled by corporates, you get cancelled by government, sometimes you get cancelled also by the civic society, depending on where you are and what you're advocating for at times. So it's very murky, and we need just to keep on pressing and normalizing the conversation and pass the baton when the time comes.
Brian.
Yes.
Chip in.
Hey.
Ama William onge yote.
Wacha nimalizie tu hapo kwa full stop.
Yeah.
Na feel iko sawa venye William amesema kabisa, but pia art ni kama maji. Hii maji ukimwaga hapa, wewe unaweza dhani itaenda hii direction, alafu itake direction nyingine. Una get. So art huwezi predict venye art yako itakuwa. Wewe unaweza wasanii wangapi wamesema mimi ngoma nilitoa sikujua itahit. Na ikahit, after imehit imempatia kila kitu yenye maybe anataka. Na after hiyo imempatia ndio tunamjua na anajulikana, si ndio? But kama inge hit hatungemjua. So art pia ni venye kama hiyo ngoma yao, for example, venye ilikubaliwa na wasee kwa sababu pia juu ya hiyo moment, na pia venye ilikuwa ina wasee wali like ni kama maji, so wasee walichukua juu hii podcast yetu yenye tunapiga hapa bila mafans itakuwa tena podcast, hiyo itakuwa ni kama ulikuwa sijui hata ni monologue ama but once uko nao mafans ndio upate tena hiyo feedback. So inamaanisha pia mafans ni watu so sometimes mafans pia wakikwambia hii huwezi unasikiza
okay. Yani to what extent pia so that ukifuata masses pia sana utapata umejisahau.
Wala walifanya an enemy of the people,
Henry Gibson,
Dr. Stockman alisema the strongest man
is one who stands alone.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Hey, wase walifanya nini kitumbua kimeingia mchanga wanashanga kunaendaje?
It's vipi.
But naona kama
pia msanii kama kioo cha jamii, inamaanisha pia like mafans wanakufuata wewe. Si ati wewe unafuata mafans sometimes, ndio. So whatever venye wewe alisema, ukitoa ngoma pia mafans direction yenye unataka hiyo ngoma.
Exactly. Lazima uvute mafans ile direction unaenda.
Ndio kufuata wajue Silwezi anaenda ngai direct. So akiona ameenda hivi wanaweza pia maybe ndio maana wanakuquestion yani.
There's something I have noticed about Kenyan culture. I think a lot of times wase utaka like hata sasa ukiangalia the discussions that are ongoing, hata tukiangalia 2027, it's like everyone is looking for a savior. Nani atatutoa kwa hii ngori? Willy najua umefanya a lot of engagements with people on the ground. Why is it that Kenyans are looking for that person? Like hata ukiangalia 2027 wasema tutavotia ule msee, wase maybe wanaongea story ya Ukia, story ya Maraga, ati umse ndio the one bullet. Tunakujele ile bullet ya Raila. Risasi moja. Like why is it that we seem as a people not to want to collectively be that person?
Because watu wanapenda watu wapendi kuangalia from the in looking outside. Watu wanapenda kuangalia, hata mimi vile sasa nasema tu watu vile wanapenda. Tunapenda kuangalia uko nje from without. And that is why watu wanapenda naendelea. Sisi kama watu tunapenda kupeana hiyo responsibility to other people. Wewe ndio unafaa utupiganie. Wewe unafaa sema maandamano iko lini, unafaa tutoke. Moso hata tukifanya civic education in Nairobi, people are not proactive, and it has gotten to a point whereby now the collective conscience of the nation has been pricked. But earlier people had even started demonizing the word activists. Nyinyi mavierere man, you know, but it's a good thing now vile maandamano ilitokea, people now realize why this is a collective responsibility. We are getting there. But also we need to understand that we cannot do everything, and that helps us to do something and do it very well. It might be incomplete, and that is the difference between the master builder and the worker. Me and you are master builders, we are not workers. We are ministers, not messiahs. We are prophets of a future, not our own.
Umse perform. Mchungie umse.
We are prophets of a future, not our own. So leadership, people look at leadership is in the little spaces. Leadership is in injecting kwa matatu. Leadership is in hosting this podcast. Leadership is in retweeting. Leadership is in organizing. Leadership is in the little spaces. Si ule mtu mwenye kwa frontline peke yake. And we do that because this is a societal problem, because tumekuwa conditioned kufikiria we need a savior since time immemorial. And that is why politics yetu iko tribal, because we have kingpins, sijui kambas, wako na nani. You're almost certain that ukisimama na a certain leader you'll get 2 million votes because you have a kamba kingpin, you know. And I feel hiyo sasa as we go, hiyo inaenda ikiisha. Hiyo mentality ya we need a savior. Ati sijui mtu ametuangusha, huyo amenunuliwa, sijui hapana. We don't need a savior. We need systems to change. Because hata huyo Okiya Mtata unaongelea ni mse mmoja kwa senators, 47 senators excluding the nominated. But akienda kuinject hapo bills zenye zina make sense, inakuwa shut down because ni only one person. We need system change. And that is one good thing. Hata watu wakiangalia the head wakisema must go, we need saivi watu wakianza ku-engage na kupiga kura na nini, then the whole philosophy ya overhaul, kutakuwa na change from the MCAs. Nimeona very young people also even online on Twitter wakitoa posters already with so much confidence. MCAs, MPs, inamaanisha we are in the area whereby tuko na revolution of the mindset. People have realized sisi pia tunaweza kuwa good leaders, hatuta point watu wengine wakuwe leaders, na hiyo inaenda ikichange. We have very young people. Kama yesterday there's a lady ananiambia nasimama president alikuwa hapa PDF, very young. And that we need to normalize this conversation so that people engage more.
Brayo, what wewe hata ndo ulianza history ya wasanii, ni poa art yako pia inakusaidia ku put food on your table. How do you think we can solve that in Kenya?
Story ya
wasanii art inazaje fika hiyo point? Because I don't think at the moment now art ya Kenya imefika ile point yenye kila msanii anaweza bank on their art to feed them, to pay their rent, to pay school fees for their kids and all this. That's why unaonanga kuna hiyo perception ya usanii ni kitu unafanya ukiwa youth, alafu sasa life ikikuwa serious unaondokea, unaenda vitu sasa ziko na security. How? Because I feel like makosa moja ndo tumefanya as Kenya, and maybe it must be a government policy or something, is that we actually don't take the arts very seriously. Yet this is an industry that can employ hundreds of thousands of people. It can actually solve our unemployment crisis. Wewe ni msanii uko kwa hiyo field, you've been at it, you've been at your art, you have your own community of artists. How do we fix that problem?
Yes, as artists, wasanii wako na do Kenya wengi sana, but pia kuna wasanii hawana do Kenya wengi sana. Kushinda wenye wako na do. Na utapata wasanii mostly pia wenye wako na do wanajuana nao. Weba nimelan vitu mingi from Weba, na Weba alisema usanii haina do, pesa ziko kwa mfuko za watu au mafans wako. So kitu ya kwanza ni kama we msanii ujue venye unaweza toa do kwa mfuko za watu, of which si rahisi. One way ni show. Kuweka show si rahisi kama msanii. Kitu ya kwanza lazima ukuwe na content. Wachana na content, lazima ukuwe na good marketing strategies. Lazima ukuwe maybe na stage, ukuwe na mapartners, ukuwe na nani, unaget. So utapata kuna wase wengine ukiwa approach na art yako haitaweza. Kuna wengine ukiwa approach itaweza. Kuna wengine wakicome through itawasaidia kuliko venye imekusaidia wewe. So mimi na feel tu policies zenye ziko, kuna zenye hazi work. Because kama sahi umenipatia show hapa, ukinilipa gava inakata. Lakini gava inisaidii kupata hii show. Unaget?
Wanakuja tu sasa ile na dish.
So mimi na feel ingile design yenye kama mimi niko na idea yenye naweza fanya upate do, na si tu, na inijengi mimi na kujenga wewe. Tukikam through tuunde hiyo idea, sinitafaidika pia mimi. So na feel like gava inafaa iweke policies zenye itutafutie do, hata kama itaweka do wase walipe ipate kati yao na mimi nipate kati yangu. Kitu ingine ni venye umesema wase wanaona art ni entertainment. Saa zingine unaweza ingia kwa tent kama hii hapa watu 54. Mimi ni msanii serious, niko na content serious. Lakini MC atasema a short icebreaker. So unapata hata bosi pala amekaa na laptop akisikia tu a short icebreaker ndio time ya kwenda kusema sikuwa nimemaliza hii kitu nilikuwa na, so hata concentrate yana. Lakini mtu mwingine akikuja tu na suti ya MP for Molo MP anafuatilia, so keen interest. So unapata hata huyo MC ndiye anafanya hiyo conversation. Hakuna pali na wewe ukimaliza utamaliza uende usimame huko upewe maji na nini, lakini kuna venye wewe ukiniintroduce ita make sense. Ndio ule mtu mwenye anataka hiyo art yangu the moment anahitaji hata na pia tu makatels wase like unaona makatels ni wengi sana manze, like utapata show zinakatwa hivi watu wakwe tu, yani sijui hata naweza semaje, but wewe kama msanii we keep doing what you are doing. Na pia tu usi lose hope. Usi lose hope. We keep doing what you are and keep knocking those doors.
Keep knocking those doors.
Sometimes ukinock si ati mlango yenye inasemangaje, si mlango yote yenye una knock ijafunguliwa imefungwa. Sometimes unaweza tu push. Lakini art moso hii ya wase wanafanya vitu za social justice ni venye pia iko tu na mambo mob pia. Wase wanaogopa tu kukuita show maybe juu ya conversation yako, because hata wewe unahitaji permit kufanya hii kazi. So ukiita msemo mwenye yako against gava sana pia unaogopa maybe nikita serious kwa show yangu wewe watakuja wachukue permit yangu na nini. So unapata uwezi ni jenga
tunaumia sana. Tunaumia huko nje.
As much as ungependa haitaweza,
tunaumia.
So wewe pia ni mtu mwenye unafuka no gavo yambie ni aje usiliwezi tunamhitaji na nini. Saa zingine pia unaambiwa tone down. Ukitone down tena hiyo content hawataki. Na mafans ukitone down wanakutoka.
Umenunuliwa.
Sasa ni noma.
Which I think brings me to my next question. Safeties, your security. I mean, you guys have been very vocal. Wili unaingia kwa matatu unalipia wasee na unasema nitawapigia hii story mpende msipende. You guys fear for your security. Have you ever been in a position where una feel ni kama nafuatwa, ama unajua tukiangalia hata tunaongea stories of abductions and all. Have you been in such a space? And what would your advice be for other artists? Kuna wase kuna hiyo fear. It's a real fear.
Hiyo ndo kitu kingine inafanya wasanii wapige ngoma za social justice. Unacheki? Hiyo ndo kitu kingine inafanya pia wasanii wanaogopa kufanya hata hizi pieces za social justice kwa sababu sometimes mimi nimekuwa kwa hiyo situation si mara moja, si mara mbili. Wasa wanakupigia simu wanakuambia ni aje hiyo house door number 10 tatupata hapo saa 2 usiku. Unaogopa kufanya hiyo kitu, na mimi nimekuwa kwa hiyo position. Lakini sasa as an artist sidhani kama unaweza jikinga enough from ourselves, because hao sio wakikutaka watakupata. So I think pia unaishi tu kwa imani. Unaishi tu kwa imani, yani unaomba tu. But again sasa mimi kitu inanifanya sometimes nisiogope. Why do I do this? Mimi nimetoka ghetto bro. God amenipatia hiyo platform na hiyo voice ya kuea hizo issues za wase wa ghetto na wase wenye pia hawajiwezi. Una get? Bro, sasa hii kinyamaza juu pa 254 imenipea do. Niache kufanya hizo story. Nitakuwa nimesolve kitu. Pesa zangu zikiisha nitarudi ghetto. Na nikirudi ghetto zile shida zitakuwa zimekuwa more. Na zikikuwa more bado zitani affect. Una get? So option uko nayo ni gani? To keep doing it. Unaendelea tu kwa advocate na unaomba tu God bro. Me personally God tu ndiye ananilinda manze. God tu na maombi yani, because
sio juju
ni God tu ndiye ananilinda. Na pia unakuwa careful pia, ni kama venye tulikuwa tunapiga story na master hapa. Ananiambia alikuwa Nakuru na hakuniona, alidhani niko Nairobi kumbe nilikuwa Nakuru. Pia unakuwa tu nini yani ile design yenye kama msanii. Kuna mtu aliniambia ukienda Uhuru Park kama tuko na Power 254 unaweza post tuko na Power 254 hapa tunapiga interview, lakini kama uko na watu waamini hiyo event wewe piga uende home. Ukifika Busia ndo utapost.
Mbona umesema tu Busia?
Bro,
si tumesema nini not along ethnic lines.
Sasa mimi sijai kwa Busia ndo mafans wangu
sasa. Wewe ili kwanza tupe maoni yako. Tupe maoni yako. Wewe unaingilia watu wa Busia.
Juni masaa
ana represent Mtasis. Sasa akishiba hasumbui. Sasa maybe the only way is to keep advocating and to keep amplifying. Yes, every day I'm scared. Ukiingia kwa matatu, you don't know the reaction, you don't know what awaits you. But that is why we keep doing it. If it was easy, we wouldn't be doing it.
Yeah.
And courage is not the absence of fear. It's just keep on doing it regardless. Na yes, threats zimekuwa mingi, but you have to realize that the regime is very unforgiving. The moment you cross the red line, there's no coming back. You have to keep advocating. You have to keep amplifying. Ukirudi nyuma tu unyamaza kidogo ndio unasikianga sijui accident ilifanyika wapi, huyo alikuwa anakimbia ka collapse, pressure ilikuwa iko juu kidogo. So you have to keep amplifying. The moment you start, you realize you'll be there for the longest time.
Good stuff, ladies and gentlemen. You know how we do it. We keep it real right here on Power Radio at Sharia Dive. Now, ladies and gentlemen, these gentlemen here, fine gentlemen, if you want to actually catch up with their work and what they do online, Willie, how do you find you online?
At Willie Oeba everywhere. WILLIEOEBA. Keep it locked, Kawaden.
Asante sana. And for you, Brian?
Mimi unanipata kama Brian Silways, not everywhere, but when you call me for a show, ta show up.
Alafu kama unatoka Busia,
patana. Watu wangu wa Busia, mafans wa Willie, unfollow, nipeni hizo follow. And keep it locked for 254 pale. Kuna kitu ameni promise. Keep it locked ndio mtaona hiyo kitu.
There you go.
Na shout out by the way 254 ali show up kwa show yangu December 12th. Bless you manze. Brian ako na show. March.
Watu hapa 254 watakam through, si ndio?
Kabisa. Do you wanna give us details? Tupatie details bro.
Niko na show Nakuru niko na show, dates loading, lakini watu wa Power 254 watakuwa. Alafu kuna kitu nimeambiwa, stima ikipotea Kenya ni watu wa Power
254. Power belongs to the people, but hapa ndio wana draw the line.
Power belongs to the people. Asante sana William Brayo, mbarikiwe sana. Remember you are the PDF festival right here at Uhuru Park on the sidelines of this. Make sure you turn up. This event is still going on tomorrow and on Saturday. So please make your way here and we'll be looking forward to meeting you. We have our own tent here at Uhuru Park on the higher section. Hapa kama ulikuja concert ya maandamano, hapa juu ndio ulikuwa unaona Eric Wainaina akiperform. So that's how you know where to find us. Karibu na Lion. Penye kuna Lion, hapo ndio sisi tuko. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get some music and then when we come back we can wrap it up. Let's go.
Yo, nasikia fiti manze. Unajua ni aje? Sida historia fiti na. Nasikia fiti na. Historia fiti na.
It's Mikey on this.
Leo nasikia fiti na. Sida mambo fiti na. Kila bill nilishalipa na bado nina mkwanja nina kitita. Leo nasikia fiti na. Sidai mambo fitina. Soka kuna drinks come. Mbili vile inafaa. Leo ni ile siku ya kufeel good. Tom daktari amesema tujitibu. Soma miachilia kitambi tuharibu. Baada ya dishi ni makali na zabibu. Kata maji tukipuliza mawingu. Samabani anakali upita mchinku. Haina worry juu miwani zina tintru. Zimekashika afisa na mapingu. Kuna form na ngoja uitoe ni sign. Niko on na siwezi patikana offside. Piga shot nika umecheki up on site. Toa lock nika unadai kugo inside. Kuna form na ngoja uitoe ni sign. Niko on na siwezi patikana offside. Piga shot nika umecheki up on site. Toa lock nika unadai kugo inside. Nasikia fitina. Sidai mambo fitina. Kila bill nilishalipa na bado nina mkwanja nina kitita. Leo nasikia fitina. Sidai mambo fitina. Soka kuna drinks come. Mbili vile inafaa. Soft life special London. More life bila kashfa. Gold label ndani ya tumbler. Jose Cuervo ndani ya tumbler. Soft life special London. More life bila kashfa. Gold label ndani ya tumbler. Jose Cuervo ndani ya tumbler. na niko timama sina tialala napiga shows kibabwa wino ndani ya big club na kila pen meka kando amesimama kila bet tuligambo leo imeifana hakuna weng na eka kando hizo drinks zikam order drinks straight from Campton na Marezela ni sherehe bila scandal ama hiti laugh niko genje bila mambo wala fitina leo nasikia fitina sidai mambo ya fitina kila bill nilishalipa na bado nina mkwanja nina kitita leo nasikia fitina sidai mambo ya fitina soka kuna drinks zikam mbili vile inafaa leo nasikia fitina sidai mambo ya fitina kila bill nilishalipa na bado nina mkwanja nina kitita leo nasikia fitina sidai mambo ya fitina soka kuna drinks zikam mbili vile inafaa mbili vile inafaa leo nasikia fitina sidai mambo ya fitina
Dear Mr. President, wewe ulitafuta kura na ukapata. Sisi tulipata rais lakini hatuna uhuru na tuna feel useless unless tunapiga kura ama tunalipa ushuru. Kwa nchi mwananchi analipa standing charges kwa kila kitu ndio MP apate sitting allowance. Kwa nchi mayouth wanawawa daily na slogan ya kifo ni only live once. Kwa nchi hakuna kazi, mayouth kila mahali inabidi wamejiandika kama Flosin Mauano. Hii gavani kama mtu wako accused innocently, juu haijafanya kitu na ni baada miaka 5. Na mayouth wakipata kazi, nani ataenda weekday hizo mikutano? Viongozi tumeandika ndio wanatuambia tusome tujiandike. Wezi ni our leaders na ushenzi ni kungoja wajishike. Hakuna kazi, wasanii ndio inabidi wameemploy gestures. Inchi mnatumia mabilioni kupanda nyasi na wasichana wetu wanawawa Middle East wakitafuta greener pastures. Kwa nchi university education imekuwa bure, hata servants wako na masters. Kwa nchi hata chief justice ana cry for justice. Dear Mr. President, hakuna mtu akoshua na hii katiba, ndio maana lawyers wana practice. Hii nchi inaweza kulia ndoto. Nikigrow nilikuwa na dream ya kuwa daktari, sahi I'm just patient. Dear Mr. President, is it possible for one to commit suicide then someone else andike his own suicide note like Sergeant Kenei? Na tukiaward Githeri man, tunakumbuka Major Serenei. Dear Mr. President, atungekubali hiyo ndege ingie ama what's your take? Why take precautions after making care?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here at the PDF Festival at Uhuru Park talking about dialogue, democracy, and of course I'm joined by a lovely lady here who's going to be introducing herself and what she does. Habari yako mgeni?
Nzuri sana.
Unakumbuka zile siku za good morning viewers?
Yeah.
Siku za KBC manze.
Yeah.
Karibu sana kwa radio.
Asante sana.
This show is called Sharia Dive. We talk about legal things. But let's start with you introducing yourself. Who are you and what do you do?
Yeah, my name is Washuka Kihenjo.
Yeah.
I run, I'm a lawyer,
Yeah.
an advocate of the High Court,
Yeah.
7 years now.
Nice.
I run a private law firm. It's called Washuka Kihenjo Advocates.
Mhm.
It's in Westlands, Woodville Grove.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Please remember the name Washuka Kihenjo because at the end of this interview, we're going to be asking Washuka to just give us details of where her office is in case you'd want to just go to her office. Na please mpelekee kazi unalipa. Tafadhali wacha tuanzie hapo. People need to be paid. Sawa sawa. Anyway, Washuka, you're here at the PDF. Was this your first day? Or you're here yesterday as well?
No, this is my first day.
How was it? Is this your first PDF?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Umeona nini? Hebu tuambie. Sisi tumekuja huku sana.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised at how Kenyans have turned up for discussion.
Yeah.
It was really encouraging because coming from a lawyer's point, we only talk about these rights, but seeing them in action, like people are able to come out and express their opinions, talk to their leaders. It has been a very interesting engagement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I saw yesterday that the Labor, CS for Labor, Alfred Mutua, says that when they're taking people for jobs overseas, they need to train them because huku Kenya nyinyi ni ma-activists sana. Like, we have too much activism here. We are tukona kierere, basically that's what you were saying. Do you think there's been that argument by politicians that there's too much freedom of speech in Kenya? You've been here, you've had young people talk about the experiences they're having, the things they're going through. Do you actually believe or do you agree with that sentiment that we have too much freedom here?
No. I completely disagree with that.
Yeah.
You can never have like a limit to freedom of expression. And I think where it has taken us as a country in terms of the freedoms we have, we wouldn't have them if people in our past didn't stand up and speak about their rights and what we need to do. Because I think this is a conversation, not just in Kenya. There are some foreigners within our borders who have also been raising the same thing. Like when we had demonstrations, you would hear them say, like, you Kenyans, you like complaining a lot about your leadership. So people like from DRC and such places. And the thing I would tell them is, were we not speaking about our issues, we would be in spaces, or we would be in a dictatorship kind of. So we avoid being in a dictatorship because people are bold enough to speak about their issues. Yeah.
And of course, one of the big issues that we have found ourselves dealing with as Kenyans has been the question of police abductions and all. As a lawyer and someone who, you talk about laws and the application of laws to people's lives on a daily. What's your view on the abductions and how they are happening in Kenya? There are people who thought that we'd buried that with the new constitution, but it seems like no, we haven't.
It's actually a very sad state of affairs. I think abduction, or rather freedom, is one of those inherent human rights.
Yeah.
Like every person should be entitled to that right of freedom to go anywhere, to do anything. I think it's very, very sad for me, and it's like an emotive issue for me. Because looking at where we've come from in terms of people who fought for these countries, people like Kina Raila, when you hear their stories about how they were being abducted then, and you see the same thing happening despite Kenyans passing a constitution in 2010 and specifically putting in a whole chapter on the rights and including that right of freedom. It's a very sad situation. Yeah.
And why do you think, because, I'm always asking myself, you're abducting people. What's the end game? Like, why do you think this? Like, what's the end game with this thing?
I think I've also been asking myself the same question, and for me, I think it's more of a personal issue. Like, why would anyone go out there and abduct people because they talked, let's say, badly about you? Or they did this and that. Like, as a person or as a leader, you should be in a place whereby you are able to take in criticism. So probably from my point of view, I think it's more of an ego issue. And then it's more of someone who really wants to force, like, how do we call it, issues on people. They want their power to be felt by the people. They don't want to be criticized.
As Kenyans, what can we do about securing our freedoms and just protecting the gains that we've made as a country? How do we go about it? Because it seems like the traditional models, because Parliament is supposed to be a checks and balances for the executive, but now you have a situation where the entire Parliament has been captured by the executive. They can't stand up to the executive. So What options then are we left with?
For me, I would say we keep on keeping on. Like, we should not give up.
Yeah.
Let us continue for fighting for our rights whenever, like, we are needed to come out and fight. Because we cannot get some of these rights, or we cannot enjoy them without fighting for them. We would not be free if our forefathers had not fought for this country. So we need to speak up no matter the challenges we face, no matter the threat that we face, like the threat to life and everything. We should stand up and fight.
Yeah.
Also, in terms of, I think most of the things happen because people are not aware of them. And we really need to have a platform or create a lot of awareness. Like the way we saw during the Gen Z protest, you'd see there are these platforms, people were willing to educate every person at their level. We had even organizations which were even translating like the constitution into native languages so that people are able to understand what are our rights. Because if you go, let's say, from a lawyer's perspective, we talk about rights. But if you were to ask that lowest person in the society, what is a right or what does the Constitution say, they have no idea. So I think creating a lot of awareness, especially from people like lawyers, will really help for people to know what they deserve. Yeah.
Okay. There's been, even let's talk about traditional structures. Of course, I don't know what side of the jurispesa debate you're on, because there's now what you'd call there are plans, or let's not call them plans, otherwise we make it a conspiracy. But there are already some petitions that have been taken to the Judicial Service Commission to actually remove the entire Supreme Court. Okay, talk to us about corruption in the judiciary and this approach of removing Supreme Court judges. Is it a proper thing, or is there a hidden hand in it? First, is there corruption in the judiciary? As a lawyer, as a practicing lawyer, you're a litigator, so you come across court clerks, judicial officers, so you know the system in and out. Is there corruption in the judiciary?
We cannot say that there is no corruption, absolutely. I think it is there. But the fact that the Supreme Court is being targeted as a whole kind of makes you to think twice about the agenda of removing the whole Supreme Court. If it was, let's say, an individual who was being told you are corrupt and there is evidence against this individual and that, it would be understandable. But the fact that it's the whole Supreme Court, I really think there's something else.
There's a hidden agenda in there.
Yeah.
And just like I asked you, what do you think the end goal is? Why would someone want to get rid of the entire Supreme Court? Ni nini inaendelea?
I wouldn't know, but if I was to guess, maybe in terms, the Supreme Court plays a great role in terms of election petitions and everything. So probably, I don't know, someone would want a Supreme Court that is favorable to them. Yeah. But you wouldn't tell for sure.
What advice would you give Martha Koome if she's listening now and she tells you, hey, please give me some advice? What advice would you give?
I'll tell her to stand strong. And take this one, especially for the women. She has to show the strength of women, and then she has to fight it on the right of it.
And it's good you actually talk about doing it for women. I think earlier this year, or was it late last year? I can't remember the exact dates, but I remember the police came out with some statistics that were shocking, that over a 90-day period, 91 women had actually been killed. And these were the cases that had been recorded and taken to the police stations. In terms of safety of women in Kenya, we have a femicide crisis, clearly. How, as a woman, how do you feel when you actually run some of these statistics and see that women are actually dying left, right, and center? And we still have Kware, Not resolved yet. Talk to us. I wouldn't know. I'm not a woman, so what is it like being a woman in Kenya?
It's in terms of femicide statistics, it's very sad.
Yeah.
And to see like a person being targeted because of who you are, it is a very, very sad situation. I don't know how I can place it.
Yeah.
But living in fear, in terms of your engagement, you don't know, as a woman, you are afraid, like you might meet someone today, be it in the business environment, be it any sphere of your life, and you don't know if this person will later on come and turn against you. So it's something really which needs not to be trivialized. It has to be fought.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the highest level.
And do you think the police are doing enough?
I don't think they are doing enough.
Yeah.
Because there have been complaints about gender-based violence.
Yeah.
And actually, in most of those femicide cases, you find like these women are killed by people
Yeah.
who are known to them.
Yeah.
And most of them, it's usually either in the family setup or in a relationship setup.
Yeah.
Sometimes back, there was established gender violence, based violence desk
Yes, at the police
almost all
stations.
police station.
Yeah.
But you find like the feedback we get from women when they go to report, let's say someone has been abused, maybe in their family setup, and they go and report, it's even turned against them, or the police don't take it as a serious crime and even prosecute. So you find women have no option. They go back to the relationship. The same thing happens again. At the end of it all, you find like that same woman has been killed. If the police would have taken an action to prosecute this person, I believe what we are seeing now would be on the lower side, because the people perpetrating know their consequences.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, remember, we are here with Wakili herself, and she's just giving us her thoughts on some of the matters that are happening in the country, and also here at the People's Dialogue Festival. And maybe one, as I just get to almost the end of this interview, is to ask you, what, as you've been here at the PDF, I know you've participated in some of the activities that have been here. What do you hear Kenyans say when you come across people here and how they're speaking? How do Kenyans feel about the future?
That's a tough
It's a tough
one.
question.
How do they feel?
Perhaps we start with you. How do you feel about the future as a Kenyan? We are 2 years away from an election.
Yeah.
Your colleague, Mr. Cherargei, I think is a lawyer as well. He wants to increase the term limit to 7 years, which means elections are held in 2029 and all that. I mean, when you look at this, you have the Shisha debacle. How does the future look like as a Kenyan?
I think for me, what I would say it's a great future in terms of awareness.
Yeah.
Even in terms of awareness about the leaders that we should have. I think it feels like, especially from last year when we started having people coming out and speaking about their rights, you can see there's a shift in people's minds. I don't think in the next election anyone will go for a party just because it's a populist party.
Yeah.
People will be able to ask questions like, what are you able to do for us and all that. So in terms of we Kenyans choosing a certain type of leaders, I think there's a great future for that. Yeah.
Fantastic. Now, if someone wants to look for you so that perhaps you can give them legal advice or representation, where can they find you?
We are at Jim Can House. It's on Woodville Grove, Westlands.
Fantastic. So there you go, 4th floor.
Yes.
Okay, 4th floor at Jim Can House on Woodville Grove in Westlands. If you'd like to meet Wakili there. Wakili, thank you so much for your time. Any last words for us?
We just keep on keeping on.
Keep on keeping on. Let's go. Asante sana.
Si individual, ni regime. Uhuru ni cops wote wamemess dignity na self-esteem. Uhuru ni stray bullets zote zimekill a living dream. Uhuru ni all the vices, all the extrajudicial cases. Uhuru ni all the contempt of court instances, all the social injustices. Kama hii peace, I hope imeisha. City Records.
Ooh, yeah. Sauti yako paza shujaa, simama mstari mbele wa kuone, utakachosema wasikie, wakati ndio sasa itumie. Usiogope kudhulumiwa, usiogope kurekebishwa, ndo mwanzo wa story of glory, nothing but glory, yeah. Fungua roho yako, weka wazi mawazo, tenda mema, nenda zako. Wasokupenda chana nao, ni shauri yao, ni shauri yao.
Music industry imekuwa violent, kila mtu anataka kuhit. Mtawapiga na conscience music hadi reality wa hit, na dreams za kupeleka ngoma kapela kwa the beat. So sad, mzazi Madre anapiga mtoi na in reality yendi amebeat. Preach water, drink the same water, but don't forget to watch what you eat. Hata ukiwa njaa, if you don't believe it neat, don't subscribe to it. Protect what you stand for, ukiona itakukripple kwa watu wamesimama, yule mwenye ameketi ndiye ana stand out. So Buddha, take a seat. Hizi vita vya nafsi tunapigana in the spirit, na hata wasipotucheza si lazima DJ don't spin it. Tuta bounce to the heartbeat, kile tutaweka forward ni best fit, repeat. Now that we're on the same track, do you feel it? Na ukikasirisha, wewe jam to the heartbeat. Juu nimekuempower na the freedom to speak.
Fungua roho yako, weka wazi mawazo, tenda mema, nenda zako. Wasokupenda chana nao, ni shauri yao, ni shauri yao. Fungua roho yako, weka wazi mawazo, tenda mema, nenda zako. Wasokupenda chana nao, ni shauri yao, ni shauri yao.
Hatutambui defeat, strength from the soul to the spirit. Power to the people ni notion ya wanyonge na tulidump kwa street. Tonight, exercise your freedom to spit. Kesho msee akikwambia sasa msho na jaribu kukeep fit. Salimia pastor na Monday morning, usistaajabu akikujibu sina neno. Message ya Christ haipatikani peke yake kwa pulpit. Weka kwa song, wasipotucheza tuta listen to the heartbeat. Wakikukasirisha, wewe jam to the heartbeat.
Ladies and gentlemen, asante sana for joining us today. This is a Thursday. We've been here at Uhuru Park for the People's Dialogue Festival. And remember, tomorrow we'll be right here, same time from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. in the evening. And manze, make sure you turn up. And remember, it's also a very nice date idea. Kuna mavendors hapa, manze. Just bring your person, bring your people. There's a lot of engagement here. A lot of conversations are being had. And you know what? Make sure you pass by the Power Radio on the Power 254 tent right here at Uhuru Park, because we're waiting to see you tomorrow so that you can hang out and have a good time. But from us here at Power Radio, we say, tune in, power up.